Zohar 9a. Parashat Shalach. Send for yourself. Commentary on Shalach. Yehovah spoke to Moses, saying, Send for yourself men, that they may scout the land of Canaan. Rabbi Ear opened. Have you ever in your life commanded morning, Yadata ha Shah, assigned the dawn, its place it is written Shah, dawn, with he distant from Shah, dawn why? Well, Rabbi Ear said, when evening extends and the sun's strength wanes, the left reigns, judgment prevails in the world, and night spreads. Then a person must direct his intention toward his Lord. For Rabbi Yisa said, when the sun declines and weakens, one aperture in the sun opens and its potency is drawn in the left reins, and Isaac digs a well below. As night enters, a slip of plucking appears in its ledger, and numerous ravaging bands are cast into the world, all roaming in confusion, moving about and toying with souls of the wicked, disseminating false information to them, and sometimes true. If anyone is found among them, they are authorized to harm him, and all inhabitants of the world are absorbed in sleep, tasting a taste of death, as we have already established. When a north wind is aroused, assembly of Israel is received by the left, and they join as one, and she settles in the arm, in her place. The blessed Holy One comes to delight with the righteous in the Garden of Eden, and whoever awakens then to study Torah participates with her, for she sits with all her cohorts and praises the supernal King, and all those engaged in the celebration of Torah are all recorded among the members of the palace and called by name, and these are distinguished during the day. There is one holy name in engraved letters, ruling from midnight on, included in the letters Mem, Nun, Sadi, Pei, Kaf Mem, as has been established Lamabi, of the increase of dominion. Mem was concealed on this side and on that, then it was combined as two. Yod of the holy name established it, sealing her springs. After she gave birth, it was open at one head of the opening. When the temple was destroyed, springs were sealed on all sides. This Mem includes other letters, totaling 7, 3 from this side and 4 from the other side. Kaf, lamed, final Kaf. Your mnemonic is Kulak, all of you, is beautiful, my love, there is no blemish in you. None, male and female, merged as one. This includes 3 from here and 3 from there, totaling 6. We have established in these two letters Mem, Nun are included 12 letters. Remove 2 from them, 1 for one letter, and 1 for the other. Kaf, lamed, final Kaf. Samak, Ayin, Pei, Aleph Aleph, Ayin, Nun, Sadi, he. Thus letters were engraved. This mystery is in Kitetz Lamilama. When you go out to war, in the verse, if there is Na'ara, a girl, a virgin spelled nineA. After night departs and morning shines, he ascends and is absorbed in light. Then, Yadata ha Shah, assigned the dawn, its place, for Shuli, Shah, dawn, is the place of he, included within it. Moses was the sun, and he wished to enter the land. The blessed Holy One said to Moses, when light arrives, the moon is included in it. Now that you are the sun, how can sun and moon stand together? The moon shines when the sun is gathered in, but now you cannot. If you want to know about it, Shalach, send for yourself, men for yourself, for your own sake, in order to know. If you say that Moses didn't know that he would not enter the land at this time, not so, rather, he knew and he wanted to know about it before he departed, so he sent these messengers. Since they did not report back properly, he did not send again, until finally the blessed Holy One showed him, as is written, go up to this Mount Abarim and see the land, and it is written, Yehovah showed him the whole land, not only this, but all those who were destined to arise in every single generation, all of them he showed to Moses, as has been said, and as the companions have established. As Moses began to send them, what did he say? Ha yesh baretz, is there a tree in it now? What was he saying? If you think that he didn't know, well, further on this matter will be discussed, but here Moses said, Is there a tree in it? Then I know that I will enter there. What is this tree? The tree of life. And it was not there, but rather in the terrestrial Garden of Eden. He said, Is there this tree in it? Then I will enter there. And if not, I cannot. Rabbi Ea said they found a man gathering etzim, wood, on the Sabbath day. What is meant here by etzim, and who is this person? Well, this is Zelophehad, and he was examining these trees carefully. Which of them is greater than the other? He showed no concern for the glory of his Lord and switched one Sabbath for the other, as is written, rather, Ve'ito, for his own sin, he died. Ve'it Vov, for the sin of Vov, he died. Mystery of all Shuli, gathering etzim, trees. Consequently, his judgment was concealed, not stated explicitly like other judgments, because this matter must remain in secrecy, sealed and not revealed. So it was not mentioned openly, and the Blessed Holy One glorified his glory. Rabbi Yo said he was gathering other trees together with the Sabbath, and he received a timely punishment and his sin was purged. So Moses had difficulty in judging his daughters, since he did not know if he had been purged so his daughters could have an inherited share or not. As soon as he mentioned his name, it was evident that his sin was expiated. There are two trees, one above and one below. In this one, death; in that one, life. Whoever switches them brings death upon himself in this world and has no share in that world. Of this Solomon said, If you find honey, eat just enough, lest you have your fill and vomit it up. The Ark and Torah exist as one. Torah is essence, the Ark a house. Therefore Aaron, Ark, is always spelled deficiently, without a vav. Aaron, the Ark of the covenant. Aaron, the Ark of the testimony. Aharon, Aaron, is always the right arm, except once where it is written, These are the reckonings that Moses and Aaron reckoned, dotted above. Rabbi Yitzhak said Moses grasped the tree of life, so he wanted to know whether it was located in the land or not. Therefore he said, Summon your strength and take some of the fruit of the land, for the tree of life is desirable to all. But they brought back only grapes, pomegranates, and figs, hanging from and attached to another tree. Send for yourself men for your own sake. Rabbi Yehuda opened like the chill of snow on a harvest day. A faithful envoy to his senders, he restores his master's soul like the chill of snow on a harvest day, benefiting body and soul. A faithful envoy to his senders, Caleb and Phinehas, who were faithful messengers of Joshua. He restores his master's soul, for they restored Shekinah to dwell among Israel, and she did not depart from them. Those whom Moses sent caused weeping for later generations, caused many thousands and myriads to perish from Israel, and caused Shekinah to depart from the land, from the midst of Israel. Whereas those whom Joshua sent, he restores his master's soul. Rabbi Izkiah and Rabbi Yisa were walking on the way. Rabbi Yisa said to Rabbi Izkiah, I see by your face that a thought possesses you. He replied, Surely, I am pondering this verse, since Solomon said, For the fate of human beings and the fate of the beast is all a single fate. As one dies, so dies the other, and all have a single spirit, and the human's advantage over the beast is nothing, for all is mere breath. Yet we have learned that all the words of King Solomon are sealed in rungs of wisdom. If so, this verse should be examined, for it provides an opening for those who are not scions of faith. He said to him, Certainly so, this needs to be understood and examined. Just then, they saw a man approaching. He asked them for water, since he was thirsty and weary from the intensity of the sun. They said to him, Who are you? He replied, I'm a Jew, and I'm weary and thirsty. They said to him, Have you been toiling in Torah? He replied, Before sharing words with you, I'll climb this mountain, where there's some water, and I'll drink. Rabbi Yisa took out a canteen full of water and gave it to him. He said, We'll go up with you for water. Have a drink. After he drank, they climbed the mountain and found a slender ribbon of water and filled one water skin. They sat down. That man said to them, "Now, ask, for I've engaged in Torah through a son of mine whom I put in school. Thanks to him, I've gained some Torah." Rabbi Isaiah said, "If it's through your son, that's fine. But I see that the matter in which we are immersed must be raised elsewhere." That man said, "Speak your word, for sometimes in a poor man's undergarment you'll find a pearl." He quoted to him the verse spoken by Solomon, and told him about it. He said to them, "How are you distinguished from other people who don't know?" They replied, "So how?" He said, "This is why Solomon spoke the verse. He wasn't saying this on his own, like his other words, rather, he was repeating the words of fools of the world, who talk like this. What do they say for Mikri, the fate of human beings, and Mikri, the fate of the beast is a single Mikri, fate. Fools who neither know nor ponder wisdom say that this world proceeds by Mikri, by chance, and that the blessed Holy One has no concern for them, rather, the fate of human beings and the fate of the beast is all a single fate." When Solomon looked upon these fools who say this, he called them beast, since they make themselves actual beasts by saying these things. How do we know? The preceding verse proves it, as is written, "I said in my heart in regard to human beings, God has sifted them out to show that they themselves are nothing but beasts. I said in my heart," and I intended to examine this. To examine what El Divrat, concerning the speech of human beings, concerning those words of foolishness that they utter. God has sifted them out all alone, so that they won't join with other people who have faith. To show that they themselves are nothing but beasts, those scions of faith will see that they are really beasts and their minds like beasts. Themselves all alone, so as not to draw the scions of faith into this foolish opinion. So, themselves, and not affecting others. What is their opinion? For the fate of human beings and the fate of the beast is all a single fate. As one dies, so dies the other, and all have a single spirit, and the human's advantage over the beast is nothing. May the spirit of those beasts expire, those fools, those faithless ones. Woe to them, woe to their souls, better for them if they had never come into the world. And how did Solomon answer them? With the following verse: "Who knows if the human spirit rises upward and if the beast's spirit descends to the earth? Who knows among those fools, who do not know the glory of the supernal King and do not gaze upon Torah? If the human spirit rises upward to a sublime place, a precious place, a holy place, to be nourished by supernal radiance, by radiance of the Holy King, to be bound in the bundle of life and appear before the Holy King as a pure Ola, ascent offering, surely she is Ha-Ola, the very ascent offering, Ha-Ola Hilamala, if she rises upward. And if the beast's spirit descends to the earth, to that certain place. But as for the human being, of whom is written, in the image of God he made the human, and similarly, the spirit of a human is the lamp of Jehovah. How can those faithless fools say that they have a single spirit? May their spirit expire. Of them is written, they will be like chaff before the wind, Jehovah's angel driving them on. These will remain in hell among the lower levels, and will not ascend for generations upon generations. Of them is written, let sinners vanish from the earth and the wicked be no more. Bless, O my soul, Jehovah, hallelujah. Rabbi Isaiah and Rabbi Yisa came and kissed his head. They said, so much was within you, and we didn't know. Happy is the moment when we met you. He said further, did Solomon wonder about this alone? Look, in another place he spoke similarly. He opened, saying, this is evil in all that is done under the sun. This is evil. Surely what is meant by this is evil, that such a person does not abide with the blessed Holy One and has no share in the world that is coming, as is written, for you are not a God delighting in wickedness. Evil cannot abide with you. Of this he said, this is evil, for he will have no dwelling above. That a single fate awaits all, and also the heart of human beings is full of evil. Consequently, there is madness in their hearts while they live. Foolishness is embedded in their hearts. They are lacking faith and have no share in the blessed Holy One or among those scions of faith, neither in this world nor in the other world, as is written, and afterward off to the dead. The blessed Holy One warned the inhabitants of the world, saying, choose life, so that you may live in this world and in the world that is coming, and true life is in that world. Those wicked faithless ones, what do they say? For he who chooses, even if a person chooses that world, as we have said, it is not life. For we possess this tradition, all the living have something to trust in, and they also possess this tradition. For surely a live dog is better than a dead lion. How will they have life in that world? So, this is evil, surely, since they will not dwell with the supernal King nor have any share in him. Although you may find all these verses supporting the companions for other statements, yet surely Solomon intended to reveal that those wicked faithless ones have no share in the blessed Holy One, neither in this world nor in the world that is coming. They said to him, would you like us to join as one, so that you may accompany us? He replied, if I did so, Torah would call me a fool. Not only that, but I would be forfeiting my life. They asked why. He replied, because I am a messenger, sent on a mission. And King Solomon said, he cuts off his own legs, drinking violence, he who sends words by a fool. The spies, because they failed to be faithful messengers, forfeited their lives in this world and in the world that is coming. He kissed them and went on his way. Rabbi Izkiah and Rabbi Yisa traveled on. As they were going, they met some people. Rabbi Izkiah and Rabbi Yisa asked about him, saying, what's the name of that man? They replied, he is Rabbi Agai, one of the companions, and the companions of Babylon sent him to learn things from Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari and the other companions. Rabbi Yisa said, this is certainly Rabbi Agai, who all his life never wished to show himself off as learned. That's why he told us that his son enabled him to attain Torah. For he recited the verse, have you seen a man wise in his own eyes? There is more hope for a fool than for him. He is surely a faithful messenger. Happy is a faithful messenger, and happy is one who sends his words by the hand of a faithful messenger. Eliezer, the servant of Abraham, was a descendant of Canaan, as is said, a Canaanite, in whose hand are false balances. Hosea, of him is written, cursed be Canaan. But since he was a faithful servant, what is written, come in, blessed of Jehovah himself. Therefore it is written so in the Torah, for he escaped from that curse and was blessed. It wasn't sufficient that he escaped it, but he was blessed in the name of the blessed Holy One. And I have learned that an angel came and inserted these words into Laban's mouth. Moses sent them from the desert of Paran by Jehovah's word, all of them personages. They were entirely virtuous, heads of Israel, but they followed their own bad advice. Why did they do so? Well, they said, if Israel enters the land, we will be deposed as heads, and Moses will appoint other heads, for we deserved to be heads in the desert, but in the land we will not. Because they took their own bad advice, they died, along with all those who accepted their words. These are the names of the men whom Moses sent to scout the land. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Moses gazed and knew that they would not succeed in their mission, so he prayed for Joshua. Then Caleb was in distress. He said, what will I do? Look, Joshua is going with heavenly help. Moses infused him with radiance of the moon, and illumined him with his prayer. Since he is the sun, what did Caleb do? He slipped away from them and approached the graves of the patriarchs, where he offered his prayer. Rabbi Yehuda said he took a different route, winding his way, and reached the patriarchs' graves. He endangered himself, for it is written, there were Ahaman, Shishai, and Talmai, offspring of the giant. But someone in distress does not notice anything, so Caleb, being in distress, did not notice anything, and he came to pray over the patriarchs' graves, in order to be saved from this plan. Moses called Hosea, the son of Nun, Yehoshuah, Joshua. Rabbi Yitzhak said, did scripture ever call him Hoshea? Look at what is written. Moses said to Yehoshua, choose men for us. Yehoshua disabled Amalek, Yehoshua son of Nun, a youth. However, Moses said to him, Yahoshiaka, may Yah save you from them. Rabbi Abba said since he sent him to enter there, he had to be complete. How with Shekinah? For until that time he was called nineA, a youth, as we have established, and at that moment Moses linked him with her. Although we find the name Joshua previously, scripture calls him so because of what he is destined to be called. Moses said, this one surely must not enter there except with Shekinah, as is fitting. Ha yesh bar etzimayin, is there a tree in it or not? Rabbi Iya said, now, didn't Moses know that there were various trees in it, different from one another? Look, he himself praised it to Israel several times, and now he was uncertain about this. Look, the blessed Holy One told Moses previously that it was a land flowing with milk and honey. Rabbi Yos said the companions have already noted that it is written there was a man in the land of Uz, named Job. Rabbi Shimon said he offered them a hint of wisdom, alluding to what they had asked previously, as is written, is Jehovah in our midst or in nothingness? He said, there you will see if it is worthy of one or the other. He said to them, if you see that the fruit of the land is like that of other lands of the world, then yesh baretz, it has a tree and not from a higher place. But if you see that the fruit of the land is superior to and different from anywhere in the world, you will know that this supernal unique difference flows and draws from the Holy Ancient One. Thereby you will know is there a tree in it or in nothingness. This is asking more than before, when you asked to know this by your bellies, as is written, is Jehovah b'cherbinu, in our midst, b'cherbinu, in our entrails, precisely, or in nothingness. So, summon your strength and take some of the fruit of the land to know its distinct quality. And the days were the days of the first ripe grapes. And the days, what does this indicate? Since it would have been sufficient to say then was the time of the first ripe grapes. Well, and the days, the well-known ones, all of which were joined at that time to the tree against which Adam sinned, as we have learned they were grapes. So, and the days, the well-known ones, were the days of the first ripe grapes, precisely. They went up through the Negeb v'Yavo, and came to Hebron v'Yavo, and he came. The verse should read v'Yavoyu, and they came. Well, Rabbi Yos said it was Caleb, who came to pray over the graves of the patriarchs. Caleb said, Joshua was blessed by Moses with holy supernal assistance, so he can be saved from them. As for me, what will I do? He determined to make a plea over the patriarchs' graves in order to be saved from the other spies' scheme. Rabbi Yitzhak said the one who was more distinguished than all of them, this one entered him, for all depends upon it. The one who is distinguished empowered him to enter the cave. For who among the others could enter there, since it is written there were Haman, Shishai, and Talmai, offspring of the giant, from fear of them, who could enter the cave? But Shekinah entered there into Caleb, to inform the patriarchs that the time had arrived for their children to enter the land that the blessed Holy One had sworn to give them. This is he came to Hebron. It has been taught from whom did Haman, Shishai, and Talmai issue? Well, they were the seed of those Nephilim, fallen ones, whom the blessed Holy One cast down to earth, and who saw the daughters of the earth, and from whom issued the mighty men of the world, as is written, these are Hagibarim Asher Miolam on Shei Har Shem, the mighty ones of old, men of renown, Miolam, of the world, really, attending to the world, on Shei Har Shem, men of the name Haman, Shishai, and Talmai. They came to Wadi Eshkol, and they cut down from there a branch. Rabbi Yehuda opened, thus says God, Jehovah, who creates the heavens and stretches them out, who spreads out the earth and what emerges from it, who gives breath to the people upon it and spirit to those who walk thereon. How carefully should people contemplate the worship of the Blessed Holy One? How carefully should they contemplate the words of Torah? For whoever engages in Torah is as if he brings all the offerings of the world before the Blessed Holy One. Not only that, but the Blessed Holy One forgives all his sins, and many thrones are prepared for him in the world that is coming. Rabbi Yehuda was walking on the way along with Rabbi Abba. He said to him, "One thing I would like to ask, since the Blessed Holy One knew that the human being would eventually sin before him and be condemned to death, why did he create him after all? The Torah existed 2,000 years before the world was created, and in the Torah is written, when a person dies in a tent, if a man dies, so and so lived and died. Why does the Blessed Holy One want a human in this world? Even if he delves into Torah day and night, he will die, and if he doesn't delve, he will die. All follow the same course except for the distinction of that world, as is said, as for the good, so for the sinner." He replied, "Why do you trouble with the ways and decrees of your Lord? What you are permitted to know and to contemplate, ask, and as for what you are not permitted to know, it is written, do not let your mouth make your flesh sin. For the ways of the Blessed Holy One, and the supernal hidden secrets that he has sealed and treasured away, we should not ask about." He said to him, "If so, surely the entire Torah is concealed and hidden, for it is the supernal holy name, and whoever engages in Torah is as if he engages in his holy name. If so, we shouldn't ask or contemplate Torah." He replied, "The entire Torah is concealed and revealed, and the holy name is concealed and revealed, and it is written, the hidden things are for Jehovah our God, and the revealed are for us and for our children. The revealed are for us, for we are permitted to ask and inspect, to contemplate and know them. However, the hidden things are for Jehovah our God, they are his, befitting him, for who can know and grasp his concealed mind, let alone question it? Inhabitants of the world are not permitted to utter concealed words and expound them except for the holy lamp, Rabbi Shimon, since the Blessed Holy One has authorized him, and because his generation is distinguished above and below. Therefore, words are spoken openly by him, and there will be no generation like this one, in which he dwells, until King Messiah comes. But it is written, God created the human in his image, in the image of God he created him, and he resembles entirely the paradigm above. The Blessed Holy One has 3 worlds, in which he is hidden. First world, that supernal one, most concealed of all, which is neither known nor glimpsed, except by him. Second world, a world that is linked with the one above. This is the one by which the Blessed Holy One is known, as is written, open for me the gates of righteousness. This is the gate to Jehovah. This is the second world. Third world, the world below them, where separation exists. This is the world in which supernal angels dwell, and the Blessed Holy One exists there and does not. He is there now, yet when they wish to see and know him, he departs from them and is not seen until all of them ask, where is the place of his glory? Blessed be the glory of Jehovah from his place. This is a world where he is not present constantly. Similarly, in the image of God he made the human, so he has 3 worlds. First world, this world, called world of separation, and the human being exists there and does not. When they wish to see him, he departs from them and is not seen. Second world, a world that is linked with the higher world. This is the terrestrial Garden of Eden, which is linked with another, higher world, and from this the other world is known and recognized. Third world, a supernal concealed world, hidden and secret, unknown by anyone, as is written, no eye has seen, O God, but you, what you will do for one who awaits you. All corresponds to the supernal original pattern that I mentioned, so truly in the image of God he made the human. Surely of this is written, you are children of Jehovah your God, as has been established. These inherit from Father on high a legacy resembling him. Therefore the Torah warns, you shall not gash yourselves, nor shall you make a bald spot, for it does not perish, it exists invited to endure in fine, sublime, and precious worlds. If inhabitants of the world knew that the human being does not perish, but rather exists in supernal, precious worlds, they would rejoice upon departing from this world. If a human did not sin, he would not taste the taste of death in this world when he enters other worlds, but since he sins, he tastes the taste of death before entering those worlds. Ruah, the spirit, is stripped of this body, which it leaves in this world. The spirit is cleansed, receiving punishment, and then enters the terrestrial Garden of Eden, where another garment, of light, awaits it, just like the form of the body of this world in which it is clothed and arrayed. There is its abode continually, and on new moons and Sabbaths it is joined with Nishmeta, the soul, and it ascends and is crowned high above, as is written, from new moon to new moon and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to bow down before me, says Jehovah. Why from new moon to new moon? Well, mystery of the matter, because of renewal of the moon, adorned in its crowns to shine from the sun at that time. Similarly, from Sabbath to Sabbath. From Sabbath the moon, to Sabbath the sun, since light reaches her from there. So all is one matter. This is elucidation of the matter, except for the wicked, for whom death is inscribed in all those worlds and who are cut off from all those worlds. These are eradicated entirely, if they do not enter Teshuvah. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Blessed is the compassionate one, that I asked and gained these words and comprehended them." Rabbi Shimon said, "From this portion we learn a mystery of wisdom, and sublime, precious secrets become known." The Blessed Holy One praises Torah, saying, "Follow my ways, engage in my service, and I will bring you into fine worlds, supernal worlds." To people who do not know or believe or perceive, the Blessed Holy One says, "Go and scout that fine world, that world of sublime yearning." They say, "How can we scout it and know all this?" What is written? Go up this way into the Negeb, delve into Torah, and you will see that she stands before you, and through her you will know that world. Observe the land, what is it like, and the people inhabiting it, through her you will see that world, which is an inheritance into which I am bringing you. And the people inhabiting it, those righteous ones in the Garden of Eden, standing row by row in supernal glory, on lofty rungs. Are they strong or slack through her? You will see if they attained all this by overpowering their impulse and breaking it, or not. Or by grasping Torah firmly, studying her day and night, or if they slackened their grip on her and still attained all this. Are they few or many? Are there many who engage in my service and hold fast to Torah, thereby attaining all this, or not? And what is the land like? Is it fat or lean? Through Torah you will know what the land is like, what that world is like. Does it lavish sublime goodness upon its inhabitants, or withhold something? Is there a tree in it or not? Is the tree of eternal life in it, or does the bundle of life exist in it, or not? They went up into the Negeb and came to Hebron. They went up the Negev, into the Negeb. People ascend in her the Negev, with aridity, with a lazy heart, like someone trying uselessly, aridly, thinking it brings no reward. He sees that the riches of the world are lost because of her. He thinks that all is the Negev. With aridity, as is said, the waters are evu, dried up, the waters neguvu, dried up. Afterward, Vayavo ad Evron, and he came to Hebron, finally coming Le'itabara, to join her, reading and rereading her. There were Ahaman, Shishai, and Talmai. There he sees many divisions, impure and pure, prohibition and permission, punishments and rewards. These are the ways of Torah, fine points of Torah. Offspring of the giant born from the side of Gevurah. Hebron was built 7 years, 70 branches of Torah, 70 faces, 10 in each aspect. Evron, Hebron, is Torah, and whoever delves into her is called Ava, companion. Before Zohar in Egypt we have learned there is Torah corresponding to Torah, namely written Torah and oral Torah. Hebron issues from written Torah, as is said, say to wisdom, you are my sister, and this was built 7 years, which is why it is called Bathsheba, Bathsheba, daughter of 7. Before Zoan in Egypt, as is said, the wisdom of Solomon was greater than the wisdom of all the people of the east and all the wisdom of Egypt kings. They came to Wadi Eshcol, words of Haggadah and interpretation, hanging from the aspect of faith. And they cut down from there a branch with 1 Eshcol, cluster, of grapes. They learn from their chapter headings and initial words. Those who are scions of faith delight in these words, and the words are blessed within them, and they perceive one root, one source, with no division among them. Those who are not scions of faith and do not study Torah for its own sake consign faith to division, as is written, they carried it b'amo by shneim, on a pole in 2 in division. What is meant by mo, a pole, as is said, he will not let your foot lamo, stumble. And some rumenim, pomegranates, and some teinim, figs, placing everything on the other side, the side of nineA, heretics, the side of division. They returned from scouting the land, they returning to the evil side, turning from the way of truth. They say, what do we care to this day, we haven't seen the slightest benefit. We've toiled in it, the house is empty, we are the laughing stock of the people. Who will ever attain that world, who will enter it? Better for us if we hadn't troubled so hard. They recounted to him and said, we came to the land you sent us to look, we've toiled wearily to know the portion of that world, and it is truly flowing with milk and honey. That world on high is good, as we know from Torah. But who can ever attain it? But mighty are the people inhabiting the land, he is strong, not esteeming the whole world at all, so that he may have great wealth to engage in Torah. Who can attain it? Surely, but mighty are the people inhabiting the land, whoever wishes to attain it must be mighty in wealth, as is said, the rich one answers mightily. And the cities are fortified and huge houses filled with all good, so that nothing will be lacking. Even so, and also the offspring of the giant we saw there, the body must be mighty as a lion, constantly present, since Torah saps a person's strength, when he delves into prohibition and permission, impure and pure, kosher and unkosher. Who can attain it? Furthermore, Amalek inhabits the Negeb land, and the Hittite, the Jebusite, and the Amorite inhabit the hill country, and the Canaanite dwells by the sea and by the Jordan. If a person says, even so, I will succeed, Amalek inhabits the Negeb land, here is the evil impulse, the accuser, denouncing a person, always present in the body. And the Hittite, the Amorite, how many accusers appear there, preventing a person from ever entering that world? Who can attain it? Who can enter it? With these words, they disheartened the children of Israel, since they defamed it, as is said, they put forth an evil report of the land. What did those scions of faith say? If Jehovah delights in us, he will give it to us. Once a person strives with aspiration of the heart toward the blessed Holy One, surely he desires from us only the heart, and that they guard that holy insignia, as is written, your people, all of them righteous, will inherit the land forever. However, only do not rebel against Jehovah. One should not rebel against Torah, for Torah does not require wealth or vessels of silver and gold. And you, do not fear the people of the land, for if a broken body engages in Torah, it will find healing entirely, as is written, it will be healing for your flesh and moistening for your bones, and similarly, and healing to all their flesh. Then all those accusers proclaim, make room for so and so, servant of the king, so do not fear. For they are our bread, they themselves provide food every day for those engaging in Torah, as is said, the ravens I have commanded to sustain you kings, and it is written, the ravens would bring him bread and meat. Their shadow has abandoned them. Who is their shadow? The power of harsh judgment. Why did it depart? Because Jehovah is with us. Do not fear them, all departs on account of Torah. Happy is the share of those who engage in Torah for her own sake, for they are actually linked with the Blessed Holy One and called his brothers and companions, as is written, for the sake of my brothers and my companions, let me say, peace be within you. They came to Wadi Eshkol, and they cut down from there a branch with one cluster of grapes. Rabbi Abba said they cut down that cluster, and when they tried to lift it they couldn't. They tried to move it and they couldn't. Caleb and Joshua came, took hold of it and lifted it, and it was raised upright by them, as is written, they carried it on a pole held by those two unique ones. Why did they need a branch? Well, the cluster was hanging from it. As long as it was attached to its place, it was called a branch. Afterward, Scripture called it a pole, as is written, they carried it vamo, on the pole, that well-known one, the one they cut down. From here Caleb and Joshua knew that they were worthy of entering the land and obtaining an inherited share in it. As the scouts were proceeding, all of them conspired against Caleb and Joshua. Caleb stood facing the fruit, and said, Fruit, fruit, if on account of you we're going to be killed, why should we share in you? Immediately, it lightened itself, and they gave it to the other scouts. Rabbi Elazar said they didn't give it to the others, for it is surely written, which they carried, and also by two, and among all of them, there were not two such as them. From here, Joshua learned a lesson for later, as is written, Joshua son of Nun sent from Shittim 2 men as spies. Joshua, and the identity of these two has already been established by the ancient ones. When they reached the Israelites, they gave it to them and then withdrew, making themselves remnants. Rabbi Yitzhak said when they reached those giants, they displayed the staff of Moses and were saved. How do we know that he gave them that staff? As is written, go up there, this way, into the Negeb. Here is written, go up there, this way, and there is written, Ve'it Hamat Hazir, this staff, you shall take in your hand. By virtue of it, they were saved. You might say, these giants let them be, but rather, the giants came to capture them, and the scouts displayed that staff and escaped. Rabbi Yehuda said Moses transmitted to them the tradition of a holy name, by virtue of which they were saved. Rabbi Ea said the giants were called by 3 names: Nephilim, Anakim, Rephaim, and all of them lived long. Originally they were called Nephilim, fallen ones. Afterward, when they united with the daughters of humankind and engendered by them, they were called Anakim, giants. Later, when they went roaming through this world Eumitrapian, and were slackened from that which is above, they were called Rephaim, slack ones. Rabbi Yehuda said, but look at what is written, Rephaim, they, too, are considered Anakim, as the giants. He replied, so it is, because the Anakim came from both this side and that side, and they despaired greatly on earth. Similarly, the Rephaim, who issued from them and lived long lives. As they grew feeble, half their body weakened and half endured. When half their body was dead, they would take a certain herb of the field, throw it into their mouths, and die, and since they wanted to kill themselves, they were called Rephaim, shades of the dead. Rabbi Yitzhak said they cast themselves into the great sea and died drowning, as is written, Ha-Rephaim, the shades, tremble beneath the waters and their denizens. Rabbi Shimon said if Israel had entered the land under the stigma of the evil tongue, the world would not have endured for a moment. Who is the artisan of the evil tongue? The serpent. Mystery of the matter: as soon as the serpent copulated with Eve, he injected her with slime. Rabbi Shimon said the Blessed Holy One forgives everything except the evil tongue, for it is written, by our tongue we will prevail, our own lips are with us, who is master over us. How much was inflicted by that evil tongue! It decreed upon our ancestors that they could not enter the land. Those who uttered it died weeping, was decreed for generations upon generations. All the more so here, for they spouted evil speech against all. Since they uttered it against the Holy Land, it is as if they uttered it against him. Therefore the Blessed Holy One became jealous over this, that is, jealous for his name, and all of Israel would have been annihilated from the world, were it not for the prayer of Moses. V'yisaparu, they recounted to him and said, we came to the land you sent us to. Rabbi said, why is it written differently here? V'yisaparu, they recounted, rather than v'yigidu, they told, or v'yomayu, they said, well, each one indicates something unique. V'yigidu, they told, always implies a hint of wisdom, as has already been said. V'yomayu, they said merely saying. V'yomayu, they said thoughts of the heart. V'yomayu, they said a command. This has been established in various places. V'yisaparu, they recounted explaining the matter, always. Bainu, we came, to the land. The verse should read halaknu, we went. However, Bainu, we came, we entered there, into that land that you've been praising every day and saying that there's nothing like it and it is truly flowing with milk and honey. Rabbi Yitzhak said, whoever wants to tell a lie should first say something true, so that they will believe his lies. Rabbi Iya said, rather, they said, you praise it every day, saying that there's nothing like it and it is truly flowing with milk and honey. You elevate its praise above all and it is not so, for look, this is its fruit. They plucked one of its smallest clusters and said, if this is the inheritance that the blessed Holy One is granting to Israel, and for which they suffered all those afflictions and toils, well, surely in the land of Egypt there are clusters and fruit of the land twice as good. But mighty are the people dwelling in the land according to the way of the world. Mighty ones who wage battle are stationed outside the cities to guard the roads, but here, even the city dwellers are strong and mighty. And the cities are fortified and huge, so that even if all the kings of the world would assemble against them, they wouldn't make a dent. Rabbi Yos said everything they said was said with the evil tongue. The harshest of all, as is written, Amalek inhabits the Negeb land. This may be compared to a person who has been bitten by a snake. When they want to intimidate him, they say, look, there's a snake. Rabbi Abba said surely this was the harshest of everything they said, since it implied the one who wages war against all lies in wait here. And where in the Negeb land, which is the entryway. Immediately, the whole community lifted their voice and put it forth, and the people wept on that night. They instituted weeping forever on that night. Rabbi Yos said they conspired to defame all. What is meant by all the land and the blessed Holy One? Rabbi Yitzhak said the land, granted, but how do we know about the blessed Holy One? He replied, as implied by what is written, but mighty are the people who can withstand them. Mighty are the people, precisely, and it is written Amalek inhabits the Negeb land. Thereby they caused all this, as has been said, and the blessed Holy One sought to annihilate them from the world, as is written, he said that he would annihilate them had not Moses, his chosen one, stood in the breach before him. Now, please, let Jehovah's power be great, as you have spoken, saying. Rabbi Aa and Rabbi Yos said, happier is Israel than all nations of the world, for the blessed Holy One delights in them, is named for them, and glories in them. The world was created only for the sake of Israel, so that they would engage in Torah, for one is linked with the other. And Israel below in this world is its sustenance and the sustenance of all other nations. When they fulfill their Lord's will. When the blessed Holy One created the human in the world, he designed him according to the supernal precious pattern, and placed his strength and power in the middle of the body, where the heart dwells, which is the potency and nourishment of the whole body. From there, the whole body is sustained, and all members of the body are fed. The heart is firmly connected to a supernal place above the brain in the head, dwelling above, and one is linked with the other. In a similar way, the blessed Holy One arranged the world. He made it one body, arranging members of the body around the heart, with the heart in the middle. The whole body and all those members are nourished by that heart, which is the power of all, and upon which all depend. The heart is linked and connected with the supernal brain, dwelling above. So it was when the blessed Holy One created the world. He arranged the ocean surrounding the whole inhabitable world, and the habitation of all 70 nations surrounding Jerusalem. Jerusalem is situated in the middle of all habitation, and it surrounds the Temple Mount, and the Temple Mount surrounds the courts of the Israelites, and the courts of the Israelites surround the chamber of hewn stone, where the great Sanhedrin sits, and we have learned no one may sit in the temple court except kings of the house of David. The chamber of hewn stone surrounds the entrance hall and the altar, and the entrance hall and the altar surround the sanctuary, and the sanctuary surrounds the Holy of Holies where Shekinah, the purging cover, the cherubim, and the ark are located. Here is the heart of the whole world, and from here are nourished all those areas of habitation, which are members of the body. This heart is nourished by the brain in the head, and one is linked with the other, as is written Mark-Han, a firm place, for your sitting enthroned you fashioned, O Yehovah. Similarly above, in precious concealed mystery supernal sea, corresponding to this one. There is sea above sea and an even higher sea. The river of fire surrounds many camps, facing 70 aspects engraved by 7 blazes, and they surround those ministers within, who in turn surround 4 chariots, who in turn surround the holy city resting upon them. It has been taught there, courts within courts, and no one may sit in the court there except kings of the house of David, who are seated there. The great Sanhedrin is located there in the chamber of hewn stone, and above them that court of justice serving the place that it serves, from which judgment is delivered to supernal holy ones, until it reaches the place called Holy of Holies, in which all is found. There dwells the heart, nourished by the brain above her, joined with one another. Similarly, high above, in mystery of the supernal King. Consequently, all is nourished by the supernal brain, concealed of all. When matters are contemplated, all is linked to one another. When the concealed ancient one illumines the brain illumines the heart by way of the beauty of Yehovah, as we have already established. This is Yehovah's power, the power coming from the Holy Ancient One, concealed of all concealed. Please let it be great that it may grow and increase high above, and be drawn and channeled below. As you have spoken, as we have established. Saying that all later generations may learn from here forever and ever. Saying to say this in time of trouble, to say this in time of comfort. To say what Yehovah slow to anger and abounding in kindness, we have already established these matters. Rabbi Yitzhak said, why did truth depart from here? Rabbi Ea replied, they caused it to depart from here, for they conducted themselves in falsehood. With the very measure by which a person measures, it is measured out to him. Similarly, the others departed, for Moses could not utter them since they were the cause. I have forgiven, according to your word, according to your word. Exactly this has already been discussed by the companions. Rav Mativta, head of the academy, with one another what they were unable to say previously. They emerged from that opening and sat in a garden under some trees. They said to one another, since we are here and have seen all this, if we die here, we will certainly enter the world that is coming. They sat down, and slumber descended upon them and they fell asleep. After a while, the official came and woke them, saying, rise, go out into the orchard outside. They went out and saw the masters of scripture, who were discussing this verse, in this desert they shall come to an end but not in another place. And there they shall die but not in another place. This refers to the bodies, but as for the souls, no, like the denizens of the garden. The official said to them, go out. They went out with him. He said to them, did you hear anything within that level? They replied, we heard a voice saying, whoever ceases shall cease, whoever shortens shall be shortened, whoever shortens shall be lengthened. He said to them, do you know what this means? They replied, no. He said to them, did you see that great eagle and the child gathering herbs? It was Rabbi Eli of Nizabis, he and his son. He came here and he and the child, his son, saw this cave. As soon as they entered into the darkness, they could not bear it and died. That child, his son, stands every day before Bezalel, when he descends from the academy on high, and recites to him 3 things, before Bezalel begins to soar with concealed mysteries of wisdom, for all his words are concealed mysteries, which no eye has seen, O God, but you. Regarding what he said, whoever ceases shall cease, whoever ceases words of Torah for idle chatter, his life shall cease in this world and his judgment awaits in that world. Whoever shortens shall be shortened, whoever shortens amen rather than extending it calmly, shall have his life shortened in this world. Whoever shortens shall be lengthened, whoever utters ed, 1, must snatch the aleph, shortening its pronunciation, not lingering on this letter at all, and if one does so, his life shall be lengthened. They said to him, he said further, they are 2, joined by 1, making 3, and when they are 3 they are 1. He replied, these are 2 names in Shema Yisrael. Yehovah, Yehovah Elohinu, our God, joins them, and is the seal of the signet ring truth. When they merge as 1, they are 1 in single union. He said further, they are 2, turning into 1. When he reigns, he flies on the wings of the wind and soars through 200,000 and is concealed. He said to them, these are the 2 cherubim upon whom the blessed Holy One used to ride, and ever since the day that Joseph was hidden from his brothers, 1 has been hidden away and 1 remains with Benjamin, as is written, he rode upon a cherub and flew, soaring on the wings of the wind. He is hidden away in 200,000 worlds, the one riding upon it, for those 200,000 hidden ones are his, may he be blessed. Go out from here. Happy are you. They went out. That official gave them another rose, and they left. As they emerged, the mouth of the cave closed, and could not be seen at all. They saw the eagle descending from the tree, entering another cave. They smelled the rose and entered there. They found that eagle at the mouth of the cave. He said to them, enter, O truly virtuous ones, companions, for since the day I arrived here, I have not seen the joy of companionship except through you. They entered. They arrived at another orchard, accompanied by the eagle. When they reached the masters of Mishnah, that eagle turned into the image of a man in a splendid garment, radiant like them, and he sat down together with them. He said to those who were seated, render honor to the masters of Mishnah who have come here, for their master has shown them great wonders here. One of them said, do they have an insignia? They replied, yes. They took out the 2 roses and smelled them. They said, be seated, O heads of the academy, be seated, O truly virtuous ones. They grasped them, and they sat down. At that time, they learned their 30 halakho that they did not know before, and other mysteries of Torah. They returned to the masters of scripture, and found them discussing. I myself said, you are gods, children of the Most High, all of you. I myself said when you placed doing before listening that behold, you are gods. But as soon as you drew upon yourselves the evil impulse, yet indeed like a human you shall die. Just as a human's death brings him down to the dust, so that the evil impulse within him may be obliterated, and it is that evil impulse that dies and is consumed within him. The old man presiding over them said, here, too, it is written, your own corpses will fall in this desert. What is meant by pigriikem, your corpses? This is the evil impulse, including male and female, the deficiencies within you. For the evil impulse always descends to deficiency and does not ascend. In holiness, one progresses and does not regress. In defilement, one always regresses and does not rise. So they are called pigriikem, your corpses, your deficiencies, as is said, who pigayu, were too weak, to cross the Wadi Samuel. The end of the verse proves it, as is written, Yipelu, they will fall, and not Tipelu, you will fall. So, in this desert they shall come to an end, those corpses, and there they shall die, for it is the will of the blessed Holy One to eradicate these corpses from the world forever. That Rabbi Eli said, O truly virtuous ones, enter and see, for permission has been granted to you to enter until the place where the curtain is spread. Happy is your share. They rose and entered a certain place where there were masters of Agada, their faces shining like the radiance of the sun. They said, Who are these? He replied, These are the masters of Agada, and every day they see the radiance of Torah fittingly. They stood and heard numerous new words of Torah, but they were not permitted to enter among them. Rabbi Eli said to them, Enter another place and see. They entered another garden and also saw people digging graves and dying immediately and coming back to life in radiant, holy bodies. They said to him, What is this? He replied, They do this every day, and as soon as they lie in the grave, that evil slime they received at first is consumed, and they immediately rise in new radiant bodies in those holy bodies that stood at Mount Sinai. Exactly as you see, so they all stood at Mount Sinai, in bodies without any filth at all. But as soon as they drew upon themselves the evil impulse, they changed into other garments of previous bodies, strange bodies, as is written, the children of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments from Mount Horeb on. A voice was aroused, Go, assemble, for Aholiab stands at his post, with all those thrones before him. At that moment, all of them flew away, and the companions saw nothing. They were left alone beneath the trees of the garden. They saw another opening, they entered there. They saw a palace, they entered and sat down. 2 youths were there. Raising their eyes, they saw a dwelling embroidered with all kinds of designs in all colors of the world, and above it was spread a cover of sparkling light, upon which the eyes were unable to gaze. To a distance of 2 miles they could see within that dwelling, until the place where the curtain was spread. From there on they saw nothing. They inclined their ears and heard a voice saying, Bezalel is fourth of the supernal lights. Joseph is fourth among the lights of primordial Adam, ascension above, beloved of all. Of him is written its libation, 1/4 of a hin in the sanctuary. Whoever gazes and sees, his eyes will be blinded. Whoever does not gaze, sees and is opened. The tree of 18, when it bends, it will stand erect and rise. If it does not bend, the evil serpent consumes it. Whoever enters 2 cherubim within, his will is fulfilled. Whoever speculates is far from his wish. Offering of a child is perfectly received. This voice ceased. Those 2 youths said, Do you possess an insignia? They replied, Yes. They took out those 2 roses and smelled them. The youth said, Be seated until you hear 2 matters of ancient mysteries from the masters of the academy, and these must always remain secret within you. They replied, Yes. Rabbi Shimon said, All these matters and all that they saw they wrote down. And when they reached here, it was written, I said, Let me guard my ways from sinning with my tongue. I asked my grandfather, How great were those 2 utterances? He replied, My son, by your life, those 2 utterances create worlds and destroy them for one who wields them. Once they heard those 2 utterances, the youth said, Go out, you are not permitted to hear any more. One of the youths took out an apple and gave it to them. He said, Smell this. They smelled it and emerged, and of all that they had seen, they forgot nothing. When they left, another official came and said to them, Companions, Rabbi Eli has sent me to you. Wait for him here at the mouth of the cave, and he will come and inform you of things you do not know, for he has asked from the academy that he may be permitted to reveal matters to you. They went out with him and waited by the mouth of the cave, going over with one another all that they had seen and learned there. Meanwhile Rabbi Eli came, beaming like the sun. They said to him, Have you heard some new Torah? He replied, Certainly, and I have been given permission to tell you. they joined as one at the mouth of the cave and sat down. He said to them, Happy are you, for your Lord has shown you the likeness of the world that is coming, and yet you have no fear or trepidation. They replied, Certainly the way of mortals has been obliterated from our memory, and everything we've seen on this mountain is astounding. He said to them, Do you see these mountains? All of them are heads of academies for this people of the desert, and they have now attained what they never attained when they were alive. On new moons, Sabbaths, and festivals, these heads of academies gather at the mountain of Aaron the priest and are stimulated by him entering his academy, where they are renewed with the purity of holy dew descending upon his head and of the anointing oil flowing upon him. With him they are all renewed with loving rejuvenations of the Holy King, so this is called the Academy of Love. Aaron proceeds with the entire academy in ethereal secrecy, gliding like eagles into the Academy of Light, namely the Academy of Moses. All of them stand outside, not entering within except Aaron alone, and occasionally they are invited by name. No one can see Moses, for his facial veil is spread before him, and 7 clouds of glory surround him. Aaron stands within the curtain below Moses, the curtain separating and not separating between them, and all the heads of the academies are outside this draping curtain, and all the rest outside those clouds. Corresponding to the renewed radiance of Torah, so those clouds shine, rarefied by a delicateness of light, until that veil is visible. From within the veil they see a light shining more brightly than all lights of the world, and that is the face of Moses. His face is not visible at all, no one sees it, only that radiance issuing from within the veil behind all those clouds. Moses utters a statement unexplained to Aaron, and Aaron clarifies it to the notables of the academies. How does he explain it? By all those springs that were blocked to him when the time of Joshua came, and now he restores them with many wonders, fountains, springs, and streams flowing from every single word. Similarly, all the virtuous women of this generation come to Miriam at these times, and then they all ascend like columns of smoke in this desert. That day is called the day of celebration. On the eve of Sabbath and the eve of festivals, all the women come to Miriam and know how to delve into discovering the Master of the universe. Happy is this generation above all generations of the world. They emerge from the Academy of Moses and fly to the Heavenly Academy, and those who are deserving fly to the Supreme Academy. Of this generation is written, Happy the people who has it so, happy the people whose God is Jehovah. Rabbi Eli opened, saying, You shall be tamim, wholehearted, with Jehovah your God. What is the difference between tam and tamim? Of Abraham is written, Walk in my presence and be tamim, wholehearted. Of Jacob, who became more complete, is written, Jacob was ishtam, a complete man, because no refuse remained in him at all, since he included piriah, uncovering. How was he uncovered and purified of all that refuse? Well, the place that strengthens the refuse within the place where uncovering appears is an ox image on the left of his throne. That ox is called Sheatam, an innocent ox, since the chariot of the throne has an insignia of the covenant, so this ox is called Tam, and Jacob holds it within himself. With this ox, he performs uncovering, eliminating the filth of refuse entirely. In the Mishnah of Bezalel is written, God remembered Rachel. Of Sarah is written Pechadat, attending, whereas of Rachel is written Zekhirah, remembering. Why? Because Zakhor, remember, is inscribed on Jacob, who is complete covenant when Joseph is formed. How? When he took the ox with him, so that it would not strengthen the other side. Therefore Joseph is called firstling of the ox that Jacob took, his firstling ox, Shuli. That ox is Sheatam, an innocent ox, and Jacob was Ishtam, a complete man, master and sovereign, master of the house, within whom dwells that Sheatam. For there is Shea Muad, a forewarned ox, on the side of foreskin of uncovering. Many wardens of judgment issue from it, until the final rung, called Shea, desolation, the one who topples uninhabited houses of the world. All of them emerge from that forewarned ox, when it joins the evil donkey. Consequently, do not plow with an ox and a donkey together, so as not to arouse them. In that academy of Bezalel, as well as in the two academies, Jacob was Ishtam, husband of that Tam, complete one. Who is he? Aleph, mystery of Vav, and when they are totality of male and female as one, he takes all these letters Aleph, Tav, Mem, which is Emet, truth. You will grant Emet, truth, to Jacob, totality of male and female as one, consummation of all. Abraham was not commanded about Periah, uncovering. When he entered this Tam, complete one, and within its rungs, called together Yam, see thus, Tamim, wholehearted. Afterward, Abraham ascended, entering within, linking with supernal right. You shall be Tamim, wholehearted, with Yehovah, surely just as he is Tamim, wholehearted, a single totality, so you should be Tamim, wholehearted, with him. Surely how does a person become Tamim, being Tam, Yam Tam, complete, as we have said Yam, all its holy rungs are called Yam, see, never parting from it. You, too, similarly removing from yourself alien rungs, linking with Tamim, so that you may possess holy rungs, mystery of Yam, and the holy rung Tam to receive Aleph, mystery of Jacob. Every day a person must be Tam, Yam, corresponding to this pattern precisely. Just now in the academy, an elucidator has explained that this holy moon is beautifully white, with all colors sparkling within her, embroidered. She has exactly the same fine whiteness as the sun. In that sea of hers, within 70 years, a certain fish emerges, from which is extracted techelet, blue. She takes this dye, prepares it, and covers herself outwardly with this color. Not that this color is her garment, for after all, her garment is linen and purple, but the outer covering is this color. Similarly with the dwelling, all of which was beautifully embroidered within, and afterward they shall spread over it a garment of pure techelet, blue. Why? Because beneath this sea are depths of the sea, totality of male and female, and they have an evil eye, gazing. When they gaze, the color techelah, blue, confronts their eyes, and their eyes cannot prevail. Within, she is arrayed in all colors, fittingly embroidered, ranging to the four corners of the world. Similarly, a person who wears tzitzit becomes Tamim, wholehearted Tam, complete, by four corners fittingly prepared Yam, sea, by that techelet, blue, of the fish of the sea. When the evil side gazes upon this person, it will not be able to harm him with the evil eye. Then he is Tam Yam with Yehovah his God, in true alignment, she above and he below. Then she ascends within supernal rungs. So, too, the person ascends afterward with tefillin within supernal rungs. Thus, you shall be Tamim, wholehearted, with Yehovah your God, surely, at the same time, in the same moment she is arrayed above and that person is arrayed below. Rabbi Eli said all these here are similarly arrayed, so each one is Tamim, wholehearted, with Yehovah. Corresponding to this mystery, in this desert Yatamu, they shall become complete. Now, if you say that when this was spoken it was intended harmfully, certainly so, for they should have each been Tamim, wholehearted, with Yehovah in the Holy Land, the place where Yehovah dwells, being face to face together with him. But now, each one is Tamim, wholehearted, in this desert outside, a place far from there, not gazing face to face along with him, being with Yehovah fittingly. And there they shall die as you saw them doing every day. Happy is your share, holy companions, that you have attained all this. These 2 caves are enough for you, since you won't find all this there. For they are within the academy of Moses, sitting far away. Concerning this, it is written of Moses, more humble than any a person, the supreme prophet has welcomed them to his academy. From the day they began to see all this until that moment 7 days. And in fact, they did not consider this world at all. Rabbi Eli said to them, O holy, virtuous ones, I will tell you the things you heard. As for the first one, when you know the measure of the span of the engraved explicit name, you will know that Bezalel is fourth of the supernal lights, as is written, I have filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, with understanding, and with knowledge. Whoever does not gaze, sees and is opened. Whoever does not gaze at those three concealed things, what is above, what is below, is destined to be opened by Torah and to open his eyes through her. The tree of 18, a person's spine, when it bends before its Lord, it will stand erect and arise at the revival of the dead. If it does not bend at Modim, it becomes a serpent and will not be resurrected at that time. Whoever enters two cherubim, whoever enters a distance of 2 doors within the synagogue, cleaves to his Lord, and his will is fulfilled. Whoever speculates upon his prayer and considers it is far from his wish that he sought. Offering of a child, when a person brings his son to school or to be circumcised, this offering is perfectly received. From here on, beloved ones, be on your way. Elazar, my son, you have spoken well, according to what you have learned, but, heaven forbid, even though at that time Rachel was Ikara, the essence, Jacob was wise. If he hadn't known that Leah was his wife, he wouldn't have buried her in the cave. To join with him in a single bond, he would have buried her outside the land. But Leah he brought into the land, whereas Rachel he placed outside. When Jacob died, he was buried within the cave, in a single bond, just like all the other patriarchs and Adam. Eve died first and was buried there, and there Adam knew that this place was intended for him. When Adam died, he was buried within it, in a single bond. When Sarah died, she was buried there, and Eve saw her and was delighted, and she rose to welcome her. When Abraham died, he was buried with her in a single bond. When Rebekah died, she was buried there, and Sarah saw and rose to welcome her. When Isaac died, he was buried with her in a single bond. When Leah died, she was buried there, and Rebekah saw and rose to welcome her. When Jacob died, he was buried with her in a single bond. All of them, male and female as one, in a single bond. As for their arrangement, how do they lie? Women alongside women, men alongside men. Adam first, Eve next to him, Sarah alongside Eve, Abraham next to Sarah, Isaac next to Abraham, Rebekah next to Isaac, Leah next to Rebekah, Jacob next to Leah. So, Adam on this side and Jacob on the other, one the beginning, the other the end. In the book of King Solomon it is fitting, and so it is, Adam and Eve first, Abraham and Sarah next to them, Isaac and Rebekah in the other corner directly across in a straight line, Jacob and Leah in the middle. They are women alongside women, men alongside men, Adam and Eve, Sarah and Abraham, Jacob and Leah, Rebekah and Isaac. Adam on this side and Isaac on that side, with Jacob in the middle. For Isaac to be alongside his father is not customary. Nevertheless, Jacob must be in the middle. Regarding all these couples, as they were buried, so they will arise and so they will be. Leah will delight with Messiah, son of David, issuing from her, within. Rachel will delight with Messiah, son of Joseph, issuing from her, outside of Jerusalem. All in their places. All of pearls and precious stones. Among all those towers, there is one tower in the middle. This one rises to the height of heaven and is not visible now, until the time when it will be revealed. The head of the academy saw it, and engraved on it above was this verse: the name of Jehovah is a tower of strength, the righteous one runs into it and is secure. The head of the academy explained this verse. The name of Jehovah, Assembly of Israel. The righteous one Yaratz, runs, into it Reutai, the desire of, the righteous one is always for it. Therefore, it is secure, that tower, so that it will never fall, as it did. Rabbi Kruspedai, desired by the heart, explained this verse before he passed away, explaining it well. A tower of strength, the tiva, pulpit, and the Torah scroll, which is strength, to be placed on it and taken out of the Hakel, ark image of the inner Hakel, from which emerges Torah. That tower is the name of Yehovah and his image, and it must have 6 steps. The righteous one runs into it. Into what? Into the tower or in the Torah scroll? Well, he expounded the verse both ways. When he interpreted it as into the tower, then this righteous one must be the Azan of the synagogue, truly righteous, image of the supernal righteous one. When he interpreted it as referring to the Torah scroll, the one reading must be righteous, and is called righteous. Of all of them, who is called righteous, the 6th one ascending among those 7? Rabbi Shimon said, surely, for all his life he ascended only 6th among those ascending. The righteous one runs in it. In the Torah scroll run the words of this righteous one. And is secure from what? From fear of the angel of death, for he lived a long life. And is secure never to be harmed. In the tower rising among those towers stands a radiance in the image of a Torah scroll. When a bird comes, it takes that tower from its place and sets it in the middle of the courtyard beneath the wings of the cherubim. Whereas its height had reached the loft of the heavens, it now descends, entering beneath those wings, its walls between the heads of the cherubim. 300 openings there. In the middle opening stands this radiance image of a Torah scroll, in which the king of Israel is destined to read the portion Hakel, assemble. This will be King Messiah and no other, and in that Torah scroll of radiance. O holy, pious one, happy is the one who will hear from his mouth the lovely sound of his words, of those hidden matters of Torah that he explains. On every new moon, Sabbath, festival, and holiday, when all those members of the academies wish to ascend on high to the heavenly academy, they all gather around King Messiah, and he explains matters, and through the sweetness of his words they ascend, yearning. All those 10 matters among the matters that he explains are treasured away for you, for the day that you have questions. When that tower stands in the middle of the courtyard and this aperture opens, those cherubim open their mouths and spread their wings. A supernal radiance illumines that opening, and that Torah scroll is open, and those cherubim open, saying, how abundant your goodness that you have hidden for those who revere you, that you have wrought for those who shelter in you before the eyes of humankind. Then openings close, and the Torah scroll is rolled up. Who has seen the brilliant radiance of that Torah scroll, all luminous light, its letters, flames of fire in 4 colors of the supernal world, all protruding and sparkling? No one can endure them except the Messiah. This opening closes, the cherubim subside, and that tower flies, taking its place among the rest of the towers. In that middle opening is a crown of pure gold, splendid, precious, hidden, invisible, now inlaid and embedded with all kinds of gems, destined to be placed upon the head of King Messiah when he ascends that tower. 2 eagles, one on either side, grasp it in their talons. When King Messiah will ascend, the eagles will ready themselves, taking this crown. At the moment he begins to read, another aperture will open, from which will emerge the dove sent by Noah in the days of the flood, as is written, he sent out the dove, the renowned one, which the ancient ones did not mention and whose identity they did not know, but from here she went forth and fulfilled her mission. During the time of which is written, and she did not return to him again. No one knew where she had gone, but she returned to her place and was hidden away in this opening. And she will take the crown in her mouth and place it upon the head of King Messiah, touching yet not touching. Of then is written, you will set on his head a crown of pure gold. As soon as King Messiah reads in the Torah scroll, the 2 eagles will rise, one on either side, the dove lowering herself. King Messiah descends with the crown on his head to the last level, and the 2 eagles fly above his head. The dove returns with the crown in her mouth, those 2 eagles welcoming her. King David is called a verdant olive tree in the presence of the Blessed Holy One, as is written, I am like a verdant olive tree in the house of God. A verdant olive tree is King Messiah, son of David, and that is what this dove intimated in the days of Noah, as is written, and, look, a plucked olive leaf was before her, in her mouth she plucked and snatched that olive leaf for his glory. How before her? With her mouth. For it rests on his head, and he receives glory from this dove. Why is it written Taraf, he plucked, rather than Tarafah, she plucked well, like a male acting valiantly and prevailing? In the heavenly academy, it is taught Yonah, a dove, is masculine. Yet since it is called Yonah, it is sometimes written as feminine and sometimes as masculine, as when it receives this glory. When this tower returns to its place, it shines like the radiance of the eye of the sun, as is written, his throne like the sun before me, although he will have another throne, with great miracles and wonders. At the top of this tower are birds of fire, who chirp as morning rises, a lovely chirping, whose loveliness is unmatched by any melody. Above them all, other species and turtle doves flying in the air, ascending and descending, descending and ascending, never settling down. Small letters and great letters fly among them. O holy, pious one, when the letters fly, a person sees written in great letters in the air momentarily, Bereshit bara Elohim et ha-shemayim v'et ha'ares, in the beginning God created heaven and earth. Small letters strike them and they fly, and there is seen written in them v'e ha'ares ha'ita tohu v'vahu v'e oshek el peni teom. The earth was waste and empty, with darkness over the abyss. Small letters return and strike them, and there is seen written in them. V'yomer Elohim ya'irakie, God said, let there be a firmament, and so, all the acts of creation, great marvels and delight to the eyes, the acts of these letters. Happy the people who await all this. O holy, pious one, whoever preserves the covenant places himself behind him, while he is in front. Now, you might ask, who protects him from behind? Well, the greatest and highest protection guards him. Who is that supreme righteous one, with abounding love? So he enters between righteous one and righteousness, and is thus protected on all sides. Happy is one who preserves this covenant. Therefore all males of Israel who preserve the sign of this covenant appear before the Holy King. Who can possibly harm a son who is in the middle, his father on one side, his mother on the other, with him between them, that is, when he is after Jehovah? When that heaven revolves in rotation, it renders a melody, and due to the roaring sound of gushing waters, that melody is not known. All those basins on the four sides are filled by the flow of gushing waters. Whoever is within, exists there in two aspects. 1. In joy, unmatched by any joy in the world, to fulfill serve Jehovah in joy, and the other, in awe, unmatched by any awe in the world, to fulfill serve Jehovah in awe. One spring of water bubbling from the east side, the one mentioned by the prophet Ezekiel. Concerning this spring, all the inhabitants of the world cannot complete its praise. In the place where it is born, on the east side, its depth and height is no more than a span. When waters flow and rise, all kinds of gems rise in one color, momentarily. These fall and look, others rise, in another color. In all kinds of colors in the world those gems fall, but do not fall outside. Surrounding that flow are calyx and blossom, all around, and no one can comprehend those colors, all flashing flames, impossible to gaze upon. The significance of the fashioning is unknown. Their leaves sparkle in many colors, the design and artistry of the master of the universe. They cover cherubim below them, after other latticework inside, and those lattices are all around the courtyard inside. Above are those spreading grapevines, below the vines, those cherubim all their wings spread, intertwined. Here, the head of the academy said that whoever gazes upon these grapevines, his face shines like the radiance of the sun. Those lattices, ranged around the courtyard, are all embroidered with filaments gleaming in many colors, glistening with 4 kinds of fiery lights. Flames rise and colors sparkle, sometimes flames subside and colors and lights rise, striking one another. 6,000 basins alongside those lattices, 4 colors on 4 sides of the courtyard. These are large, with a gush of living waters on every side tumbling into those basins, swallowed up right there. It is not known where these waters are flowing to. In the middle of the courtyard, all of Israel will stand and appear in the presence of the Holy King. On the south side of this courtyard, one spring of water is born, and it seems that the waters will flood the whole world. Whoever enters them, the waters become knee-deep. If a mighty man enters them, he will enter to his knees. If a day-old baby, the waters reach to his knees. Whoever drinks from them becomes wise, enlightened by wisdom. This spring issues from one small gem in the southern wall. Those waters are swallowed up in their place, and from there they flow out of the temple until they enter the Wadi of Shittim, and they will wash away that depravity generated by waters of Shittim. Therefore these waters are in the courtyard, for the sake of those who appear there, the males. Once they drank from the waters, they were not aroused toward the females as they came to appear before the Holy King. Furthermore, they will be stimulated to discover concealed matters of the supernal King. Within this temple, all thoughts will be forgotten except for joyous thoughts of the Holy King. One branch emerges in the middle of that spring. The head of the academy said, "When I approached that branch within the spring, the branch rose higher and higher. The closer I came, the higher it rose. The base and root of that branch is solely in water. That branch covers worlds, all colors of the world in its leaves. Its fruit is unknown and unknowable." He said that he asked the Messiah about that fruit, and he replied, "This fruit is hidden away for each one with staff in hand because of his great age. Whoever is worthy of knowing this will know. There is one heaven over that branch, spread above. That heaven drops dew upon this spring, nothing more. When a person gazes at this heaven from afar, it appears blue. As he comes closer, it appears red. As he comes closer, it appears green. As he comes closer, it appears white, unmatched by any white in the world. The dew flowing from it is absorbed by that branch, generating this fruit, which grows. That heaven revolves faster than eyes can perceive. All those who preserve the Holy Covenant must appear before the King, for surely they appear solely to demonstrate that they are members of the Holy Circumcision. Of this is written, all Zechyoreka, your maleness, shall appear those members of the Holy Covenant. The head of the academy analyzed precisely Zechyoreka and not Zecherikha, for surely it is usually written Zachar and not Zakhar. Why Zechyoreka? Well, all those who preserve the Holy Covenant not sinning with it are sons of the King, who every day glories in them Vedaka, and remembers them constantly. So, Zechyoreka, your males, the ones who possess the Holy Covenant, who are remembered by the King every day. For the only praise before the supernal King is for one who preserves this covenant. Therefore they must appear 3 times a year in his presence. Why 3 times? Well, for the sake of the first patriarchs, who first accepted this covenant, thus, 3 times a year. Abraham accepted the covenant, Isaac accepted the covenant, Jacob was most complete of all, so of him is written Jacob was Ishtam, a complete man, most complete. Abraham was called Tamim, wholehearted, yet he was not so complete but Tam, most complete of all. What is written of Noah? Noah was a righteous man, he was Tamim, wholehearted, in his generation, for he was inscribed with the holy insignia among them. The head of the academy said, wherever it is written Tamim, this implies that he is inscribed with the holy insignia, with the sign of the covenant. Since he preserved this covenant, he was called Tamim in his generation, whereas all the others were not so, since they corrupted their ways. Consequently it is written Noah walked with God. Now, who can walk with him well, when anyone preserves the holy covenant, Shekinah couples with him and settles upon him. Thus, you shall be Tamim, wholehearted, with Jehovah your God you shall be Tamim, and then with Jehovah, in single coupling. For since he preserves this covenant, he will be with Jehovah, inseparable from him. Of Abraham is written, walk before me and be Tamim, wholehearted, the covenantal sign of circumcision. Walk before me. From here we learn that a man should not walk behind a woman but rather in front of her, which is the proper way. Yet it is written here, I am sending an angel before you, I will send an angel before you. Abraham, who was not yet circumcised, was pushed in front, so it is not written be Tamim and walk before me, but rather walk before me, for you are not worthy until you become Tamim. Similarly with all of them, once a person is Tamim and preserves it, immediately she is in front and he is behind, he is worthy of this. Regarding deficiency, what is written, for he has turned from behind me, Samuel. Noah was circumcised and Tamim, wholehearted, yet he did not include Piriah, uncovering. Since he did not, what is written, Noah walked with God, not behind God. He was not in front, because he was circumcised, he was not behind, because he was not uncovered. So how was he with God next to him, yet he could not gaze upon him since he was not that worthy? Of Israel is written, Jehovah was going before them by day in a column of cloud to lead them on the way, and by night in a column of fire. As soon as Israel said, is it for lack of graves in Egypt that you took us to die in the desert? For it is better for us to serve Egypt. The mind weakened, as it were. So it is written, the angel of God, who was going before the camp of Israel, moved and went behind them. The angel moved to wreak vengeance upon them. Over this the Messiah rejoiced, and the head of the academy, too, who was gladdened by this. The head of the academy said that he analyzed precisely for the Messiah. How did Daniel know, when he said, Peres, your kingdom Perazat, has been divided, and given to the Medes and the Persians? Daniel, he inferred this from those letters of Upharsin. But here, what does this mean? The Messiah replied, certainly so. Peres, the kingdom Perazat, has been divided, by another Messiah, and afterward the king of Paras, Persia, will reign, seizing many kingdoms, and he will rule the Holy Land for 12 months. He will rule and kill many, including that Messiah, and afterward he will fall, and the holy ones of the Most High will receive the kingdom. Daniel, thus, Upharsin implies here the king of Paras, Persia. O holy, pious one, how much joy upon joy in that spring, nurturing all kinds of trees planted by the blessed Holy One in the Garden of Eden. All of them stand ready for healing leaves, fruit, and branches, and to delight the heart constantly. They never yield hunger, worry, or sighing. Happy is the people for whom all this is treasured away. Rabbi Shimon said, does the ground of that temple have any of these wonders? He replied, O Rabbi, happy is your share that all this in that. Upon this spring is a heaven, but no one can gaze upon it. Sometimes its light is bright, sometimes dark, sometimes the color purple sparkling, so eyes cannot look up. Regarding what you have asked about that ground of the temple, the head of the academy did not elucidate it, for it is hidden away in the Jordan. I have said to you what I have said, but we will ask about this matter, and you will know what you will know. This Jordan enters and flows once a year into the river that issues from Eden, not into those 4 rivers deriving from it, but directly into it. As soon as it reaches it, it is drawn and spreads and enters the Jordan. When it reaches the ground of the temple, it subsides there for 3 days, not spreading or flowing anywhere else. And the head of the academy said that when that river returns to its place, it deposits there all kinds of designs fashioned by the blessed Holy One in the Garden of Eden. Among the designs beneath, to their places, some here and some there, ascending and descending as at first. On that southern side are pillars of all kinds of gems, the ones revolving constantly, dripping hidden spices, never revealed. 4 basins are inserted in every single pillar, and when those spices drip from the pillars, they fall into them, filling all those basins with no spices overflowing. From those spices, in the time to come, incense is destined to be offered before the Holy King, not from human pounding. The essence of those spices and their ingredients are not known, they simply fall there from those pillars. 2 eagles on every single pillar sparkling, flashing in all colors, 700 eagles in all. Flying some here, some there as the pillars revolve. As they rotate, eyes cannot see their location. 3 letters protrude and fly from one mouth to the other as the pillars and eagles revolve. All those letters are embroidered in white and green gold fire. 2100 candelabra hang between those pillars, with 2100 lamps in each candelabrum. They burn during the day, and at night are extinguished for the suffering of Israel. When morning comes, they all light up spontaneously. As they were sitting and discussing this, night dusked. They said to Rabbi Shimon, O holy, pious one, radiance of the world, take this archival tablet, and take a lamp, and write these words, for the time has come for each of us to visit his grave until midnight, when the blessed Holy One enters the garden to delight with the righteous, and then each one flies there. Tomorrow we will be with you, for permission has been granted us to complete the gift being sent to you. They flew away. Rabbi Shimon cried and wailed. He opened, saying, a loving doe, a graceful gazelle, let her breasts ever quench your thirst, lose yourself always in her love, O Torah, Torah, radiance of all worlds. How many seas, rivers, springs, and fountains spread from you in all directions, from you comes all, upon you depend those above and those below. Supernal radiance surely emanates from you. O Torah, Torah, what shall I say of you? You are a loving doe, a graceful gazelle for above and below. Among your lovers, who will be worthy of suckling from you fittingly, O Torah, Torah, delight of your Lord, who can reveal and utter your secrets and hidden treasures. He wept, and placed his head between his knees, and kissed the dust. Just then, he saw many images of the companions surrounding him. They said to him, do not fear, son of Yoari, do not fear, holy lamplight, and rejoice in the joy of your Lord. All that night, he wrote those words he had heard, studying them, poring over them, and he didn't forget a word. That lamp shone before him all through the night until morning came. When morning arrived, he raised his eyes and saw a radiance beaming in the sky. He lowered his eyes. Once again, he saw the radiance in the whole sky, shining and rising, and in that radiance was the image of a house in many designs. Rabbi Shimon rejoiced, and instantly that light was hidden away. Soon, those 2 messengers came, and found him with his head between his knees. They said to him, peace be upon you, O Lord, peace be upon the one whom those above and below wish to greet, arise. Rabbi Shimon rose and rejoiced with them. They said to him, have you not seen the gratification that your Lord has produced for you? Have you seen the radiance of the house in the sky? He replied, I have seen. They said to him at that moment, the abyss brought forth the temple, and the blessed Holy One conveyed it through the great sea, and some of its radiance shone in the sky. They said to him, the head of the academy sends you greetings, knowing that we are emissaries to you. Many new ancient words were innovated in Torah this night. He said to them, I beg of you, say one of those words. They replied, we have not been granted permission except for that for which we came to you, but we have one utterance for you now. For the head of the academy opened, saying, Jehovah said to Abram, go you forth from your land in order to illumine a radiance within him. Similarly, if a person does not succeed in one place, let him go and move himself to another place, and there he will succeed. If wood is lit yet no light rises, illumining it, let them shake it, and light will rise, flashing. We were ready to hear more, but for the sake of coming to you, we didn't want to linger. Rabbi Shimon rejoiced. They said to him, O holy, pious one, all the words of Torah within us are small matters, every single one, and those small matters, how great and sublime they are, so as to be immeasurable, for within us there is no doubt, but rather lucidity of Torah clearly settled. Right now, the head of the academy is explaining concealed matters relating to this for the essence of the soul. Why doesn't it shine in one place, whereas it succeeds in being illumined in another place? Until now, we have not attained this, for the sake of coming to you. But another matter we did succeed in hearing from him. A spirit that moves naked in that world, childless, his wife becomes a vessel, so that he may be built. Why, his wife is a lamp, kindled by him, and both of them are a single lamp, this light issuing from that light. If this one is extinguished, it is kindled by its very light, since they are a single light. Now, Rabbi, let us return to previous matters. When we return to our place, we will obtain permission from the head of the academy concerning the words that we receive from him, and we will tell them to you. Happy is your share, for you are entitled to concealed lights from all directions, from above and from below, from this world and from the other world. Rabbi Shimon said, one thing I wish to know, if you can inform me. Women in that world, are they privileged to ascend on high, or what is their status there? They replied, O Rabbi, concerning this we have an extremely deep secret, so as not to reveal the mysteries there. But this one will go and obtain permission, and we will tell you. Just then, one flew away and disappeared. A moment later, he returned to them. He said, I was about to enter, and they were all in one wreath, trying the case of one person who was standing at the entrance to the garden, and those cherubim were clutching him, not letting him come in, and he was in pain between them, crying out at the entrance, and all the righteous ones there heard. Now all the members of the academies are gathering to enter the presence of King Messiah to examine his case, and I came to inform you, and this colleague of mine must go there, since a proclamation has passed among all those members of the academies that they should assemble now before the Messiah. He took a memorandum and gave it to Rabbi Shimon, saying, take this and examine what's there until we come back to you. Both of them flew away. Rabbi Shimon took the memorandum and saw what he saw of the secrets there that whole day. At night, he saw a lamp slumber overcame him, and he slept until morning. When daylight shone, the memorandum rose and flew away from him. Just then, those two arrived. They said to him, Rise, O Rabbi, happy is your share, rise on account of you, we saw and attained many sublime secrets. How much joy was shown to us when they granted us permission to reveal to you all that you desire. The head of the Supreme Academy came out to us and said, Give greetings to the son of Yoari. The son of Yoari's place has been cleared already for several days, no one can approach it. Happy is he. O Rabbi, when we flew away from you, we entered and saw all the members of the academies gathering within a certain palace where the Messiah was present, and they were trying the case of that person who was standing at the entrance. His name we are not permitted to reveal. Rabbi Shimon was saddened by this. They said to him, O Rabbi, do not feel sad about this, you will know tonight in your dream. But they tried his case, and the Messiah decreed that this person shall remain outside suffering for 40 days. At the end of 40 days, he will be tormented with the suffering of hell for an hour and a half. All this because one day, one of the companions was explaining words of Torah, and when he reached a certain item, this person knew that he would stumble over it, and he told the companions, Be quiet, don't say anything. Because the companions kept quiet, he stumbled over that item and felt ashamed. And on account of the shame caused by this person, he is being punished with this harsh sentence, for the Blessed Holy One does not wish to waive a sin of Torah, even to a hairbreadth. They passed judgment on him, and all the members of the academies left, and I asked permission, for the son of Yoari had asked this question and therefore they showed me what I hadn't known previously. O Rabbi, 6 palaces they showed me, with countless delights and pleasures, and the place where the curtain is spread in the garden, for from that curtain and beyond, no males can enter at all. In one palace is Bithiah, daughter of Pharaoh, accompanied by many myriads and thousands of virtuous women, and every single one of them has places of light and delight, without any crowding at all. 3 times a day, heralds proclaim, "Here comes the image of Moses the faithful." Bithiah comes out to a certain screen she has and sees the image of Moses and bows toward him, saying, "Happy is my share, that I raised this radiance, this is her delight, greater than all." She returns to the women, and they engage in commandments of Torah, all of them in the images they assumed in this world, in a garment of light like the garment of the males, except not shining the same. Commandments of Torah that they were not privileged to fulfill in this world, they delve into them and their reasons in that world. All these women who dwell with Bithiah, daughter of Pharaoh, are called carefree women, for they do not suffer the torments of hell at all. In another palace is Sarah, daughter of Asher, accompanied by many women, a myriad and thousands. 3 times a day, it is proclaimed before her, "Here comes the image of Joseph the righteous." She rejoices and comes out to a certain screen she has and sees the radiant image of Joseph, and rejoices and bows toward him, saying, "Happy is the day that I announced the good news about you to my grandfather." Afterward, she returns to the other women, and they engage in praises of the Master of the universe, glorifying his name. How many places, how much joy has every single one of them. Afterward, they return to delve into commandments of Torah and their reasons. In another palace is Joshpt, mother of Moses, the faithful prophet, accompanied by many thousands and myriads. In this palace there are no proclamations at all, but rather 3 times every single day she praises and glorifies the Master of the universe, she and all those women with her. They sing the song at the sea every day, and she alone chants, starting from here. Miriam the prophet, Aaron's sister, took a timbrel in her hand. All the righteous in the Garden of Eden listen to her lovely voice, and many holy angels join her in praising and glorifying the holy name. In the 6th palace Deborah, similarly, accompanied by all the other women, praising and singing that song she chanted in this world. O Rabbi, who has seen the joy of the righteous men and of the virtuous women, serving the blessed Holy One? Deep within those palaces are 4 palaces of the holy matriarchs, which cannot be revealed and which no one has seen. Every single day, as I have told you, the women are by themselves, and the men similarly. Every night they all mingle as one, as has been said, for the time of coupling is at midnight, whether in this world or in that world. Coupling of that world is cleaving of soul to soul, light to light. Coupling of this world is body to body, all fittingly. The palaces of the 4 matriarchs are called palaces of confident daughters. Happy is the share of the righteous, male and female, who follow the straight path in this world and attain all those delights in that world which we were not privileged to see. O Rabbi, if you were not the son of Yoari, it could not be revealed. Coupling in that world generates fruit greater than the fruit generated by coupling in this world. In coupling in that world by their desire as one, as souls cleave to one another, they generate fruit, and lights emanate from them, becoming lamps. Those are souls for proselytes who convert, and all these enter a certain palace. When a proselyte converts, a soul flies from that palace and enters beneath the wings of Shekinah. She kisses her, since she is the fruit of the righteous, and she sends her into that convert, within whom she dwells. From that time on, he is called Jersedek, convert of righteousness. This accords with the mystery that is written, the fruit of the righteous is a tree of life. Just as the tree of life yields souls, so, too, the fruit of a righteous person yields souls. The head of the academy said, "It is written, Sarai was barren, She had no child, since it says Sarai I was barren. Don't I know that she had no child? Why she had no child? Well, a child she did not bear, but souls she did by the passionate cleaving of those two virtuous ones. They generated souls for converts during the whole time that they were in Haran, as do the righteous in the Garden of Eden, as is written, and the souls they had made in Haran they made souls, literally. Rabbi Shimon rejoiced. That man said to him, O Rabbi, what shall I say to you? Every new moon, Sabbath, festival, and holiday, those males ascend to appear before the holy king, males and not females, as is said, all your males shall appear, and when they return with many new words, which they repeat before the head of the academy. This day they repeated before him new words about ancient mysteries, a righteous one who prospers, a righteous one who suffers. They all mount the scale of the tree before coming into the world, and according to the balance of the scale, so is their fate in this world. The head of the academy descended and revealed some of what he had heard above, disclosing one matter and no more: wood whose light does not ascend, let them strike it, and it will flash. A body in which the light of the soul does not ascend, let them strike it, and the radiance of the soul will ascend, they will unite with one another, shining. For there may be a body in which the radiance of the soul does not shine until it is struck. Then the radiance of the soul shines, and she is united with the body, and the body, with her. Then the body raises radiance from within the soul, glorifying, exalting, and praising, offering prayers and supplications, blessing its Lord. Behold, then all shines. For there may be a body in which the soul cannot shine until it is struck, then she shines, and they unite with one another. There may be wood that is not seized by light, no light arising within it, until it is struck, then it flashes. The other side seeks to do the same, striking the wicked, yet as much as he strikes, the lamp of the wicked is extinguished, the wicked one reviles and curses on every side and cannot shine at all. Then it is written, for what man is there who can follow the king? He seeks to imitate him but cannot. Thus, Jehovah tests the righteous, striking him, and then he shines, strengthened by the light. Tests, as is said, a tested stone. Rabbi Shimon bent down and kissed the dust. He said, O word, you I have pursued since the day I came into existence, and now the matter is revealed to me from the root and source of all. He said to him, O Rabbi, when all those spirits male and female ascend on high, at that time they hear new and ancient words. They descend and enter the academy, and repeat the words before the head of the academy, and he teaches them each word firmly. When they ascend, they strip themselves of their garments and ascend. When they descend, they clothe themselves in the garments of that body. O Rabbi, how joyously new are words from the head of the academy. Happy is one who diminishes himself in this world, how great and lofty he is in that world. This is how the head of the academy opened. One who is small is great, one who is great is small, as is written, Sarah's life was 100 shana, years, and 20 shana, years, and 7 shanim, years. 100, which is a great number, is written alongside shana, year reduced to the minimum of years. 7, which is small, is increased, as is written, 7 shanim, years. The blessed Holy One increases only the small, he diminishes only the great. Happy is one who belittles himself in this world, how great he is there, lofty in elevation. Just then, they heard the song at the sea in a sweet voice. Since the day they were created, they had never heard a voice singing as sweetly. When it concluded, chanting Jehovah shall reign forever and ever, they saw 4 figures in the heaven, one of them greater and loftier than all. A voice was aroused, thus says Jehovah, I remember the devotion of your youth, your love as a bride, how you followed me in the desert in a land unsown, that greatest and loftiest of them soared through the sky and was concealed. Another one rose after him and said, I will lead the blind by a road they do not know, by paths they do not know I will conduct them. I will turn darkness before them into light, rough ground into a plain. These are the words, I will fulfill them and not abandon them. Concluding, he soared through the sky and was concealed. Another opened, saying, the arid desert shall be glad, the wilderness shall rejoice and shall blossom like a rose. He soared through the sky and was concealed. Another opened, saying, thus says Jehovah who creates you, O Jacob who forms you, O Israel, fear not, for I will redeem you. I have called you by name, you are mine. Thus says Jehovah, who makes a way through the sea, a path through mighty waters. I am about to do something new, now it will flourish, you will perceive it. I will make a road through the wilderness and rivers in the desert. The beasts of the field will honor me, jackals and ostriches, for I provide water in the wilderness, rivers in the desert, to give drink to my people, my chosen. Concluding, he soared through the sky and was concealed. Then great fear and trepidation fell upon them. When daylight shone, a voice was aroused, O nation mighty as a lion, powerful as tigers, render honor to your Lord, therefore a mighty people will honor you. They heard a voice of legions and camps, saying, yours, O Jehovah, are the greatness and the power and the beauty and the victory and the splendor, yes, all that is in heaven and on earth. Yours, O Jehovah, are kingship and preeminence above all. Wealth and honor proceed from you, you have dominion over all. Chronicles, until exalted though it is above all blessing and praise. They were amazed, and went on. Meanwhile, daylight was shining. Turning their heads, they saw the whole desert covered in clouds of glory, shining, sparkling in many colors. They said to one another, surely, the blessed Holy One wishes to be glorified by the praise of the generation of the desert, for there has never been in the world a generation as lofty as this one, nor will there be until King Messiah comes. Surely, all that the blessed Holy One has shown us was only to demonstrate their Lord's love for them, to reveal that they have a fine share and are denizens of the world that is coming, destined to be revived first, as is said, your dead will live. These are the generation of the desert. He said to him, do you know something new of which I am naked? He replied, speak. He said, the returning voice, I wish to know. A person raises his voice in the field or somewhere else and another voice returns, unknown. He replied, O holy, pious one, concerning this matter, many voices have been aroused and many subtle points made before the head of the academy. When the head of the academy descended, he said as follows, this is how the matter has been established in the heavenly academy, and it is a precious mystery. There are three voices that are never lost aside from voices of Torah and prayer, for these ascend on high and split the heavens. But there are other voices that do not ascend, yet are not lost, and they number three. The voice of a woman in labor when she is on the birth stool, that voice sweeps from one end of the world to the other. The voice of a human being when he departs from the world, that voice sweeps from one end of the world to the other. The voice of a snake when it sheds its skin, that voice sweeps from one end of the world to the other. O holy, pious one, how great and precious is this matter! What happens to these voices, and where do they enter and settle? These voices are of pain, and they go flying through the air from one end of the world to the other, and they enter crevices and holes in the earth, and are hidden away there. When a person raises his voice, they are aroused by that sound. The voice of a snake is not aroused by a person's voice. How is it aroused? By striking. When a person strikes a blow, the hidden voice of the snake is aroused toward that sound and no other one. Sound arouses sound, kind to kind. Consequently, on the day of Rosh Hashanah, the sound of the shofar arouses the sound of the shofar, kind following kind. The snake inclines to evil, to strike and kill. The voice of this snake is aroused only by its own kind, and this is when a person strikes the ground with a stick, calling its kind. Then that voice of the snake is aroused to respond to its kind, and this mystery is concealed. Rabbi Shimon said, certainly this matter is sealed, and I am amazed how King Solomon didn't know this. He replied, King Solomon certainly knew, but not so deeply. What he didn't know was that voice, its effectiveness and how it settles. The head of the academy said as follows: this subtle point King Solomon did not know, for, look, that voice is composed of spirit and soul, breath of bones, pain of flesh, and it sweeps through the air, and each one separates from the other. When it reaches the place that it enters, it settles as if dead. All those sorcerers and wizards know these matters through their witchcraft, and they bent down to the ground and hear this voice mingled of spirit, soul, and breath of bones, and they convey the information. This is a ghost from the ground. So Solomon sought to know what happens to that voice, but he never found out. Happy is your share, O truly virtuous one. When a person arouses a voice, they immediately mingle, and that returning voice is aroused, and it is not empowered to extend any longer, only as much as the voice aroused by the person, no more. If a person prolongs his voice, the echo does not extend as far with him, but rather is aroused toward the end of his voice, since it cannot be prolonged. Why? Because when the voice first issued, it extended from one end of the world to the other, and now that it has entered there, it cannot extend any farther, since it has no room to roam as before. Rabbi Shimon rejoiced, and said, if I have been privileged to hear only this utterance, it is enough to make me happy, for I have succeeded in hearing words of truth about that world. He said to him, O holy, pious one, if you only knew the joy of words in that world in the presence of the head of the academy, you would rejoice even more. He said to him, what innovation was there now, when you came to me? He replied, the head of the academy opened with a verse, saying, Joseph will lay his hand on your eyes. Why is there joy in closing the eyes of the dead? Because the eyes are colors of this world, a vision and image of this world. Now this world and its vision are concealed from him. With the shutting of his eyes, the whole vision of this world is darkened to him. Vision of his eyes is darkened for him. From then on, he has no vision in this world. Rabbi Shimon said, fine is the regulation of the ancient ones, their wisdom surpasses that of the holy angels. He said to him, why, of all his sons, would Joseph lay his hand? If you say, because of the good tidings about him, then the verse should read, you will see Joseph alive. But will lay his hand, because he was his love. Thus, the light of this world was concealed from one and obtained by the other. One who shuts the eyes of his beloved demonstrates as follows: your vision of this world is lost, now I am your vision instead. From now on, another vision of that world will be arranged for you. Rabbi Shimon said, how does this benefit the dead? What advantage does it provide him? Whoever wishes to ask will say that one must open his eyes, in order to demonstrate that he is still destined to return to the vision of this world as before. He replied, O holy, pious one, surely, if all vision of this world were not concealed from him, if it all were not lost to him, he would have no vision and share of that world. This world is opposite to that world, in which we are. For in the time of the revival of the dead, not even a hairbreadth of a human will remain from the fashioning of this world, since everything will first be dissolved by that dew, and all filth will be eliminated from him, and then he will become like leavened dough, from which an entire body will be formed, a new creature. So it is here. Rabbi Shimon said to him, I certainly know that you are clothed there in a splendid garment of a pure holy body. Is there something similar in this world, a person appearing in that body as you exist in that world? He replied, this question was posed before the head of the academy by two youths who were clothed among us after suffering torment for a certain sin, which it is unseemly to reveal. They asked this before the head of the academy, and he replied that indeed something similar did happen in this world. How do we know? As is written, it happened on the third day, that Esther put on Makhat, royalty Esther, she was clothed in the image of that world. Makhat, kingdom, the Holy Spirit, for the kingdom of heaven wafted a spirit from the spirit of the atmosphere of that world, and Esther was robed in it. When she entered into the presence of King Ahasuerus, and he saw that garment of light, her image resembling an angel. His soul flew away from him momentarily. Mordecai, as well, as is written, Mordecai left the king's presence Bilvash Makhat, in a royal garment, Esther in a garment of Makhat, surely an image of that world. Therefore it is written, because the fear of Mordecai had fallen upon them, the fear of Mordecai, not the fear of Ahasuerus. Rabbi Shimon said, how sweet are these words, happy is my share. Now I surely know that right in this world the righteous are clothed in the garment called a garment of Makhat. It is surely so. He said to him, the air of the Garden of Eden is the wafting of the Holy Spirit, and within it the righteous are clothed as they were in this world. Afterward, the Holy Spirit settles upon the head of each one, becoming his crown. This is what happened to Mordecai, as is written, in a garment of Makhat, an image of that world. Afterward, with a magnificent crown of gold, Esther the crown resting on the heads of the righteous in that world. When Israel received the Torah, they possessed something similar until it was written of them, the children of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments from Mount Horeb on, they were stripped of that garment. So, too, of Joshua the high priest is written, take the filthy garments off him, and they clothed him in garments of that world. From here, previous words. From here we learn that as long as the body of this world endures in the grave, the spirit is not clothed in the garment of that world, as is written, they took the filthy garments off him, first, and afterward they clothed him in garments. As the angel of Jehovah remained standing, what is meant by standing? Well, this is the crown called angel of Jehovah, who stands upon the head of the righteous. This is standing upon the head, above, after they have been clothed in a splendid garment. Two bodies together cannot endure. As long as this one exists, the spirit cannot receive another. When this one passes away, the other is instantly ready. Surely this one exits and that one enters. Just like the good impulse and the evil impulse in this world, the blessed Holy One does not want both of them enduring together. He said to him, I am astonished by what is written, and Satan standing at his right to accuse him. If this is the case with Joshua son of Jozadak, then all the more so with other inhabitants of the world. He replied, O holy, pious one, how hidden and concealed are these matters. He said, even though the companions comprehend matters of that world, they cannot comprehend these mysteries. For once a person is in that world, what benefit is there for Satan to accuse him? Isn't he satisfied that he has removed his soul and killed him? He replied, O holy, pious one, happy is your share. Satan's only desire is to prevent that righteous one from being clothed in a pure, holy garment. As soon as he sees his garment being thrust away and considered worthless, he accuses him. Why? Because if he is clothed in that splendid garment, instantly the filthy garment and Satan's product will be nullified and eliminated from the world. Furthermore, as long as he is not clothed, the spirit visits his filthy body, which pleases Satan. As soon as he is clothed in that splendid garment, this body is nullified, all memory of it vanishing forever. Now, you might say that we visit the cemetery at the beginning of each night. Well, this is not for the body, but rather nafsha, the soul, moves naked as long as the flesh endures, and ruah, the spirit, visits her, and nafsha visits the body. But now, the visit is to nafsha, subsiding and absorbed gently within the bones. Therefore, at the beginning of each night, visit of ruah to nafsha, not for the flesh. O holy, pious one, come and I will reveal to you a sealed matter. The structure of the human body is as follows: ruah, spirit, from the Holy Spirit; nishmeta, soul, breath, from within the tree of life. As soon as the Holy Spirit provides power, immediately her chariots provide theirs. Their power is bones and members all from their side, arrayed one upon the other. The other side provides flesh, from its side comes flesh and nothing else. Its chariots provide all those sinews and veins conveying blood to the flesh. After these provide, the heavens provide their powers. And what are they? Skin, stretched over all, corresponding to their pattern. Afterward, heaven and earth join as one, providing fire, water, air, and earth, to protect all of these, covering all. Afterward, each one takes the portion that it provided, which is nullified. As for the Holy Spirit and her chariots, the Holy Spirit, Haruah, spirit, endures, and Nishmeta, the soul, ascends. The chariots of the Holy Spirit, their bones endure. Therefore the essence of the body is the bones, and so it is written, He will invigorate your bones, which is not written of the flesh. As long as the flesh of the other side endures abidingly, Satan is poised to accuse. Once the flesh is eliminated, he is powerless to attack, since he has nothing on which to base himself. Thus it is written, His flesh wastes away from sight, and his bones are rubbed away, they can no longer be seen from sight, from the sight of Satan, poised to accuse, but he cannot, because his flesh wastes away. Veshupuat smoteth, and his bones are rubbed away, they can no longer be seen, they cannot be seen by him, for he has no share in them. Even though every single one chaff has slipped from its place, he makes no claim against them and does not stand to accuse them. For once the flesh is consumed, he does not demand judgment nor stand to accuse, nor does he mention that person regarding anything in the world. Rabbi Shimon said, Now I perceive matters perfectly. Surely it is fitting for him to accuse. He said to him, Rabbi Shimon, gird your weapon and prepare yourself if you wish to comprehend the matters that you began, or to ask about these matters, speak. He said, Certainly, look, I know that my wife has passed away, she didn't know about me, whereas the companions know. Women, why are they light-minded? He replied, The mind, proceeds on 6 rungs, each one taking its share, what remains is light, yet precious. Concerning this matter, do not ask, for I know that you didn't ask about your wife, but rather about what is written. See, Jehovah rides on a swift cloud. That swift cloud, is called the At of that Kala, bride, or of Jehovah, poised in the middle, like Supanal the At, but called light. Yes, I know what your question is. But begin to gird your weapon and tie your knot, for it is time to reveal what you began. The fashioning upon the breadth of temple, the whole of the courtyard, within. In this courtyard are 12 entrances, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. On one entrance is written Reuben, on another is written Simeon, and similarly all the tribes of Israel are inscribed on those entrances. When they ascend to appear before the Master of the universe, if the one entering the opening marked Reuben is from the tribe of Reuben, the openings accept him, if not, they spew him out. And so with all of them, for the openings accept only one who is from the tribe marked on them. Thereby, every single one is engraved and identified. 365 pillars of glowing light stand on each of those 4 sides. All these pillars are called living pillars, for their light does not subside in one place, all of them, some ascend and some descend, making room for one another. Those ascending strike each other, playing a melody, and similarly, those descending. Those ascending, playing a melody. What melody do they play? An orphaned song, a psalm. Sing to Jehovah a new song, for he has worked wonders. A new song now, is there such a thing as an ancient song? However, a song that until now the holy angels did not offer in praise, for it is new, and may it be new. Why is it new? Because the one who renews his youth offers it in praise. The head of the academy said as follows: This one is called new, and he is new, because he cleaves to the Son inseparably, as opposed to the other side, who contains nothing new, of whom is written, There is nothing new. He is old, withered, and never rejuvenated. The head of the academy opened again. Sarah was rejuvenated with delight, as caused by her wrong, for it is written, After I have withered, Hayita li Edna, I have had delight. What is meant by Edna? A flow of supernal Eden, Eden. And since it was conveyed to her from the aspect of the feminine, it is written Edna, with a he, so it is written Haita and not higher. And my Lord is old now. Even though he was old, was he incapable of having children? Rather, to belittle herself for having clung to that old fool who is never rejuvenated and cannot have offspring, for if he did have offspring, the world would be obliterated. Therefore, the Blessed Holy One repeated, why is it that Sarah laughed, saying, shall I really give birth, when I am so old? Now, you might say, but look at what is written, Abraham was old, Baba Yamim, coming into days, well, coming into days, into those supernal days, who renew their youth like an eagle. So, this melody is a melody of that new one. Has won him victory, whom that new one, for whom the right hand of the supernal king and his arm have won victory. Similarly, those descending play and chant another orphaned song. What is it? A psalm of thanksgiving, which is also orphaned. Their light appears as one, and as they revolve 5 colors of light appear in every single pillar. These pillars are all hollow inside, and as they ascend and descend, flames of fire shoot forth, like calyx and blossom. Above every single pillar are 3 apples, in which 3 colors collide: red, green, and white. In every single color flash protruding letters of flames of green fire, never subsiding, comprehended by no one. 4 wheels arranged in design in every single pillar. In those wheels are great wonders. As they revolve, they emit bells of gold and precious stones, which are immediately absorbed back within, not falling to the ground. When those bells of gold and precious stones emerge, through the revolving of the wheels is heard a voice, saying, this is the heritage of the servants of Jehovah, and their triumph through me, declares Jehovah. 2 lions in every single wheel, 1 lion on this side, 1 on the other, all of green fire. In the whirl of revolving wheels, these embrace one another and all move in a whirl, clinging to each other. When the pillars ascend, the lions roar at one another and apples fly through the air, ascending on high, colliding with each other in the air, then returning to their places and from their falling. The lions stretch their paws to snatch them, but they rise on their own. O holy, pious one, who has seen the skilled artistry by which the Blessed Holy One fashioned these pillars. At midday, 2 eagles emerge in every single wheel. From where they emerge is not known, and they settle upon the heads of these lions. Then the pillars and wheels subside, standing in their position, and the apples fall onto the mouths of the eagles, who receive them, and immediately the apples fly from mouth to mouth, flitting between them, then returning to their place, which is not known. An hour and a half later, the eagles raise their voice and chant an enticing melody and are hidden away where, is not known. Around those pillars are lattices designed of red fire, white light, and strands of gold, circling all around on every side, and a spring of water, as is said on that day, fresh water shall flow from Jerusalem, half of it to the eastern sea and half to the western sea. Here the head of the academy explained this verse inside and outside. While he was explaining it, O Holy One, a child's voice was aroused outside. This was the child who studied and presented his learning in the presence of a pillar of the world, the son of Rabbi Yehuda, whom you raised. He was being held for judgment, and his voice was roused by this verse. He said, how can waters below ascend higher to a place that is higher by several rungs, and what need is there for those waters, and how can a place from which all springs and streams issue, those springs and streams flowing ceaselessly, be saturated from a parched place? Who has ever seen a dugout pit providing water to a flowing spring? Can Jerusalem provide water to the primordial sea, the place from which all waters of the world issue and flow? O holy, pious one, to this voice of his, all voices of members of the academies there listened, turning still. Consequently, the masters of judgment could not come near him. Rabbi Shimon wept. He said to him, do not weep, holy lamp. Happy is your share, for even children, on account of you, utter concealed secrets of Torah. Come and I will tell you what all the members of the academy did because of that child's voice when his voice pierced like an arrow, with all of them listening. At that moment, the head of the academy trembled, along with all those assembled before him. He said, Who are those that do not permit this Son of the living God to enter? 3 pillars, standing before the head of the academy, rose and grasped him, and he entered and all the members of the academies gathered around him. The head of the academy said, Utter your verse, Holy Son. He replied, Until now I was afraid, because I'm from another academy. And when the masters of judgment were clutching me, they told me so. He said to him, Do not fear, Holy Son, here you will be among us 7 days, and you will bathe each day in holy dew. Afterward, you will be taken up into that academy along with the other children here. That child opened, saying, Be a Yom Hahu, on that day. Hahu, that which one is not known. But everywhere on that day indicates the last day. Why is it called Hahu? That well, this is the day linking end to beginning. Beginning is called Hu, he, as is said the Levite will serve Hu, he service of the Levite is to the rung called Hu, he. The end of all rungs is called Hahu, that he, who signifying end of all rungs, which is beginning, and all is one. Since it is the end, he is added to it. Jerusalem is destined to generate water and issue a flow. Here it should be said that the end of all rungs is not Jerusalem. However, surely Jerusalem and that day are all one. What is the difference between them? Well, when all of Jerusalem's holy rungs surround her, they are called Jerusalem. They are ranged as follows: there are surrounding rungs called courtyards, some inner and some outer. There are rungs that, when surrounding, are called chambers. There are rungs that, when surrounding, are called sanctuary and inner sanctuary. Within all these rungs is one point. All the princess's treasure is within this point is called Hahu, that, and your mnemonic is Hahu, that, is called land. When this day will arise, from the lattices of the courtyard will rise a flow of waters, and this flow will be from the primordial sea. Like a mother whose son is between her arms, and from the abundance of milk that he sucks, filling his mouth and swelling, he empties milk into his mother's mouth. So, half of it to the primordial sea. The head of the academy grasped him and kissed him. He said, O life of this world, Holy Son, this is how they established it in the heavenly academy, and it is certainly so. The final sea, her last rungs. O holy, pious one, how much joy upon joy was added by that child among the members of the academy's 27 reasons of Torah were uttered by that child, and his father was adorned with 27 crowns on that day. Happy is the share of one who succeeds in teaching his son. Rabbi Shimon said his father did not succeed in teaching him. He replied his father bestowed. There was a concealed mystery about this child, why he departed from the world and why they sought to punish him. His judgment, from which he was saved, was in public, for he embarrassed his teacher in front of everyone with his questions and difficulties. He didn't care enough to go to another to improve his learning, and he distressed his teacher, so they sought to punish him harshly. Therefore, even though he was saved from the masters of judgment, he was not saved here. 7 days passed without his image being completed, and when he bathed, it was very painful. He was embarrassed in front of everyone all those 7 days, until his image was completed. As for why he departed from the world, do not seek to know. O Rabbi, happy is your share. Beneath the circle of those lattices there, amid the waters of that flowing spring, one flow is distinguished, spreading, gushing, entering the great sea that is there, tracing a path in the heart of the sea, from which Leviathan drinks until he is happily satiated and grows immensely. When another flow issues, it spreads secretly beneath the depths into the final sea, subduing and overwhelming all those raging waters and mighty waters, so that they will not come forth to destroy the inhabitants of the world. Your mnemonic is who makes a way through the sea, a path through mighty waters. In the middle of that courtyard are two cherubim, a product of the artistry of the Holy King, which those above and those below cannot comprehend. Beneath them, all of Israel are destined to stand, so as not to depart from their sheltering wings. Happy will be all those who enter beneath their wings. 12,000 towers of the sun, illumining a childlike image of pearls and precious stones fittingly. Thereby, the head of the academy attained that glory. Who can utter the words that are innovated every day in the presence of the head of the academy? O Rabbi, every time that male spirits ascend on high, precisely then women come forth and gather within the palace of Bithyia, rejoicing there over many ancient words. From there, accompanied by her, they go out and enter the palace of Sarah, rejoicing over many new and ancient words. From there they go out, accompanied by her, and enter the palace of Joshpt, and so into all those palaces. Now, Rabbi, I will tell you a certain secret. On every single sabbatical, a proclamation goes forth: gather together, men and women and all those scions of faith, and ascend. Then they all strip themselves, men and women, and ascend, together with all those children, weaned from milk, and they enter the heavenly academy, where they witness their delightful ascension. Joy upon joy. The youth, in whose hand are the keys of his Lord, rises and tells them various new and ancient words, and they all see joy unmatched by any other. Afterward, they all enter through several curtains, and numerous chambers are hidden there, shining from the beauty of Jehovah within the palace of love, corresponding to what is written, to gaze upon the beauty of Jehovah and to reflect in his palace. Afterward, the children fly above, and the men and women fly below, returning to their places and clothing themselves as before. Happy the people who await all the goodness of that world. Rabbi Shimon said, how sweet the words that I have heard. Happy is my share that I was privileged to hear all this. Happy is the day that I came out here. They said to him, Rabbi, for 3 days we are permitted to come to you. 1 day later your joy. He conveys a flow from his side, and is concealed and covered beneath the place called the chamber of the runners' kings until midnight. After midnight, a flame of the pillar of Isaac shoots forth, striking the rooster called Gever, who resembles another, higher Gever above him. Once it strikes him, this Gever calls out, producing 6 sounds all intelligent. When he calls out, all roosters of this world call. Another flame shoots forth from him, reaching them beneath their wings, and they call out. What does he call out in the first hour? He calls, the voice of Jehovah is in power. The voice of Jehovah is in majesty. In the second hour, he calls, the voice of Jehovah summons the city. In the third hour, he calls, the voice of Jehovah hews flames of fire. In the fourth hour, he calls, the voice of Jehovah makes the wilderness shake. In the fifth hour, he calls, the voice of Jehovah is over the waters. In the sixth hour, he calls, the voice of Jehovah brings on the birth pangs of does and lays bare the forests. And in his palace all says glory. Afterward, he calls, a voice says, proclaim. Another asks, what shall I proclaim? This is the rooster who calls without subsiding, afterward calling out as before. What does he call out? All deeds of the inhabitants of the world, for he is master of the ledger, with a scribe's kit at his waist, and he records all deeds of the world's inhabitants every day. At night, after he calls out all these announcements, he calls out everything he wrote down during the day. Were it not for the toes of his feet, which are 2 rungs, one standing in the middle which is big, and the one standing behind which is small, which impede him, he would burn up the world with his flames. What do they do as soon as morning rises and a thread of radiance issues from the side of the south? They all merge, and the 2 feet become 2 hooves like a calf, fulfilling what is written, and their feet were like a calf's foot. You already know this secret. You asked about the branch of the threshing floor. Within this courtyard there are palaces, like the number of days in the year, and on every single entrance is written tranquility, fulfilling may there be peace within your ramparts, tranquility in your palaces. It is not known what is in these palaces, but all of them are arranged in artistic design. In each one 7 configurations of gems are arranged within one another. O holy, pious one, how greatly the head of the academy praises a certain palace, situated at the top of the eastern side of the courtyard, for there are 4 in the 4 corners of the world, but the palace on the eastern side increases its lights more than all of them. One day in the great sea, Leviathan emerges, and the whole sea shakes, all the fish scattering here and there. When Leviathan reaches the opening of the abyss, he begins to rejoice, and there he rests. Depths, except for that one like the appearance of a spring, and lights are covered, none of them visible except the light of the palace on this eastern side. The gem that Leviathan draws from the depth called Sigden, what is it made of? Well, this day on which Leviathan draws it forth and the sea shakes is the day on which the temple was destroyed, Tisha B'Av. As for that gem, when the blessed Holy One remembers his children and sheds 2 tears into the great sea, one falls into this depth called Sigden and one falls into another depth called Gilba. For there are 5 other depths in the great sea, but they are not as significant as these. Once those tears fall, they congeal within depths 1, and one sinks into the depth called Gilba. Below, within the dregs of wine, evil dregs, emerges one agitator, the accuser, primordial demon. He is in the spirit of the image of Adam when he approaches holiness. As soon as he is removed from there and seeks to descend, he must clothe himself in a garment to damage the world, and he descends with his chariots. And the first garment that he seizes is Tavnit Shia, the image of a bull, the form of a bull. The first of those 4 damages is Shia, an ox, and those 4 are the primary ones to damage the world. All 3 primary causes of damage aside from Shia belong to it, and therefore it is written they exchanged their glory for the image of a bull. What is eating grass? We have already interpreted it, but the essence of the matter is that it has no share in the residue of bread or of the 7 species of grain, and it should not be there. And those other ones sit in their places. Before these leave, those are ready. The eyes cannot bear their radiance and sparkle. They move round and round, never still. When a person gazes at this palace, immediately, at first glance, it appears small, yet not so small. He looks longer, and it appears large. He keeps looking, and it appears larger. The longer he looks, the more it seems to expand, until a glimpse like a hairbreadth seems immeasurable. Many works within, whose artistry is unfathomable. From it shines the courtyard and all it contains aside from the cherubim, whose light ascends to the height of heaven in numerous colors and sparkling flashes. There are fruitful vines in this courtyard. The fool hugs his hands, mourning bitterly, and afterward eats his flesh against his will, for he has no power to dominate anything else. What benefit does he derive from all his alluring, effort, and toil, since afterward he has power only over what is his? Then he dances joyously like a totally mindless fool, and goes on futilely, eating his flesh, with no authority over the rest. Bitterness above and below when Israel is in distress, consumed by their enemies, not providing power by their virtuous deeds, to escape from him. Even regarding his flesh, which is from that side, the Holy King is displeased, since he is compassionate and gracious, but over what is his, the Holy Spirit and Holy Soul, neither those above or below can dominate it at all. So, all the machinations and all that evil one's alluring, plotting to dominate the Holy Spirit, and finally he fails and returns and eats his flesh, what benefit does he get? Furthermore, they are all congealed in dense disturbance, and those above and below have no tranquility. Come and I will tell you something. If you say that the angel of death feels joy when he kills people, not so, rather, because he sees that this is his master's wish, he displays joy in fulfilling his will, as is written, storm wind fulfilling his word. Rabbi Shimon said to him, but look, he goes dancing joyously in front of women. He replied, O holy, pious one, certainly so, to demonstrate before the king that he takes pleasure in his will. But his pleasure is in the women's lamentation. He dances, with his ear toward the lamentation. He said to him, if so, why does he go and accuse a person above, mentioning his sins? He replied, because he is an old fool, planning to gain dominion over the spirit, craving only that. In the end, he has power only over what is his flesh. Thus it is written, his mischief recoils upon his own head. It goes and seeks to convulse the world, waters rising from other depths, threatening to flood the world. Those tears are boiling, hotter than any fire in the world. From the intensity of their boiling, waters congeal in the gelled sea. If the blessed Holy One did not beckon a gust from the side of Abraham from his pillar, manifesting it upon the world could not endure for even an instant. When those tears fall into the sea, a sound is heard amid the waves, reaching to the cave of Machpelah. From the roar heard there when they enter the sea, the ancient patriarchs are awakened and they rise, thinking that the blessed Holy One seeks to overturn the world, until a voice issues, telling them, do not fear, holy, beloved ones, for your sake, the blessed Holy One remembers your children and he wishes to redeem them, as you will see. All the alphabets combine, permuting one another, joining in permutation of the holy name. As soon as letters appear in this permutation, they are hidden away and others emerge, and so with all of them, these hidden, and those emerging, all within the hollow of those calyxes. Furthermore, they fly 3 times a day in the air, shooting forth, and the name stands in 4 letters, suspended in the air for an hour and a half. Afterward this is hidden away. Immediately there issues from the air, from its hollow, the name of 12 letters flying, suspended in the air for 1 hour, not more. Afterward this is hidden away. Immediately there emerges a permutation of other letters, the name of 20 letters suspended in the air for another hour. This is hidden away, and immediately letters emerge from another hollow, the name of 28 letters, all adorned with their crowns, standing for an hour and a half. This is hidden away, and immediately there emerges, suspended in the air, the name of 25 letters in their permutations, standing for an hour and 3 minutes. Letters of 42 letters emerge, enduring forever. None of the letters ever subside, protruding, sparkling forth, ascending and descending. No one can comprehend them, except for the Messiah with great effort. This is hidden away after standing for 2 hours and 22 minutes. Then, the engraved name of 72 letters emerges, standing, suspended in the air for an hour and a half. All these names emerge and appear only once a day, but those alphabets appear flying in the air, permuting one another, 3 times a day. When the letters of the alphabets fly, some fly from here and some from there, all combining. When the head of the academy descended there with the Messiah, he saw in the permutation of alphabets letters such as Daniel saw Mem, Mem, Tav, Vov, Samak Nun, Nun, Kof, Pe, Yod Aleph, Aleph, Lamed, Resh, Nun. For every Sabbath eve, as Israel sanctifies the day below, a herald proclaims in all 4 directions, assemble, camps of the world, prepare the holy thrones. Who has seen the joy in firmaments? Countless princes and rulers gather to their stations. As soon as Israel below sanctify, the blessed Holy One is aroused. Then the tree of life strikes its leaves with a breeze from the world that is coming, and those branches of the tree sway, wafting fragrances of the world that is coming. That tree of life is aroused, and generates holy souls, spreading over the world. Nevertheless, souls emerge and souls enter, these stimulating those. These emerge and those enter, and the tree of life is in joy. Then all of Israel are adorned with crowns of those holy souls, all of them in joy, in tranquility. Every Sabbath, they feel that joy and tranquility, and similarly the righteous in the garden, all of whom ascend and revel in sublime delight of the world that is coming. When Sabbath departs, all those souls fly away and ascend. When Sabbath enters, souls descend to settle upon the holy people, and souls of the righteous ascend on high. When Sabbath departs, souls ascend, those that settled upon Israel, and souls descend, those souls of the righteous. As soon as all those souls that settled upon Israel ascend, they stand in their image before the Holy King, and the Blessed Holy One asks each of them, "What innovation of Torah did you discover in that world? Happy is one who utters an innovation of Torah in his presence. How much joy he generates!" The Blessed Holy One gathers his family and says, "Hear the innovation of Torah uttered by this soul of so-and-so." They all confirm that word in 2 academies they below, and the Blessed Holy One above seals that word. When a word is innovated in Torah, and a soul descending on Sabbath engages in those new words and ascends on high, the whole celestial family listens to that word, and the holy Ao, living beings, increase their wings, clothing themselves in wings. But when the Blessed Holy One asks them and they do not respond, remaining silent, then what is written of the holy Ao beyond them? When they stood still, their wings slackened, as is said for a Maju. They stood, and no longer responded as he opened it. All the people a Maju stood. Now, you might ask, why is silence called standing? Well, in speech there are members moving: heart, lung, windpipe, tongue, teeth, lips, flesh. And in silence they stand in their position without moving, so it is standing. For Rav Hamnuna said, "May he send you help from the sanctum sanctifying of the hands. And from Zion may he sustain you, Hamatzi, who brings forth bread, which sustains a person's heart. May he recall all your grain offerings, all, to include something else, namely the final washing of hands. And your ascent offerings may he relish. Selah Birkat Hamazon, grace after meals. If you do so, may he grant your heart's desire, and all you plan may he fulfill. And on Sabbath, Mikodesh, from the sanctum Chiddush HaRabbah, the great sanctification on account of this word, the righteous were crowned in the Garden of Eden from one Sabbath to the next. He opened again, saying, "Ascend a lofty mountain, O herald of joy to Zion, raise your voice with power, O herald of joy to Jerusalem, raise it, have no fear, announce to the cities of Judah, behold your God, a lofty mountain, surely Mount Abarim, the site of Moses' burial." They have already established that Shekinah will ascend there and announce the good news to the world, but it includes all. O herald of joy to Zion, Hephzibah, wife of Nathan son of David, who is the mother of the Messiah, Menim son of Amiel. She will come forth and announce the good news, and she is in the category of herald of joy to Zion. A voice will be heard in the world, and 2 kings will be aroused to wage war, and the holy name will emerge over the world. What will she announce? Behold, Jehovah Elohim comes in might, and his arm wins triumph for him. See, his reward is with him, his recompense before him. See, his reward is with him. For the Blessed Holy One will proclaim to the entire celestial family, assemble and hold court. Whoever has surrendered his soul to sanctify my name, what is his reward? And they will reply, such and such. Whoever has suffered many revilements and curses every day for my sake, what is his reward? They will reply, such and such. Whoever has been punished every day for my sake, what is his reward? They will reply, such and such. As is written, see, his reward is with him, his recompense before him. What is meant by Peulato, his recompense? As is written, how abundant your goodness that you have hidden for those who revere you. Paralta, that you have wrought, for those who shelter in you. This is Peulato, his recompense. What is meant by before the eyes of humankind? Well, before the eyes of the nations of the world. That you have hidden. What is meant by Seifanta, you have hidden now, who could rob or seize from his hands what he wishes to give, that it would be written you have hidden. But go and see the compassionate deeds performed by the blessed Holy One with that by which he strikes, he provides healing. With what does he strike? With the left. With the right, he draws near. With the left, he strikes. Yet with that by which he strikes, he provides healing to the world. Mesiphon, from the north, evil will be let loose. From the north he strikes, since from there issue all judgments and all harsh decrees, yet there abide all the fine rewards and benefits that the blessed Holy One intends to bestow upon Israel. In the time to come, the blessed Holy One will call on the north, saying to it, in you I have placed all the benefits and fine rewards for my children who have suffered so many calamities in this world for the sanctification of my name. Give the fine reward that I entrusted to you. As is said, I will say Lasiphon, to the north, give, and to the south, do not withhold. Now, is this the correct manner? Surely, all blessings are from the south, and all goodness of the world issues from the south, yet he says do not withhold. However, in that time, the blessed Holy One will awaken Abraham and say to him, rise, for the time has come for me to redeem your children and to grant them a fine reward for all that they suffered in exile, since Abraham was involved in their being sold, as is written, unless their rock had sold them. This is Abraham. He becomes like someone to whom this seems unfavorable, and acts like someone wishing for them to suffer further for their sins and saying, exact retribution for their sins and their transgressions. The blessed Holy One says to Abraham, I know that everything you said was merely on the surface. I, too, will be on the surface. Do not withhold. I want to pacify you regarding your children. Do not deprive them of benefits, do not deprive them of a fine reward. They have suffered so much for their sins. Thus, I will say Lasiphon, to the north, give corresponding to that Saphonta, you have hidden. This is the utterance that she will announce. Furthermore, she will announce good news a second time, when Shekinah ascends that lofty mountain and then goes to inform the patriarchs. Immediately, she will go to Jerusalem and see it in its destruction. She will enter Zion and there shriek a scream as before, over her dwelling place and her glory at that sight. There she will swear that she will not move from there or leave until the blessed Holy One redeems her children. This same Hephzibah will proclaim as before, saying, Oh, shout for joy, you who dwell in Zion, for great in your midst is the Holy One of Israel. What is meant by great in your midst? The blessed Holy One, who is coming to her to raise her from the dust of Zion and say to her, shake off the dust, arise, sit enthroned, O Jerusalem. Surely by this, too, how much joy upon joy for the righteous in the Garden of Eden. So happy is one whose Sabbath soul bears witness to an innovation of Torah in the presence of the Holy King. For the blessed Holy One, his whole family, and all those souls of the righteous in the Garden of Eden are crowned with that word. Furthermore, I have heard, O holy lamp, how that person's father is adorned with such glory upon glory, crown upon crown. When the blessed Holy One says, gather to listen to an innovation and new words of Torah in the name of so-and-so, son of so-and-so, how many kiss him on the head, how many righteous ones adorn him when they descend. Happy is the share of all those who engage in Torah on the Sabbath day even more than on other days. Commentary on Shilalach Ha continued. The section of Tzitzit. Rabbi Izkiah opened. He showed me Joshua the high priest, standing before the angel of Jehovah, and the accuser standing at his right to accuse him. How happy are Israel, for the blessed Holy One desires their glory above all inhabitants of the world, and has given them the Holy Torah, and has given them faithful prophets who lead them by the Torah on the true path. To all the various prophets appointed by the blessed Holy One for Israel, he revealed himself on high, holy rungs, and they beheld the glorious splendor of the Holy King from a lofty place, but not as near as Moses, who was closer to the King than anyone. For happy is his share beyond all inhabitants of the world. Of him is written, mouth to mouth I speak with him, and a vision, not in riddles, whereas other prophets saw from a distant place, as is said from afar, Jehovah appeared to me. And Rabbi Izkiah said, I have learned as follows, it is written, a man went from the house of Levi, a man went the blessed Holy One, as is said, Jehovah is a man of war. From the house of Levi, blessed Holy One, the place where supernal wisdom and that river join as one, never separating. From the house of Levi, for he provided Leviathan for joy in the world, as is written, Leviathan, whom you formed to play with. And took a daughter of Levi, blessed Holy One, the place where radiance of the moon shines. The woman conceived and bore a son, the woman, surely as is said, Lazot, this, shall be called woman at first, a daughter of Levi, and certainly so, but how can she be a daughter of Levi at first, and now, woman? Well, so we have learned, until she is married, a woman is called daughter of so and so, after she marries, she is called woman. And here, daughter and woman all on a single rung. And she hid him 3 months during which harsh judgment prevails in the world. And which are they? Tammuz, Av, and Teve. What does this indicate? That before Moses descended to the world, he existed above, so Shekinah coupled with him from the day he was born. Based upon this, Rabbi Shimon said, spirits of the righteous exist above before descending to the world. When she could no longer hide him, she took a papyrus basket for him. What is meant by she took a papyrus basket for him? She covered him with her signs, so that he would be protected from those fish who swim amid the great sea, as is written, gliding creatures there beyond number. She covered him to be protected from them with a covering of precious lovely tussar silk, of 2 colors, white and black. And she set him down to float among them, so that he would become familiar with them, since he was destined to ascend among them another time, to receive the Torah. Pharaoh's daughter came down to bathe at the Nile, the one coming from the side of the left, of harsh judgment, as is said, to bathe at the Nile, precisely not at the sea. Now, you might say, look at what is written, and your staff with which you struck the Nile. Moses struck only the sea, yet Scripture calls it the Nile. Well, the Nile was struck by Aaron with the help of Moses, so Scripture considers it as though Moses did it himself. Similarly, 7 full days passed after Jehovah struck the Nile, yet Aaron struck it. However, since it derived from the aspect of the blessed Holy One, Scripture states Jehovah struck. Afterward, it is attributed to Moses. Her maidens walking along the Nile, other camps coming from her side. She opened it and saw him, the child. The verse should read V'ta'eh, and saw why V'ta'ehu, and saw him. After all, Rabbi Shimon said, you cannot find a word in the Torah, or even a single letter, that does not contain sublime, precious mysteries. Well, we have learned as follows, the insignia of the king and matronita appeared in him, the mark of he, Vov. Immediately, she had compassion on him. Until here, above. From here on, below, except for this verse, his sister stationed herself afar, whose sister? The sister of the one who calls assembly of Israel my sister, as is said, open to me, my sister, my love. Afar, as is said, afar, Jehovah appeared to me. What is implied? That the righteous, before descending to the world, are known above to all, especially Moses. Further, that souls of the righteous are drawn from a supernal place, as we have established. We have learned the mystery of the matter, for this implies that the soul has a father and mother, just as the body on earth has a father and mother. In all aspects, whether above or below, everything comes into being from male and female. They have already established the secret that is written, let the earth bring forth a living soul, the earth assembly of Israel. A living soul, soul of supernal primordial Adam, as has been said. Rabbi Abba came and kissed him. He said, surely, you have spoken well, all is so. Happy is the share of Moses, faithful prophet, beyond all other prophets of the world. Therefore, when he departed from the world, no one but the blessed Holy One attended to him, conducting him through his curtain. So Moses surpassed, in supernal prophecy and glorious rungs, all prophets of the world, whereas other prophets saw from behind many walls. He showed me Joshua the high priest, standing. What did he see? That he was standing before the angel and wearing filthy garments, until a herald came forth, proclaiming, "Take the filthy garments off him." Rabbi Yitzhak said, "It is written now, Joshua was clothed in filthy garments when he stood before the angel." What is meant by before the angel? That he was judging his case, the one of whom is written, "Do not say before the angel that it was a mistake." What does this imply? That every person who fails in this world to enwrap himself in a wrap of mitzvah, and to clothe himself in a garment of mitzvah, wears in that world a filthy garment, which should not be so, and is brought to judgment for this. How many garments are prepared in that world? If a person fails to attain in this world garments of mitzvah, then when he enters that world, he is clothed in a certain garment recognized by masters of hell. Woe to him who is clothed in that garment, for many wardens of judgment lie waiting to seize him and cast him into hell. And King Solomon cried out, "At all times let your garments be white." It has been taught in the mystery of the book of concealment, 4 kings go forth toward 4, hanging from them like grapes in a cluster. Bound with them are 7 runners bearing witness, not staying in their places. Rabbi Yehuda said, "How many witnesses the Blessed Holy One has produced to admonish human beings, and all of them stand facing a person with advice and testimony. He rises in the morning and stretches his feet to move. Witnesses stand facing him, proclaiming the feet of his faithful. He watches. Samuel, watch your foot when you go to the house of God. Level the path of your foot." He opens his eyes to see the world. Witnesses say, "Keep your eyes looking forward." He rises to speak. Witnesses say, "Keep your tongue from evil." He extends his hands for worldly matters. Witnesses say, "Swerve from evil and do good." If he listens to them, fine. If not, it is written, "And the accuser standing at his right to accuse him." All of them testify against him above concerning his sins. If a person desires to strive in the service of the Blessed Holy One, they all become advocates before him and stand to testify in his favor when he needs it. He rises in the morning, recites various blessings, and places tefillin on his head between his eyes. Wishing to raise his head, he sees the supernal holy name adhering to and inscribed upon his head, with straps hanging from either side over his heart. Behold, he is gazing upon the glory of his Lord. He extends his hands and sees the other arm bound with the knot of the holy name. He draws back his hand, gazing upon the glory of his Lord. He enwraps himself in a wrap of mitzvah, in the 4 corners of his garment. 4 kings go forth toward 4 true witnesses of the king, hanging from 4 corners, hanging from them like grapes in a cluster. Just as a cluster is one, with many grapes hanging on either side, so this mitzvah is one, with many grapes hanging from it, with skins and branches. Bound with them are 7 runners, 7 windings of blue that must be wound around each one, or increasing up to 13. Whoever makes many should make no more than that. Whoever makes few should make no less than 7. It has been taught this blue is mystery of King David, and the thread of Abraham, who rendered his descendants worthy of it. What is meant by techelet, blue taklet, consummation, of all? Rabbi Yehuda said it is called throne of glory. Rabbi Yitzhak said 7 windings, for she is 7th of all, surely, since she is blessed by 6 others through righteous one. And if 13 as has been established with 13 attributes of compassion, she is the opening to all of them. She is one thread, distinguished by her colors, and her color issues from a certain fish swimming in the sea of Kinneret. Kinneret is named for her. So there was Kinnah, a harp, suspended above David's bed. Since she is David, surely the harp of David plays by itself for the supernal king, so its colors rise to heaven, and from heaven to the throne. Here is written mitzvah, commandment, as is said mitzvat harmelik. The king's command. Kings, why do you disobey mitzvat harmelik? The king's command Esther for mitzvat harmelik, the king's command, and it has been taught foundation and rooted on kingdom as one. This is the remembrance and opening of all other crowns, as is written, open for me the gates of righteousness, and similarly, this is the gate to Jehovah, thus it is written, you will see it and remember all of Jehovah's commandments, to include in this all the other crowns. So, they are bearing witness, not staying in their places, for she is mitzvah. It has been taught implements of mitzvah may be thrown away. Now, you might say, but Lilith, willow, however, implements of holiness, because they are inscribed with the writing of the holy name. Rabbi Yitzhak said, those threads displaying how they are suspended from here and from there, in the four directions of the world, from this place. She rules over all in the mystery of Lev, heart, being the heart of this whole world and heart of those above, suspended from the supernal heart, and all is in the Lev, heart, emerging from supernal wisdom. Rabbi Yitzhak said, the measure of this and the length of this have been stated in the engraved letters of Rabbi Elazar. Rabbi Yehuda said, the Blessed Holy One said, whoever wishes to walk in awe of me should follow this heart and the eyes above it. Who are the eyes? As is said, the eyes of Jehovah are upon the righteous, but as for you, you will not stray after your heart and after your eyes. Why? Because you go whoring after them. Rabbi Ea said, why is the from Egypt mentioned here, as is written, who brought you out of the land of Egypt? Well, because when they went out of Egypt, they entered this share, and by this the Blessed Holy One slew the slaying of Egypt. So in its place it is mentioned, and in its place he admonished them about this. What is meant by in its place? That this mitzvah is its place. Rabbi Yisa taught, it is written, as in the days of your coming out of the land of Egypt, I will show him wonders, as in the days. The verse should read, as in the day, since they came out of Egypt at once and did not tarry. However, as in those supernal days by which assembly of Israel is blessed, so does the Blessed Holy One intend to bring forth Israel from exile. Of then is written, you will say on that day, praise Jehovah, proclaim his name. Sing to Jehovah, for he has done gloriously. This is known in all the world. What is meant by Mudat Zot? This is known that now Zot, this, is known by rap of mitzvah. Zot is known by her various ways, but at that time Zot will be known by the Blessed Holy One performing signs and miracles in the world. Of then is written, on that day Jehovah will be one and his name one. Parashat Korah. Korah. Rabbi Abba opened, more desirable than gold, than abundant pure gold, sweeter than honey and drippings of the comb. How sublime are words of Torah, how precious are words of Torah. They are desired above, desired by all, for they comprise the holy name. Whoever engages in Torah engages in the holy name and is saved from all, saved in this world and saved in the world that is coming. Whoever engages in Torah grasps the tree of life. Grasping this, he grasps all, as is written, a tree of life is she to those who grasp her. Rabbi Yitzhak said, whoever engages in Torah gains freedom from all, freedom from death, as we have said, since freedom settles upon him, adhering to him. If Israel kept the Torah, they would be delivered from all and not find themselves in exile. What is written, arat, engraved, upon the tablets? Do not read arat, engraved, but rather at, freedom, and this freedom has already been established. Within Torah is power of the right, as is said, from his right hand, a fiery law for them, and left is included in right. Whoever makes right left, and left right, is as if he destroys the world. Aaron is right, Levites are left. Korah sought to change right into left, so he was punished. Furthermore, he possessed the evil tongue, and he was punished entirely. Rabbi Yehuda said left is always included in right. Korah sought to change the arrangement of above and below, so he was eliminated from above and below. Korah took what is meant by took, he took evil counsel for himself. If anyone chases after something that is not his, it escapes him, and what is more, he loses what he has. Korah pursued that which was not his, he lost his own without attaining the other. Korah engaged in dispute. What is meant by dispute? Division of above and below. Whoever seeks to divide the arrangement above will be eliminated from all worlds. Dispute, quarreling with peace. Whoever quarrels with peace quarrels with the holy name, since the holy name is called peace. The world exists only by peace. When the blessed Holy One created the world, it could not endure until peace came and settled upon all. What is it? Sabbath, which is peace of those above and below. Then the world endured. And whoever quarrels with it will be eliminated from the world. Zelophehad quarreled with Sabbath, for he was gathering trees. Who are those trees? Other trees, as we have mentioned, who are mundane entities, and the mundane does not dwell in holiness. From here on, mundane matters are forbidden on Sabbath. He surely quarreled with peace of the world. Rabbi Yos said, it is written, great peace have they who love your Torah. Torah is peace, as is written, and all her paths are peace. Korah came to damage peace above and below, so he was eliminated from all, from above and below. They rose up before Moses, together with 250 men of the children of Israel, chieftains of the community, persons called to the assembly, men of renown. This verse has been established by the companions. Rabbi Shimon said, Kirii Mod, persons called to the assembly. Written Kirii, persons called to, missing a yod. Why? Well, so it is the kingdom on earth resembles the kingdom of heaven. This is the mystery. All those supernal crowns, with which the holy name is united, are summoned from a place called holiness, as is written, Mikra, called from holiness, when at the time when Mod, festival, is present in the world. Just as those supernal crowns are summoned from higher holiness, so lower holiness summons its forces to crown them. Higher holiness is known, lower holiness is wisdom of Solomon. Similarly, she summons all her forces, and those forces are all summoned to be crowned with this holiness when Mod, festival, prevails in the world. Just as her forces stand above, so chieftains stand in their pattern below, and therefore they are called Kirii Mod, persons called from Mod. Since they are below Kirii, persons called from Mod, spelled deficiently, corresponding to the pattern above. Yet they are in exceeding wholeness. Men of Shem, name, surely, and not men of Jehovah. This is the mystery of if he pierces the name, he shall be put to death, as we have established. So they are called here men of name, since they proceed on the side of Gevurah. They are men of name. Look, their praise is high, but they took for themselves and banded together in dispute. Come morning, Jehovah will make known who is his and who is holy, and will bring him close to himself. Why morning, and why holy and not pure? Well, they come from the side of pure, and the priest is holy. Moses said, come morning, since then the crown of the priest is aroused in the world. If you are priests, here is morning, perform the service of morning. Then, Jehovah will make known who is his and who is holy. Who is his unspecified, namely the Levite. And who is holy, the priest. Then, he will bring him close to himself. The only one who can discern the matter is morning. If you are destined to remain on the side of din judgment, morning will not tolerate you, for that is not its time. And if you are destined to remain on the side of east love, that is surely its time, and you will remain with it, and it will accept you. How? By Keteret, incense, for incense requires a best man, so that all it Katara may be bound together by him and joined. Who is the best man? The priest. Thus, the man whom Jehovah chooses, he is the holy one, not the pure one. They are two rungs, holy and pure. The priest is holy, the Levite is pure. Thus it is written, he is the holy one. They fell on their faces and said, El Elohe Haruot, El, God of the spirits, for all flesh. Moses and Aaron surrendered themselves to death. How so? Because it is written, they fell on their faces and said, El, God of Haruot, the spirit's ruot, missing a vorv, since it is the tree of death, and falling on the face is always to that place. Thus, El, God of El as is written El, God, rages every day. God of the spirits, for it is the place of souls of the world, where all souls ascend and whence they come. Rabbi Yehuda opened, listen, you sages, to my words, and you who know, hearken to me. This verse was spoken by Elihu. What is written against his 3 companions? His anger flared because they had not found a reply, for they spoke words, yet Job was not consoled by them. From here we learn that one who comes to comfort a mourner should arrange his words ahead of time, for Job's friends spoke words of truth, but not to console him. This requires words that he will acknowledge truthfully, and then he will accept upon himself the judgment from above and acknowledge the Holy King. What is written? Elihu waited out Job's words, so afterward Job acknowledged the blessed Holy One and accepted upon himself the judgment of heaven. It is written, therefore, men of understanding, listen to me. Far be from God any wickedness, from Shaddai any wrong. Therefore, men of understanding, complete in every way, knowing how to discern matters. Far be from me, El, from God, any wickedness, as is written, Vel, and God, rages every day. From Shaddai any wrong, this one close to that one. As they have already established El Shaddai. Ki for al Adam yeshalim lo, for a human's acts he repays him. Look, a person walks about in this world, performing his acts and sinning before his Lord. That very act impends over him, to repay him with judgment, as is written, Ki for al Adam yeshalim lo, for a human's act repays him, that very act repays him. Nevertheless, if he sets his heart on him, once a person sets his heart and will to return to his Lord, his spirit and soul he gathers to him, to be bound in the bundle of life. He does not abandon his soul outside, to succumb to another judgment. Rabbi Yos said this utterance is another mystery among concealed judgments of the Blessed Holy One. For a human's act, he repays him to be tried in judgment, according to the deeds that a person does in this world. He raises him to be judged according to his deeds, and he is eliminated from the world. What is written afterward? Mefakad al-Farsi, who assigned the earth to him, and placed the whole world in his charge. Mefakad al-Farsi, whom did he assign for him on earth? His brother, who is close to him. And set up the whole world, for he builds his household and erects a structure of the world, a restoration and habitation. What is written next? If he sets his heart on him, this person who has been assigned to build a structure must focus his heart and will on that dead one. From here we learn that if a person copulates with that woman because of her beauty and his lust for her, this structure of the world is not built, since he did not focus will and heart on the dead one. Therefore it is written, if he sets his heart on him, focusing on him with aspiration of the heart, then his spirit and soul he gathers to him, drawn toward him, to be built up in this world. What is written next? All flesh will expire together, and the human return to dust. All flesh will expire together, that body will decay in the dust along with all that flesh. And now, the human will return to dust, renewal of the structure as before, returning to the dust of another body's structure, as it was originally. Therefore, spirit and soul are in the hands of the Blessed Holy One, who has compassion on human beings, so that they will not be eliminated from this world nor from the other world. Thus, El, God of the spirits, for all flesh. Moses said to Aaron, take the fire pan and place fire upon it. Rabbi Ea opened, a king's wrath is messengers of death, but a wise man can assuage it. How vigilantly should people refrain from sinning and guard their actions, for every single day, deeds mount the scales and are examined above and recorded before him. So a person should beware of his sins, for the world is frequently judged, and consequently wrath arises before the king and judgment is aroused, as is written, a king's wrath is messengers of death. But a wise man can assuage it. When masters of judgment loom over the world and wrath impends, If there is a virtuous person in the generation who is inscribed above, then the blessed Holy One gazes upon him and wrath subsides. This may be compared to a king who was angry with his servants and summoned an officer to punish them. Meanwhile, the king's intimate friend came in and stood before him. As soon as the king saw him, his face shone. That friend of the king began to converse with him, and the king was delighted. Afterward, when the officer arrived, he saw the king's face beaming. Then that friend pleaded to the king on behalf of his servants and won their pardon. Thus, but a wise man can assuage it. Here, too, when Moses saw wrath impending, immediately Moses said to Aaron, for he is the intimate friend of Matronita, and Keteret, incense, ascends only through his hands, since he increases peace in the world and binds the bond of faith. Keteret, incense, as they have already established joy of above and below, bond of faith, removal of wrath, as is written, oil and incense rejoice the heart. Thus, but a wise man can assuage it, cleansing and purging that wrath, and compassion is stirred. Rabbi Elazar said, do not let the tribe of the clans of the Kohathites be cut off from the midst of the Levites, for they are the stock and root of the Levites. This shall you do for them, that they live and not die, for the priest must arrange them, since even though they are near holiness, they must enter only as arranged by the priest, who knows a certain sign indicating how far they may approach and no farther. When he covers the holy vessels, then another covering settles, and they are forbidden to approach and see, for anything secretly silent does not pertain to them, but rather to the priests. Consequently, the priests' matters and actions are mysterious, whereas the Levites lift their voices. Thus, priests in secret silence, and wine is forbidden to them, since wine is for raising the voice. So the Levites were entrusted to judgment, since judgment is revealed, to publicize the matter. But all matters of the priest are in mystery and secret silence, not revealed. The perfect mnemonic, let the left thrust away and let the right draw near. Since the right draws near, when judgments prevail in the world from the side of the left, let the right draw near. How with incense, which is secretly silent, in refined mystery, innermost of all. When this other altar begins to flare in arousal because there are no virtuous people, the inner altar is aroused toward it and stands facing it, and judgments subside. So it stands facing the other, and judgment disappears. Rabbi Elazar said, when the sons of Kohath carry the most sacred objects, the priest comes and covers everything before they approach to carry, and they never see what they are carrying, rather, all is covered from their sight. Most of the covering of the sanctuary's vessels is blue, since blue has already been established and discussed. After everything is covered, the sons of Kohath, who carry, approach, and they approach only those poles protruding, as is written, Aaron and his sons shall finish covering the sacred objects, and afterward the sons of Kohath shall come to carry. So incense, which is innermost, and all that is secret are entrusted to the priest. Therefore, Aaron took as Moses had spoken, and he ran into the midst of the assembly, and he put in incense which is innermost, secret of the priest. Thereby, he atoned for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, between the tree of life and the tree of death. Thereby the right drew them near one another, and the plague was halted. Happy is the share of the priest, who has power above and has power below, and stimulates peace above and below. Left always serves right, as is written, they will be joined with you and serve you. Right and left appear in the sanctuary. Rabbi Elazar was standing before his father, Rabbi Shimon. He said to him, it is written, enjoy life with a woman whom you love all the days of your fleeting life. He replied, enjoy life with a woman whom you love. This is a mystery, for a person should fuse life with this place. One doesn't go without the other. A person should include the quality of day with night, and the quality of night with day. This is enjoy life with a woman whom you love. Why? For that is your share in life, since life settles only upon this. and in your toil that you toil under the sun, as is said, in all your ways know him, and he will smooth your paths. All the words of King Solomon are sealed within wisdom, yet by these verses it seems that the lash has been untied. What is written next? All that your hand finds to do with your power, do, for there is no doing or reckoning or knowledge or wisdom in Sheol. Where you are going, this verse should be examined. All that your hand finds to do with your power, do now. Did Solomon, who possessed supernal wisdom more than all inhabitants of the world, say this? Well, all of King Solomon's words were spoken according to the mystery of wisdom. All that your hand finds to do with your power, do. This means that a person should include left within right, and everything that he does should be included only in the right. All that your hand finds the left to do with your power, the right, as is said, your right hand, O Jehovah, glorious in power. Once a person is careful that all his actions are on the right side, and that he includes left within right, then the blessed Holy One dwells within him in this world and will gather him to himself for that world that is coming. A person should not say, in the time to come, in that world, then I will plead for mercy before the king and repent before him. For there is no doing or reckoning or knowledge or wisdom in Sheol, after a person departs from this world. Rather, if a person wishes that the Holy King will illumine him in that world and grant him a share in the world that is coming, he should strive in this world to include his actions in the right, and all his deeds should be for the sake of the blessed Holy One. For afterward, when he is gathered in from this world to be judged in strict judgment in the punishment of hell, there is no counsel, wisdom, or understanding, by which to be saved from judgment. Alternatively, for there is no doing or reckoning or knowledge or wisdom in Sheol. In hell there are habitations upon habitations. The lower level is Sheol, the level lower than that is Avedon, adjacent to one another. Whoever descends to Sheol is punished, and from there he squeals and ascends, as is written, he brings down to Sheol and raises up Samuel. But if he descends to Avedon, he never ascends again. Whoever possesses a good deed, or is a master of reckoning, as we have already established, every single night, before he lies down and before he sleeps, a person should make a reckoning of the actions that he did that whole day and repent for them, asking for mercy concerning them. Why at that time? Because then the tree of death prevails in the world, and all inhabitants of the world taste a taste of death. So at that time one should make a reckoning of his actions, confessing over them, since this is the time of death. These are called masters of reckoning. And whoever engages in knowledge and wisdom, to know his Lord when he is conveyed to depart from this world, and to gaze upon the wicked who are being tormented in hell and on the level of Sheol, all of them screaming from those levels, he will not remain there nor be among them. So, there is no doing or reckoning or knowledge or wisdom in Sheol. He will be situated only high above, in a place of countless lights and lamps, of countless raptures, where the blessed Holy One comes to delight with the righteous in the Garden of Eden. Happy is the share of the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming. Of them is written, surely the righteous will acclaim your name, the upright will dwell in your presence. Ve'avad ha-Levi, who, the Levite, he alone, will serve, at the tent of meeting. Rabbi Abba opened, he who is enthroned above the vault of the earth, and its inhabitants seem like grasshoppers. When the blessed Holy One wished to create the world, an impulse arose in his will and he created it through Torah, by which it was consummated, as is written, when he founded the heavens, I was there, and similarly I was by him as Ammon, a nursling, as has been established. Do not read Ammon, a nursling, but rather Amman, an artisan. When he came to create Adam, as has been explained, Torah said, is it for nothing that you are called slow to anger and abounding in love? When Adam emerged into the world, the radiance of his face spanned above and below, and all creatures feared him, as has been established. The world did not endure nor was it perfected until the moment when Adam emerged in total perfection, and the day was sanctified and a holy throne was prepared for the king. Then those above and below were consummated, and joy pervaded all worlds. At the moment when the day was about to be sanctified, spirits of the demons emerged, for their bodies to be created, but the day was sanctified without their being created, and the world remained defective in its work, as it were, and lacking. Once the worlds were sanctified and Israel was completed in its rungs, with Levites on the left, then that defect of the world on the left was rectified. Therefore the Levites must be purified, so that all may be included in the right and world will not be defective. Thus it is written, Ve'avad Levi, who, the Levite will serve, he completes the left side, he rectifies the defect of the world. And even that side of the north, which remained lacking when the blessed Holy One created the world, the Levite, with the ark, completes all. What is meant by with the ark? By the load of the dwelling that they carried, that whole defect was rectified. That which is above, on the left, was included in the right. Furthermore, who, he the Ancient One. If judgment did not exist in the world, people would not know supernal faith, nor engage in Torah, and commandments of Torah would not be fulfilled. The complete service existing in the world for the Holy King who actualizes it, you must say, the Levite. Furthermore, Ve'avad Levi, who, the Levite will serve, he as is said, Ki Yehovah hu ha Elohim, that Yehovah, he is Elohim who, he, perfects consummation, so that all becomes one. Who, he, is extended toward assembly of Israel, as is said, his left hand beneath my head to join coupling as one. Who arouses love, you must admit, who, he. Furthermore, who, he as is said, who, he, made us, and not we ourselves. Thus, who below, who above, who revealed, who concealed. Who ha Elohim, he is Elohim, surely. Rabbi Yitzhak said the blessed Holy One will one day illumine the moon to be as bright as the sun, and the light of the sun will be 7 times brighter, as is written, the light of the moon will be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun will be 7-fold, as the light of the 7 days, and it is written, never again will your sun set, and your moon will not be withdrawn, and similarly no longer will you need the sun for light by day, nor the shining of the moon for radiance, for Yehovah will be your light everlasting, and your God will be your glory. Parashat Ukkat. Statute. Rabbi Yos opened, and this is the Torah that Moses set before the children of Israel. The words of Torah are holy, sublime, and sweet, as has been said, for it is written, more desirable than gold, than abundant pure gold, sweeter than honey. Whoever engages in Torah is as if he stands every day at Mount Sinai, receiving the Torah, as is written, this day you have become a people to Yehovah your God. This has already been established by the companions. It is written here, Zot, and this is the Torah, and it is written Zot, this is the statute of the Torah. What is the difference between one and the other? Well, it is a sublime mystery, and we have learned as follows, Zot, and this is the Torah, to display all in single union, merging assembly of Israel with the blessed Holy One, so that all is one. Thus, Zot, and this is the Torah. Why the addition of Vov? And well, this has been said to show that all is one, all is inseparable. Zot, and this general and particular as one, male and female. Thus, Zot, and this is the Torah, surely, but Zot, this without the additional Vov, is the statute of the Torah, surely, and not the Torah, judgment of Torah, decree of Torah. Zot, this is what regards the Levites, not Zot, and this, since they derive from the side of harsh judgment, not from the side of compassion. Rabbi Yehuda said, but it is written, Zot, and this shall you do for them, that they live, which is said about the Levites, yet you say Zot, this, and not Zot, and this. He replied, certainly so, as proven by the verse, if someone is holding deadly poison and does not blend into it an elixir of life, he will surely die. So, Zot, and this shall you do for them, that they live and not die, since an elixir of life is blended with Zot, this, they will live and not die. Shuli, ve zot, and this, is required, not zot, this. Consequently, ve zot, and this, is the Torah really in single union, complete union, totality of male and female vov, he zot, this he alone so, zot, this, is the statute of the Torah. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Abba, and Rabbi Yitzhak were in the house of Rabbi Pinhas son of Yair. Rabbi Pinhas said to Rabbi Shimon, I beg of you, you whose words are established above, and whose words are openly revealed, which is not permitted to anyone else, utter a new word about this portion. He asked, which one is it? He replied, this is the statute of the Torah. He said, let the other companions speak. He said to Rabbi Elazar, my son, Elazar, stand erect and twirl the reason of Levirate marriage and removing the shoe, utter a word about this portion, and the companions will speak after you. Rabbi Elazar rose. He opened, saying, and this was formerly done in Israel in cases of redemption or exchange to validate any matter, one man would remove his sandal and give it to the other. Such was the confirmation in Israel. Ruth, this verse should be examined. If they were merely making an agreement, and later generations abolished it, why? And if it wasn't merely an agreement, but rather according to the law of Torah, why did they abolish it? Surely, whoever abolishes anything in the Torah is as if he destroys the whole world. Well, it was certainly according to the law of Torah, and the deed was performed in sublime mystery. Because the ancients were virtuous and pious, the matter was revealed among them, but once the wicked increased in the world, this practice was transformed, in order to conceal matters of sublime mystery. This has already been established. Jehovah said to Moses, remove your sandals from your feet now. Why is a shoe mentioned here? Well, as has been said, he commanded him concerning his wife to separate from her and couple with another woman, bathed in supernal radiance. And that shoe he established for him in another place, removing it from this world and establishing it in another world. Therefore, whatever a dead person gives to someone is beneficial, but if he takes articles from the house, it is harmful, such as his sandal. Why? Because he is removing his feet from this world, gathering and withdrawing them to another world, the place where death prevails, as is written, how lovely are your feet in sandals, O nobleman's daughter. Mystery of the matter is among the companions. This is the case when a dead person takes them. But when a living person removes his shoe and gives it to someone else in order to validate a transaction, he is acting according to the decree on high. The shoe of Alexa corresponds to another pattern, and all is one place. When a dead man departs from the world without children, this nobleman's daughter does not gather him in, and he goes wandering through the world, finding no place. The Blessed Holy One has mercy on him, so that he may return and be restored by other dust, as is written, the human will return to dust, as has been established. If that Redeemer is not willing to sustain his brother's existence in this world, a shoe must be tied to his foot, and that woman unties it and accepts that shoe. Why? Well, because that shoe is for the sake of the dead man, and it is placed on the foot of his living brother, and the woman accepts that shoe to show that the dead one returns among the living through this act. This is the opposite of the shoe that the dead one takes from the living, since now this shoe is taken by the living from the dead. It must be a shoe that the dead one never walked in during his lifetime. The woman takes it to show that the woman, her husband's crown, takes him and accepts him. She must strike that shoe on the ground to show that the body of that dead one will calm down, and that the Blessed Holy One now or afterward will have mercy on him and receive him into the other world. Furthermore, striking of that shoe by the woman's hand to show that the dead one is not being rebuilt through other dust of this world, but will now return to his dust from which he originally came. Then that woman is permitted to generate seed with another, as has been established. Therefore, whoever wishes to validate a transaction takes his shoe and gives it to his associate, thereby validating the covenant of the nobleman's daughter. And this was formerly done in Israel in cases of redemption or exchange. What is meant by Vezot, and this completely perfect validation? Formerly done in Israel when they were humble and holy. To validate kol deva, any matter really, for this is enduring validation. Then, Vezot, and this, was the confirmation in Israel surely. For you should not say that it was some other type of agreement, but rather supernal enduring validation, so that their actions would endure on high. When the wicked increased in the world, the matter was concealed by a different manner by kanpa, the flap, of a garment. This is a garment for adornment, and mystery of the matter is he shall not uncover kenaf aviv, his father's skirt. Zot, this, is the statute of the Torah. Zot, this sign of the covenant that has not been uncovered. When it is uncovered, all is called zir, this. From the female, one enters the male so, shema, keep, and zakhor, remember, join as one. Ukkat, the statute of the Torah. The verse should read ok, the rule of the Torah. Why ukkat? Well, ukkat, surely, as we have explained, he was dele, as has already been said. But tav is dele and none, joined as one. None has already been discussed. Why is none called so? Well, as is said velo tone you shall not defraud one another, for now her face is beaming, yet she commits fraud against human beings, afterward striking like a snake, destroying and killing, and she says, I have done no wrong, so she is called none, as has been mentioned. Tav all as one dele, none dele, resh he and dele one matter. They are in engraved letters. Ukkat, statute. All is one matter. Speak to the children of Israel, that they take you a perfect red cow. This cow is intended for purification, to purge the impure. A cow who receives from the left. Who is on the left? An ox, as is said, the face of an ox on the left. Red as a rose, as is written, like a rose among thorns, red decree of judgment. Tamama, perfect. What is meant by tamama? As we have learned, shia tam, an innocent ox, and shia muad, a forewarned ox. Shia tam, an innocent ox, lenient judgment. Shia muad, a forewarned ox, harsh judgment. Here, too, tamama, perfect lenient judgment, lower gevura. This is tamama. Upper gevura, harsh judgment, which is the strong hand, mighty. That has no blemish, as is said, you are wholly beautiful, my love, there is no blemish in you. And on which no all, yoke, has been put, spelled all, as is said, utterance of the man raised al, on high Samuel. Why? Because she is consummation of the faithful of Israel, and he is not above her but with her. And on which no all, yoke, has been put al, above, corresponding to what is written, Virgin Israel, Amos, a virgin, no man had known her. You shall give it to Eleazar the priest, and he shall take it outside its mitzvah is by the prefect, as has been established. Why him and not Aaron? Well, Aaron is the best man of matronita. Furthermore, Aaron does not come from the side of pure but rather from the side of holy. And since this is intended for purification, it was not given to him. Every element of this cow is in 7 washings, as has already been said. Why? Because she is 7 years of sabbatical. She is called Bathsheba, daughter of 7, and all her actions are in 7. Everything produced from this cow is in order to purify, not to sanctify. So although it was given to the prefect, he did not slaughter or burn it, so that no judgment would appear on his side. All the more so, Aaron, who occupies a more perfect rung, and who must not appear or be present there. As soon as this cow is turned into ashes, cedar wood, hyssop, and crimson stuff must be cast into her, and these have already been discussed. A pure man shall gather the cow's ashes, not a holy man, and set them outside the camp in a pure place, for someone is called pure only after previously being in the aspect of impure. Mystery of all that which is written for waters of nineA, defilement it is a sin offering for all lower judgments and all those coming from the impure side when she suckles from the other side and sits in judgment, as is said full of blood, gorged with fat, they are aroused and rise and haunt the world. As soon as this act is performed below with all this judgment in the place of this cow, and casting upon her cedar wood, a hyssop, their power is weakened, and wherever they prevail they are broken and enfeebled, and they flee from it, since this power of theirs appears to them like this. Then they no longer remain in a person, and he is purified. So these are called waters of defilement, waters to purify, when the world dwells in judgment and the impure side spreads through the world. Here are included all types of impurity and types of purity. Consequently, impurity and purity are a supernal principle of Torah, as the companions have established. Rabbi Shimon said, Elazar, you have made it impossible for the companions to utter a word here following you. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, letting loose springs in streams, among the mountains they go. They water all beasts of the field, wild asses slake their thirst. These verses were uttered by King David through the Holy Spirit, and they should be contemplated. When supernal wisdom struck its engravings, even though it is concealed on all sides, there opened and flowed from it one river, filled with supernal gates. Like a fountain, a water spring filling a large reservoir, from which flow rivers and streams in every direction, so here through one slender channel, unknown, that gushing river flows forth, and from there springs and streams are conveyed, filled by it. As is written, letting loose springs in streams, among the mountains they go, supernal holy rivers of pure balsam, all saturated as one by that flow of the supernal holy stream gushing forth. Afterward, they water all beasts of the field, wild asses slake their thirst. They water all beasts of Sadai, the field, corresponding to what is written, and from there it divides and becomes 4 riverheads. These 4 riverheads are beasts of Sadai, the field, totality of all those camps and all those legions comprised in them. Sadai, the field, do not read it Sadai, the field, but rather Shaddai, for he assumes and completes the name from Yesadar, foundation of the world. Wild asses slake their thirst, those of whom is written, the wheels rose alongside them, for the spirit of the living being was in the wheels, who is the living being. Well, these beasts of the field are 4, with each one facing in one direction of the world, and that one is called the living being, and there are wheels corresponding to each one, which move only by the spirit of that living being moving above them. When these are saturated by that supernal flow, all other legions are saturated and satiated, embedded in their roots, intertwined with one another on well-known rungs. As is written, above them the birds of heaven dwell, from among the foliage they send forth their voice, other supernal rungs. After all this, from the fruit of your works, earth is sated, below, and all worlds rejoice and are blessed. This occurs when blessings spread from the saturating flow of the stream, deepest of all. But when the world dwells in judgment, blessings are unable to descend upon the world. Then the sanctuary is defiled, and many ravaging bands of stingers appear in the world, looming over human beings in numerous places. That spirit defiles them like someone who dies, and an impure spirit settles upon him, so, too, it settles upon anyone approaching him. As is written, you hide your face, and they panic. You increase their spirit, and they perish. This verse, what does it indicate? Well, you hide your face, and they panic, for they are not saturated, enabling blessings to appear in the worlds. You increase their spirit, arousing another spirit, unholy, from the left side, so an impure spirit settles upon human beings, upon those who die and whoever approaches them, and upon other humans. What is their remedy? That which is written, and to their dust they return, this dust of the burnt purification offering, in order to be purified by it. This is the mystery of all, comes from the dust, even the globe of the sun. After they return to this dust in order to be purified by it, the impure spirit is eliminated and another, Holy Spirit is aroused, settling in the world as is written, you send forth your spirit, and they are created, and you renew the face of the earth. They are created, they are healed by the sublime remedy of another spirit. And you renew the face of the earth, for look, the woman is purified for her husband, and renewal of the moon occurs, and all worlds are blessed. Happy is the share of Israel, for the blessed Holy One has given them counsel for all, remedy for all, so that they may attain life in the world that is coming, and become pure in this world, holy in this world, holy for the world that is coming. Of them is written, I will sprinkle pure water upon you, and you will be pure. The children of Israel, the whole community, came to the desert of Zin. Rabbi Yehuda said, why is the section of the cow adjacent to the death of Miriam? This has already been established. However, since judgment was executed upon this cow to purge the impure, judgment was executed upon Miriam and she departed from the world. As soon as Miriam departed, the well that accompanied Israel through the desert departed, and the well departed in every way. Rabbi Abba said, it is written, and you, O son of man, raise a lament for virgin Israel. For her alone no, but because all was broken on account of her. The right was broken after her, since it draws her to the body, and the body was darkened on account of her. This is the mystery that is written, save your right hand regarding the body, as is written, the heavens are clothed in blackness, since the sun was darkened because of her. Corresponding to this, Miriam died there, and was buried there. And the community had no water, for the well above and below departed. Afterward, the right was broken, as is written, let Aaron be gathered to his kin. Then, the sun was darkened, as is written, die on the mountain, and similarly, be gathered to your kin, you, too, as Aaron your brother was gathered. Thus the right arm was broken, and the body, which is the sun, was darkened. There was never a generation in the world like that in which Moses existed along with Aaron and Miriam. If you say, in the days of Solomon, similarly not so, for in the days of Solomon, the moon ruled and the sun was gathered in, whereas in the days of Moses, the moon was gathered in and the sun ruled. There were 3 siblings, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, as is said, I sent before you Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. Miriam is the moon, Moses, the sun Aaron, the right arm Ha, the left arm, and some say, Nahshon son of Amminadab. First, the moon departed, Miriam died, the well departed. Afterward, the right arm was broken, which constantly draws the moon near in kinship, in joy. Thus it is written, Miriam the prophetess, Aaron's sister, took a timbrel in her hand, Aaron's sister, surely, for he is the arm that draws her near the body in unity and kinship. Then, the sun was gathered in and darkened, as we have established, for it is written, be gathered to your kin, you, too. Happy is the share of Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, who existed in the world. In the days of Solomon, the moon ruled in full array and was manifested in the world. Solomon was established in the wisdom of her radiance, and he ruled the world. As the moon descended, due to his sins, she became defective day after day until she was located in the western corner and nothing more, and one tribe was given to his son. Happy is the share of Moses the prophet. It is written, the sun rises and the sun sets. This verse has been established, but the sun rises when Israel came out of Egypt, for the sun shone, not the moon. And to its place it strives, there it shines. Look at what is written, and the sun sets in the desert along with the others who died in the desert. Once the sun sets, where is it gathered into its place in order to illumine the moon, as is written, it strives, there it shines. For although it is gathered in, there it shines, surely, since the moon shines only from the light of the sun. This is the mystery that is written here, you are about to lie with your fathers and rise, even though you will be gathered in, here, you endure, to illumine the moon. So it is with Moses. And of him this verse is written, what profit is there for a person in all his toil that he toils under the sun? What profit is there for a person, Joshua, who strove to give Israel possession of the land and did not succeed in completing the moon fittingly? For he toiled for Israel under the sun under Moses. Woe for that shame, woe for that humiliation, because he labored and did not really take his place, but rather under the sun. He had no radiance of his own, only the light shining upon him. If so, what was his glory, since he failed to fulfill either one? Wherever Solomon said under the sun, he was referring to his rung. I have seen under the sun. Further, did I see under the sun? I returned to see under the sun, and so with all of them. Regarding his own rung, he uttered mystery of the matter, surely. Rabbi Shimon said, certainly, concerning one who takes deadly poison alone, it is written in all his toil that he toils under the sun, under the sun. Surely who is under the sun? You must say, this is the moon. If anyone grasps the moon without the sun, his toil is under the sun. Surely this is the original sin of the world. Thus, what profit is there la Adam for Adam, in all his toil that he toils under the sun, and similarly for all those who come after him, who have sinned in this place? Moving toward the south, circling toward the north, corresponding to what is written from his right hand, a fiery law for them. His right hand is south, a fiery law is north, one included in the other. Round and round goes the wind. This verse is difficult. It should read, round and round goes the sun. Well, what is this ruah, wind? This is under the sun, called Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit. This ruah goes around these two sides to join the body. Thus it is written, Haruah, the wind, that well-known one. As for Shemesh, the sun unidentified, though the share of Israel is well known. And on its rounds the wind returns. Who are its rounds? The patriarchs, who are the holy chariot. They are three, along with this ruah joined to them. Look, a complete chariot of this ruah is written. A stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Consequently, all the words of King Solomon are sealed in wisdom, all deep within the holy palace. People do not contemplate them, they see his words like those of someone else. If so, what glory is there for King Solomon in his wisdom over other human beings? But surely, every single word of King Solomon is sealed in wisdom. He opened, saying, wisdom is good with an inheritance, and an advantage to those who see the sun. If this matter had not been revealed, I would not know what he was saying. Wisdom is good, wisdom that is under the sun, prepared as a throne for him. Wisdom is good with an inheritance, fine and beautiful with Israel, who are her inheritance and share. But more praiseworthy, for those who see the sun, for those who succeed in uniting with the sun and bonding with him. For look, he grasps the tree of life, and whoever grasps him grasps life of this world and life of the world that is coming. This is what is written. The advantage of knowledge is that wisdom keeps its possessors alive. What is meant by the advantage of the knowledge? Well, the is the tree of life. What is its advantage? Wisdom, surely, for Torah issues from supernal wisdom. Furthermore, wisdom is good with inheritance. Wisdom is good, surely, with inheritance. Righteous one of the world, who is light of the sun. For these rungs dwell as one, and this is their beauty. However, and even better for those who see the sun, for those who unite it with the sun, potency of all, praise of all. This is the tree of life. As we have already established, surely, without the knowledge, a soul is not good. Who is a soul? The soul of King David, which is the wisdom we have mentioned. Therefore, the advantage of the knowledge is wisdom, for there the tree is rooted and planted in all directions, and similarly, all those who grasp this tree. So King Solomon occupied only that rung of his, from where he discovered all, and he said, further did I see under the sun, I returned to see under the sun, and so with all of them. Happy are the righteous, who engage in Torah and know the ways of the Holy King and the sublime sealed treasures hidden in Torah. For it is written, for the ways of Jehovah are right, the righteous walk in them. while transgressors stumble in them. Hosea. Let Aaron be gathered to his kin, for he shall not come into the land. Rabbi ear opened. I praise the dead, who have already died. This verse has been discussed and established. All the acts of the blessed Holy One accord with justice and truth. No one can object to him or restrain his hand, saying, "What are you doing?" He acts entirely according to his will. I praise the dead. Now, is King Solomon praising the dead more than the living? Look, one is called living only if he follows a path of truth in this world, as is said, nineA son of Jehoiada, son of a living man Samuel, as has been established by the companions. And a wicked person, who does not follow a path of truth, is called dead. And he praises the dead more than the living. But surely, all the words of King Solomon were spoken in wisdom, as has been said. I praise the dead. If nothing more were written, I would agree, but since it is written who have already died, another element appears, in wisdom. Who have already died, another time they departed from the world and were rectified in the dust, given the opportunity to return to worldly life in order to be mended. After such a person's time is completed, he dies. Surely he is more praiseworthy than others who die. If you say, he is judged another time in that world, look at what is written. Distress does not arise twice, Nahum. All the more so, since he has already received punishment once and twice. Surely his place is prepared more gloriously than that of the living, who have not yet received punishment. So it is written, I praise the dead who have already died. Who have already died, precisely these are living, yet called dead. Why are they called dead? Because they have already tasted the taste of death, and although they exist in this world, they are dead, having returned from the dead. Furthermore, they are poised to rectify previous deeds, so they are called dead. More than the living, who are still alive, who have not yet tasted the taste of death nor received their punishment, and they do not know if they are worthy of that world or not. The righteous who are worthy of being bound in the bundle of life are privileged to see the supernal glory of the Holy King, as is said, to gaze upon the beauty of Jehovah and to reflect in his palace. As for them, their abodes are finer and higher than the rungs of all the holy angels, for neither those above or below are worthy of seeing such a lofty abode, as is written, no eye has seen, O God, but you, what you will do for one who awaits you. Those who are not as worthy as these have an abode below, according to their conduct. They are not privileged to ascend to that place and to see what those above see. They are stationed in Lower Eden, no further. Now you might say, what is Lower Eden? Well, this is the Eden called Lower Wisdom. It presides over the terrestrial garden, and the watchfulness of this Eden is upon it, no further. These exist in this garden, delighting from this Eden. What is the difference between Lower Eden and Higher Eden? Like the advantage of light over darkness, this Lower Eden is called Edna, delight female. Higher Eden is called Eden, delight male. Of it is written, no eye has seen, O God, but you. This Lower Eden is called garden in relation to Higher Eden, and this garden is called Eden in relation to the lower garden. Those who are located in the lower garden delight from this Eden above them on every Sabbath and every new moon, as is written, from new moon to new moon and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to bow down before me. Concerning these, Solomon said, more than the living, who are Adena, still alive, for those others occupy a higher rung than these. Who are those? Those who have already died and received punishment twice. They are called refined silver that has entered fire once and twice, its dross expelled, now purified and cleansed. And better than both is one who has not Aden, yet, been, for that spirit exists above and delays descending to earth, for it maintains its existence and is not liable to punishment and obtains nourishment from that supernal sustenance a high above. Better than all of them one who is not mentioned explicitly, not revealed, all of whose matters are in secrecy. This is a devoted virtuous one, who has kept the commandments of Torah and fulfilled them and engaged in Torah day and night. This one is joined to, and enjoys, a higher rung than all other humans, all of whom are scorched by his canopy. When the Blessed Holy One said to Moses, "Let Aaron be gathered to his kin," his power was weakened, and he knew that his right arm was being broken, and his whole body trembled. As soon as he said, "Take Aaron and Eleazar his son," the Blessed Holy One was saying, "Moses, here, I am lending you another arm. Strip Aaron of his garments and clothe Eleazar his son with them, and Aaron will be gathered up. Here, Eleazar will be by your side now in place of his father." Even so, he did not completely fill the place of his father, since the clouds of glory disappeared and they returned only for the merit of Moses, not of Eleazar. Moses did as Jehovah had commanded, and they went up Mount Hor before the eyes of all the community. Why before the eyes of all the community? Well, because Aaron was the most beloved of all the people, and they should not say that he was hidden away by Moses. Moses coaxed Aaron with words until they ascended the mountain, and all of Israel saw when Moses stripped Aaron of his garments and clothed Eleazar with them. Why Moses and not Aaron? Well, Moses had clothed Aaron with them when he was elevated to the priesthood, as is written, Moses clothed Aaron with his garments. Now Moses removed what he had given him, and the Blessed Holy One removed what he had given him. Both of them stripped Aaron completely, Moses removing the external, the Blessed Holy One the internal. Until Moses enacted the removal, the Blessed Holy One did not do so. Happy is the share of Moses. Happy is the share of the righteous, for the Blessed Holy One desires their glory. The Blessed Holy One prepared for Aaron a bed and a shining candelabrum. From his own he obtained from the candelabrum that he used to kindle twice every day. Then the mouth of the cave was sealed, and they descended. Rabbi Yehuda said the mouth of the cave was open, so that all of Israel could see Aaron deceased with the lamp of the candelabrum burning before him, his bed emerging and entering, and a single cloud poised above it. Then Israel knew that Aaron had died, and they saw that the clouds of glory had disappeared and reappeared, as is written, all the community saw that Aaron had expired, and all the house of Israel bewailed Aaron 30 days. This is why all the house of Israel bewailed Aaron, men, women, and children, for he was most beloved of all. Rabbi Shimon said, why were these three lofty, holy siblings not buried in one place, their limbs scattered, one here, one there, and one somewhere else? Well, some say that each one died in a place where Israel was about to be endangered, in order to protect them, and so they were saved. However, each one died fittingly: Miriam in Kadesh, between north and south; Aaron on the right side; Moses, fittingly. That mountain grasped this mountain of Aaron's and absorbed the grave of Miriam, thereby embracing both sides. Therefore it is called Har Har Avarim, Mount Abarim, of two sides, a mountain Demarava, that spans, and connects this side and that. Happy is the share of the righteous in this world and in the world that is coming. Even though they are in another, higher world, their merit endures in this world for generations upon generations. When Israel turns back yearningly to the Blessed Holy One, if a decree has been issued against them, the Blessed Holy One calls to the righteous who are standing in his presence above, and informs them, and they nullify that decree, and the Blessed Holy One has mercy on Israel. Happy are the righteous, of whom is written, Jehovah will guide you always, he will satisfy your soul with radiances and invigorate your bones. You will be like a well-watered garden, like a spring whose waters do not fail. The people spoke against God and against Moses. Why did you bring us up from Egypt to die in the desert? This section ascends elsewhere with those waters of Meribah, of Moses, of Aaron. Rabbi Yitzhak opened. It happened on the third day, that Esther put on Makhut, royalty, and stood in the inner court of the king's palace. Esther, we have learned the scroll of Esther was uttered in the Holy Spirit, and therefore it is written among the writings. It happened on the third day when the power of the body weakened, and she existed as spirit without body. Then Esther put on Makhut. What is Makhut? If you say, glorious purple garments, these are not called so. Rather, Esther put on Makhut, she was clothed in supernal holy Makhut, surely she was clothed in the Holy Spirit. Why did she attain this place? Because she guarded her mouth, so as not to mention anything, as is written, Esther did not reveal her relatives or her people. Esther, we have learned, whoever guards his mouth and tongue is worthy of being clothed in the Holy Spirit, and whoever deviates his mouth to an evil word, surely that evil word overcomes him. If not, then plagues or leprosy, burning like a serpent, as has already been established. The people spoke against God and against Moses, saying evil words. And in the Targum, and they quarreled with Moses. Why Healatune you, did you bring us up from Egypt? They treated all faces equivalently. Therefore serpents came upon them, burning them like fire, and fire entered their mouths and they dropped dead. Rabbi Ea said serpents came, their mouths hissing, biting, and they died. What is meant by melashon, hissing, as is said, if the snake bites with no lash, snake charm, fire flared from their mouths and they bit, spewing fire into them, and their innards were burned and they died. These matters ascend elsewhere. From their Beerah, to Beer, which is Har-Beer, the well, of which Jehovah said to Moses, gather the people, that I may give them water. Why is it written here Beerah, and afterward differently Beer well? Beerah, after waters are gathered into the sea, descending to those below. Beer, when Isaac is filling it. She, is the well spelled who, he. This mystery resembles what is written, the Levite will serve who, he. Rabbi Abba said, wherever it is written who, he, and read as she, male and female as one, and supernal totality he, female vov, male aleph, totality of all, since aleph abides in consummation. Happy are Israel, although below, they are grasped by the supernal totality of all. Therefore it is written who, he, made us, velo, and not, we ourselves, spelled with an aleph, totality of vov, he, comprising all. Rabbi Shimon said, the ruah, wind, of water is ruah HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, blowing at first, as is said, blow upon my garden, then waters flow, filling all, as is written, he lets his wind blow, waters flow first, he lets his wind blow, then waters flow. As long as this wind does not blow, these waters do not flow. What does this imply? That in everything, one must arouse by action or by word or by displaying something similar to action. Here, as long as the wind does not blow, waters do not flow toward that wind. Hu Har-Beer, he is the well, we read it as she. Why is it first Beerah, and now different Beer well, at first, the female alone, and now that it says who, he, totality of male and female is called Beer, well. Where a male appears, even with 100 females, we call everything masculine. Of which Jehovah said to Moses, gather the people, that I may give them water, because this well did not depart from them. Now you might say, how could everyone draw from it? Well, it issued into 13 streams, overflowing and gushing in every direction. So, when Israel encamped and needed water, they would stand by it, singing a song. What did they sing? Rise up, O well, raise your waters, producing water for all, that they may be saturated by you. So, too, they sang the praise of this well, a well dug by princes, they spoke a word of truth, and so it is. From here we learn, whoever wishes to arouse something above, whether by action or by word, if that action is not performed properly, or that word is not spoken fittingly, nothing is aroused. All inhabitants of the world go to synagogue to arouse something above, but few know how to do so. The Blessed Holy One is near to all, but if they do not know how to call on him, he is not near, as is written, near is Jehovah to all who call him, to all who call him in truth. What is meant by in truth? That they know a word of truth fittingly. And similarly with all. Here, too, Israel spoke these words of truth in order to arouse this well, providing water for them, and until they uttered these words, it was not aroused. Similarly, even those sorcerers of the world who conjure evil species until they perform true actions toward them or utter words of truth in order to draw them in the manner they desire, those species are not aroused for them. Even if they speak other words all day long or engage in other acts, they can never attract or arouse them. It is written they called on the name of Baal from morning to noon, saying, O Baal, answer us, but there was no voice and none hearing. Kings. Why? First, because that Baal had no authority over this. Furthermore, their words were incorrect, since the Blessed Holy One had erased them from their memory, as is written, it is you who turned their heart backward. Happy are the righteous who know how to call upon their Lord fittingly. Rabbi Shimon said, here I wish to reveal something. Whoever knows how to perform an action properly and arrange words fittingly surely arouses the Blessed Holy One to channel supernal elements. If so, the whole world knows how to perform an action and arrange words. What is the value of the righteous who know the essence of the word, the essence of action, and who know how to focus the heart and aspiration over those others who do not know as well? The answer is those who do not know the essence of all this but merely the outer arrangement and nothing more draw to themselves a flow from behind the shoulders of the Blessed Holy One, which is not called a treasury of providence. But those who know and focus the heart and aspiration generate blessings from the sight of thought, issuing through all stalks and roots in a straight path fittingly, until those above and below are blessed and the supernal holy name is blessed through them. Happy is their share, for the Blessed Holy One is near to them and available to them. When they call on Him, He is waiting for them. When they are in distress, He is with them. He honors them in this world and in the world that is coming, as is written, because He desires me, I will deliver him. I will raise him high, for he knows my name. He calls me and I answer him, I am with him in distress. I will rescue him and honor him. With length of days will I satisfy him, and show him my salvation. Jehovah said to Moses, do not fear him, for into your hand I have given him and all his people. Rabbi Yehuda opened, she does not fear for her household because of snow, for her whole household is clothed in shanim. Crimson Assembly of Israel suckles from two sides, sometimes in compassion, sometimes in judgment. When she needs to suckle in compassion, compassion finds a place in which to dwell. When she needs to suckle in judgment, a place is found for that to dwell in, on which to settle. For so it is everywhere, nothing from above settles until it finds a place on which to settle. Thus, Assembly of Israel does not fear for her household. Why? Because her whole household is clothed in shinaim. To this one settles only with that one, white with red, red with white, as has already been established. Jehovah said to Moses, do not fear Oto, him. Twice Oto is spelled completely in the Torah, with two vavia, vovs, once here, and once in the verse, until your brother seeks Oto, it. Why? Because they refer to an actual ot, sign. Until your brother seeks Oto, its sign, for he must describe the sign of that lost item. Here, too, Og joined Abraham and was a member of his household, and when Abraham was circumcised, what is written, and all the men of his household were circumcised with him. This is Og, who was circumcised with him and received this holy ot, sign. As soon as Og saw Israel approaching him, he said, well, surely, I myself attained previously the merit that endures for them. And this he relied upon. At that moment, Moses was afraid. How could he eradicate the insignia that Abraham had engraved? He said, surely, my right arm has died, since the right is required for this. If we say here is Elazar, he is the right of the moon and not mine, and this sign is on the right, since Abraham is on the right. Immediately, the Blessed Holy One said, do not fear Oto, do not fear that sign of his. Even the right is not required, for into your hand I have given him. Your left will eradicate him from the world, since he has damaged his insignia, and whoever damages this sign deserves to be uprooted from the world. Of course, your left which is your hand will eradicate him from the world. Therefore, he was eradicated from the world even though he was powerful from the sons of the mighty and sought to destroy Israel, he fell into the hand of Moses. Consequently, Israel destroyed all his sons and all his people and all that belonged to him, as the companions have already established. Happy are Israel, that Moses the prophet was among them, for whose sake the blessed Holy One performed for them all these signs. As has been established, the blessed Holy One has not sealed his covenant with any other nation, to be linked with them only with Israel, who are the children of Abraham, as is written, and your seed after you through their generations as an everlasting covenant. And it is written, as for me, this is my covenant with them, says Jehovah, my spirit that is upon you, and my words that I have put in your mouth, will not depart from your mouth, nor from the mouth of your children, nor from the mouth of your children's children. Parashat Balak. Balak. Commentary on Balak. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, Balak son of Zippor saw. What sight did he see? A true sight. He saw through the window of wisdom, and he saw with his eyes. He saw through the window of wisdom, as is written, Abimelech king of the Philistines gazed through the window. What is meant by through the window? As is said, through the window she gazed. The mother of Sisera moaned, judges, this is surely the window of wisdom of the skirt tails of the stars, which are windows of wisdom. There is one window in which all wisdom appears, through which one who sees the essence sees. So, too, here Balak saw through his wisdom. Son of Zippor, Zippor as has been said. But son of Zippor, a bird, literally for look, his sorcery was of various kinds. He would take a bird, shake some grass, and send it flying through the air. He performed acts, whispered incantations, and that bird would come, with grass in its mouth, chirping before him. He put it in a cage, offering incense before it, and it would inform him of certain things. He would perform his sorcery and the bird would chirp and fly away to eyes uncovered, who informed it, and then it would return. All his practices were with that bird. One day he performed his acts and took that bird, and it flew off and tarried and did not return. He was deeply distressed when it finally came. He saw a fiery flame flying behind it, scorching its wings. Then he saw what he saw and became afraid of Israel. What is that name of that bird? It is Yahweh, and none of those who make magical use of that bird, or know how to know its sorcerous power as Balak knew. All the wisdom that he knew through that bird. This is what he used to do. He bent down before it, offered incense, covered his head, bent down, and spoke. He said, Israel is very, and the bird responded, Rav, numerous on account of the supreme Rav, the great one, who moved in their midst. 70 times they chirped to one another, he feebly and the bird Rav, greatly. Then he became frightened, as is written, Moab was very terrified of the people, for they were Rav, numerous they were Rav, surely. In types of sorcery of the ancient Castile, we have found that sometimes they made this bird out of silver mingled with gold. The head, of gold; the mouth, of silver; its wings, of burnished bronze mingled with silver; the body of gold; the dots on the feathers, of silver; the feet, of gold. In the mouth, they place the tongue of that bird Yahweh, and they place that bird in a certain window. They open windows facing the sun, and at night they open windows toward the moon. They offer incense, perform sorcery, and conjure the sun, and at night they conjure the moon, and this they do for 7 days. From here on, that tongue rattles the mouth of that bird; they prick that tongue with a golden needle, and it utters great things on its own. Balak knew everything through this bird, surely thus, son of Zippor, a bird. Consequently, he saw what no other human can know or see. Jehovah said, from Bashan I will bring back from the depths of the sea. We should ponder faith in the blessed Holy One, all of whose words are words of truth and deeply faithful. For once he utters a word, all is actualized. A human being, constricted of heart, says, how many years, how long will it take for this to be fulfilled as such? Yet according to his grandeur, his glory filling all worlds, so are his affairs. A human is small, and all his affairs are temporary, he himself is temporary. But by virtue of his teshuvah, supplication, good deeds, and many tears, he holy, grand, supreme above all worlds, diminishes, lights and contracts his holiness toward the human to fulfill his wishes. Jehovah said this refers to the time to come, when he will arouse and restore me Bashan, from Bashan, all those who were killed and devoured by wild beasts. For there is in the world an abode of all great beasts and towering mountains, intermingling. The mighty wild ass of the wilderness is there, namely Og, who dwelt among the wild asses of the wilderness. His praise was mighty, for he was king of Bashan, and none of the world's kings could wage war against him due to the power of Bashan. Yet Moses came and waged war against him. Bashan, Sihon he was sire, a foal, of the wilderness, and Moab relied upon him, for the Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. When Israel destroyed the land of Sihon, a proclamation went forth in the kingdom of heaven, assemble, you mighty who rule over other nations, and see how the kingdom of the Amorites has been destroyed. At that moment, all those rulers appointed over the 7 nations gathered, seeking to restore the kingdom to its former condition. Once they saw the power of Moses, they retreated, as is written, therefore do the rulers say, come to Heshbon, those rulers appointed over them, who gathered and said, come to Heshbon, who is this who destroyed it? Let it be rebuilt and well founded as originally, and may the kingdom be restored to its former condition. When they saw the might of Moses and the flame of the kingdom, they said, for fire has come forth from Heshbon, flame from the town of Sihon, since it is written from Heshbon. Why from the town of Sihon? After all, the town of Sihon was Heshbon, as is written, for Heshbon is the city of Sihon, king of the Amorites. Well, a flame of the kingdom of heaven shot forth and entered and destroyed everything. When they said, let the city of Sihon be rebuilt and well founded unidentified, they did not say Heshbon, for they thought that thereby it could be rebuilt as the dwelling place of the Amorites. Then they retracted and said, we cannot. Why? Because all ways and paths are blocked by the power of their supreme master. If we proceed to say, let Heshbon be rebuilt, look, fire has come forth from Heshbon. If we proceed to say the city of Sihon, unidentified, look, flame from the town of Sihon, surely since that flame of fire prevails there, no one can succeed in restoring it to its former condition. From every side we are prohibited. From here on, woe to you, Moab, for he who was shielding you has been crushed. Consequently, as soon as Moab saw that their shield was crushed, Moab was very terrified of the people. What is meant by Meodi, very more than of death. For they were Rav, numerous, for then he was Rav, great, and the great was small, as is written, behold, I make you small among the nations. Obadiah, Israel was Rav, great, instead of Esau, of whom is written, Rav, and the elder shall serve the younger. Why? Because they saw that Israel prevailed above and below, as is written, all that Israel had done to the Amorites. The verse should read, that Israel had done why all to encompass above and below. Above, toppling from their dominion princes and rulers above, and they toppled from their dominion princes and rulers below. Thus, all that Israel had done. So, for they were Rav, great, replacing Rav, the elder, was the holy firstborn, as is written, my son, my firstborn, Israel. Now, you might say, the blessed Holy One wanted it this way, yet it is not just. Esau was the shell, the other side. Once the shell emerged and was removed, the kernel appeared. The original foreskin stands outside the covenant, is greatest and highest of all, revealed afterward. Moab said to the elders of Midian, now, this assembly will lick up everything around us. Rabbi Ea opened, he showed me Joshua the high priest, standing before the angel of Jehovah. How vigilant should a person be in this world, walking in the way of truth, for all a person's paths are reckoned, guards are stationed, and witnesses are ready, demanding true justice. The judge stands to receive the testimony, and those presenting claims are whispering. It is not known whether they will proceed from the right or from the left. For when human spirits depart this world, so many accusers confront them, and heralds come forth to proclaim either in their favor or against them, according to the outcome of the judgment. For we have learned a person is judged many times in this world, both during his lifetime and afterward, since all his acts are subject to judgment. Yet the Blessed Holy One is constantly compassionate, his mercy over all, and he does not wish to judge humans according to their deeds, as David said, if you keep account of sins, O Yah, Jehovah, who will stand? Here one should examine. Since he said if you keep account of sins, O Yah, why Jehovah? Well, here David mentioned two rungs of compassion. If sins accumulate until they mount on high toward father and mother, here is Jehovah, who is compassion. And if this name, even though it is compassion, is aroused in judgment, and all rungs are obstructed by judgment, there is still one rung we can turn to, from whom all remedies issue. That one will have mercy upon us. Who is that who will stand for us? Surely who will heal you, as is said, for your ruin is vast as the ocean. Who will heal you? So, Yah, Jehovah, if these are blocked from us, who will stand, since all paths open from her? Joshua son of Jozadak was completely righteous, a man who entered the innermost sanctum, who was brought into the heavenly academy. All the members of the academy assembled there to examine his case. Such are the ways of that heavenly academy, when one is brought in to be judged. A herald comes forth, proclaiming, all sons of the king, enter the concealed chamber. The court convenes, and that person's spirit is brought up by two officers. As it enters, it approaches a column of flashing flame standing there, and is wrapped in an airy spirit blowing through that column. So many are brought up there for all those who engage in Torah, creating innovations in her. Those words are immediately inscribed in a certain place in the academy. Then all those members of the academy come to see him. Those two officers come out and bring him up to the academy, and he immediately approaches that column, where he is enwrapped. He enters the academy, and they see him. If the word is fitting, happy is he. All the members of the academy adorn him with many sparkling crowns. If the word is of another kind, woe for that shame. They thrust him outside, and he stands within the column until they bring him in for judgment. May the compassionate one save us. There are others who are brought up there when the Blessed Holy One is disputing with the members of the academy, and they say, who will decide? Here is so and so. Who can decide the matter? Then they bring him up there, and he decides that matter between the Blessed Holy One and the members of the academy. And there are others who are brought up there for punishment, to purge them and refine them. Rabbi Yos said to him, if so, a person dies and departs from this world without judgment, and if he does depart in judgment, why is he judged a second time? He replied, so I have learned, and so I have heard. For surely a person departs from this world in judgment, but before he enters the precinct of the righteous, he is brought up for judgment there, in that heavenly academy. There stands the minister of hell, to accuse. Happy is one who is found innocent, otherwise, that minister of hell seizes him as soon as they hand him over, and he casts him from there below like someone hurling a stone from a sling. As is written, the soul of your enemies he will sling from the hollow of a sling. Samuel, he hurls him into hell, where he receives his punishment according to his sentence. He showed me Joshua the high priest, standing before the angel of Jehovah, for he was brought up for judgment in that heavenly academy when he departed from this world. Standing before the angel of Jehovah, that youth, head of the academy, who pronounces sentence over all. V'ha Satan, and Satan, standing at his right to accuse him. What is meant by Satan? The one appointed over souls in hell, whose craving is to bring more. He stands ready constantly, saying, "Give, give, give the wicked to hell," to accuse him, to state his sins. Then Jehovah said to Satan, "May Jehovah rebuke you, O Satan, may Jehovah rebuke you." Why? Two rebukes? Well, one for Duma, and one for the source of hell, always poised to mislead and accuse. That Satan on high descends, as has been established, and materializes in the form of an ox. All those wicked spirits that have been condemned to hell, he licks up in one moment, snatching them, and descends and delivers them to Duma after swallowing them. This is what is written. Moab said to the elders of Midian, "Now, this assembly will lick up everything around us as the ox licks up the grass of the field." The well-known ox, the ox poised for evil over all inhabitants of the world. The grass of the field, human spirits, who are grass of the field, that well-known field. Rabbi Yos said, if so, Balak was wise. He replied, certainly he had to know all the ways of that ox, and if he hadn't known, he couldn't have performed his sorcery and witchcraft. Rabbi Yos said, certainly so, you have spoken well. The power of that ox begins when they proclaim about the harvest, all those days when they proclaim, and all those days when they proclaim about the spirits of human beings, namely the days of Nisan and the days of Tishri, as has been said. Yanuka, the child. Rabbi Yitzhak and Rabbi Yehuda were traveling on the road, and they reached a place called the village of Seknin. They lodged with a woman who had a small son, who was in school every day. That day he left school and came home. He saw these wise men. His mother said to him, "Come near these distinguished gentlemen, and you will gain blessings from them." He approached them, but before getting close, he turned back. He said to his mother, "I don't want to go near them, because they haven't recited Shema today, and I've been taught whoever does not recite Shema at its proper time is under a ban that whole day." They heard, and raised their hands and blessed him. They said, "Certainly so, today we were busy with a bride and groom who did not have what they needed and were delaying their coupling. There was no one making an effort on their behalf, so we did, and we didn't recite Shema, and whoever is occupied with a mitzvah is exempt from another mitzvah." They said to him, "My son, how did you know?" He replied, "By the smell of your clothes I knew when I came near you." They were astonished. They washed their hands and broke bread. Rabbi Yehuda's hands were dirty, and when washing his hands, he blessed before washing. He said to them, "If you are disciples of Rabbi Shmuel the pious, you shouldn't have blessed with filthy hands. Whoever blesses with filthy hands is liable to death." The child opened, saying, "When they come into the tent of meeting, they shall wash with water, that they do not die." We learn from this verse that whoever is not careful about this, and appears before the king with filthy hands, is liable to death. Why? Because the fingers of a human being inhabit the height of the world. There is a certain finger on the human hand, the finger that Moses raised. It is written, "You shall make the bars for the dwelling, 5 for the boards of the one side of the dwelling, and 5 bars for the boards of the second side of the dwelling." And it is written, "And the central bar in the middle of the boards, running from end to end." Now, if you say that the central bar is another one, not included in those 5, not so, rather, the central bar is one of those 5, 2 on this side, 2 on that side, and 1 in the middle. The one in the middle is the central bar, pillar of Jacob, mystery of Moses. Corresponding to this, 5 fingers on the human hand with the central bar in the middle, greatest and highest of all, by which the others are sustained. Those 5 bars are called 500 years through which the tree of life extends. The Holy Covenant is aroused by 5 fingers of the hand. It is a concealed matter that I have spoken. Therefore, all blessings of the priest depend upon the fingers. The spreading of Moses' hand was based on this. If all this inheres in them, isn't it right that they should be clean when by them one blesses the blessed Holy One, for by them and their paradigm the holy name is blessed? So you, who are so wise, how could you be so careless about this and not heed Rabbi Shmaya the pious, who said that all filth and all dirt are offered to the other side, for the other side is nourished by this filth and dirt, and this is why finger bowl water is over sin, and over an obligation. They were astonished, and could not speak. Rabbi Yehuda said, My son, what is your father's name? The child was silent for a moment. He rose and went to his mother and kissed her. He said to her mother, These wise men are asking me about father. Should I tell them? She replied, My son, have you tested them? He replied, Well, I have, and I found them lacking. His mother whispered to him, and he returned to them. He said, You're asking about father. Well, he has departed from the world, and whenever holy pious ones are traveling on the road, he drives the donkeys behind them. If you are exalted holy ones, how could you have missed him, following you as a donkey driver are? But right from the start I saw who you are, and now I see through you, for father never sees a donkey and fails to go at it from behind, to bear the yoke of Torah. Since you weren't worthy enough for father to be your donkey driver, I won't say who father was. Rabbi Yehuda said to Rabbi Yitzhak, It seems to me that this child is not human. They ate, and that child was speaking words of Torah, innovations of Torah. They said, Come, let us bless. He said to them, You have spoken well, for the holy name is not blessed by this blessing without an invitation. He opened, Let me bless Yehovah at all times, always his praise in my mouth. Let me bless Yehovah. What prompted David to say, Let me bless Yehovah? Well, David saw that an invitation is required, so he said, Let me bless. Whenever a person sits at the table, Shekinah appears there and the other side appears there. When he expresses an invitation to bless the blessed Holy One, the other side is overwhelmed, and she is arrayed in her blessings, facing above, whereas the other side is excluded. And if a person does not express an invitation to bless the blessed Holy One, the other side rejoices and tingles at having a share in that blessing. Now, you might say, why is there no invitation for other blessings? Well, the object over which one blesses is itself an invitation. That it is so if someone says a blessing over fruit, that fruit itself is an invitation, and he says the blessing over it, and the other side has no share in it. Before this, when that fruit is in the domain of the other side, one does not say a blessing over it, and it is written, It shall not be eaten, so that no blessing will be said over that fruit and the other side will not be blessed. As soon as it leaves his domain, it may be eaten and a blessing is recited over it, and the fruit itself is an invitation to the blessing. Similarly, with all things of the world over which blessings are said, all of them are an invitation to blessing, and the other side has no share in them. Now, you might say, so, too, with grace after meals, the cup of blessing is the invitation. Why come, let us bless? Well, because previously when one drank and said, Who creates the fruit of the vine? The cup was the invitation. So now for grace after meals, we need a change for another invitation, since this cup is for the blessed Holy One, not for food. Therefore, a verbal invitation is required. Now, you might say, Let us bless him of whose bounty we have eaten is the invitation, and blessed is he of whose bounty we have eaten is the blessing. Certainly so, but let us bless is another invitation. The preceding invitation is an invitation to the cup of blessing, undefined, and once this cup is grasped, it becomes another invitation with the phrase Let us bless to the upper world, from which all sustenance issues. Therefore it is expressed in a concealed manner, for the upper world is concealed, and an invitation can be expressed toward it only with this rung, the cup of blessing. Rabbi Yehuda said, Happy is our share, for since the days of old until now, I have never heard such words. Surely, as I said, this is no human being. He said to him, Son, angel of Jehovah, his beloved, regarding what you said, you shall make the bars for the dwelling, 5 for the boards of the one side of the dwelling, and 5 bars for the boards of the second side of the dwelling, and 5 bars at the rear to the west. Look, there are many bars here, but there are only 2 hands. He said to them, just like I say, from a person's mouth you hear who he is. But since you weren't paying attention, I will explain. He opened, saying, the wise one has his eyes in his head, and the fool walks in darkness. Now, where are a person's eyes if not in his head? Perhaps in the trunk of his body or in his arm. Does this distinguish the wise one from all inhabitants of the world? But the verse surely means as follows. For we have learned a person should not walk 4 cubits with his head uncovered. Why? Because Shekinah rests upon his head. Every wise person has his eyes and his words birosho, on his head, focused on the one who is resting and appearing on his head. When his eyes are there, he knows that the light kindled on his head needs oil. For the human body is a wick, and a light is kindled above, and King Solomon exclaimed, let oil on your head not be lacking, for the light on one's head needs oil, namely good deeds. Thus, the wise one has his eyes on his head and nowhere else. Surely, you are wise, and Shekinah rests upon your heads. How could you fail to notice this? It is written, 5 bars for the boards of the one side of the dwelling, and 5 bars for the boards of the second side of the dwelling. The verse says the one and the second, it doesn't say third and fourth. For one and second are the essence of the 2 sides, so only these 2 are enumerated. They came and kissed him as before. Rabbi Yehuda wept and said, Rabbi Shimon, happy is your share, happy is your generation through your merit, even little school children are mighty, towering cliffs. His mother came and said to them, Masters, I beg of you, look upon my son only with a good eye. They replied, happy is your share, worthy woman, selected from among all women, for the blessed Holy One has selected your share and raised your banner above all women of the world. The child said, I'm not afraid of this, because I'm the son of a great and precious fish, and a fish doesn't fear the evil eye, as is written, Ve'igularov, let them teem like fish multitudinously, in the midst of the earth. What is meant by larov, multitudinously? This includes overwhelming the evil eye. And we have learned, just as fish of the sea are covered by water and are immune to the evil eye, so the descendants of Joseph are immune to the evil eye. Larov, multitudinously, surely. In the midst of the earth, among human beings on earth. They said, Son, angel of Jehovah, there is no evil eye in us, and we do not come from the side of the evil eye. The blessed Holy One is sheltering you with his wings. He opened, saying, the angel redeeming me from all evil. This verse was uttered by Jacob in the Holy Spirit. If it was spoken in the Holy Spirit, it contains a mystery of wisdom. Har-Malach, the angel, he calls her angel, and he calls her by other names. Why is she called here angel? Well, she is a messenger from above when receiving radiance from the supernal speculum. For when father and mother bless this one, they say, Daughter, go and care for your house, attend to your house. This is what you should do for your house. Go and nourish them. Go, for that world below is waiting for you. The members of your household expect sustenance from you. Here is everything you need to provide for them. Then she is an angel. Now, you might say, but in several places she is called angel, without coming to nourish the worlds. Furthermore, she doesn't nourish the worlds by this name, but rather by the name Jehovah. Certainly so when she is sent by father and mother, she is called angel. Once she settles in her place, upon 2 cherubim, her name is Jehovah. When she first appeared to Moses, she was called angel. To Jacob, she did not appear like this, but rather in a symbol, as is written, Rachel came an image of another Rachel, as is written, thus says Jehovah, a voice is heard in Ramah, Rachel weeping for her children. Rachel came unspecified. With sheep, her rungs. Her fathers surely, and all of them were designated and entrusted in her hands. For she was a shepherdess guiding them, appointed over them. But here, concerning Moses, it is written the angel of Jehovah appeared to him. Now, you might say, Abraham is more praiseworthy, since with him angel is not mentioned, but rather, Jehovah appeared to him by the terebinths of Mamre. There, with Abraham, Adon, Lord, appeared to him spelled with Aleph, Dele, Nun, Yod, for at that time he received the covenant, and whereas he had been concealed from him until now, he was revealed to him as Lord and Ruler. This was fitting, for then he was joined to that rung, and no further so by the name Adon, he became his master. But Moses was undivided, as is written Moses, with no pausal sign interposing, whereas it is written Abraham, with a sign interposing, since now he was complete, whereas previously he was not. There is a difference between the current Abraham and the earlier Abraham, but with Moses, the instant he was born the resplendent speculum, for it is written she saw that he was good, and similarly God saw the light, that it was good, he was immediately joined to his rung, and so, Moses with no sign interposing. Therefore, toward Moses, she diminished herself, as is written the angel of Jehovah. Jacob called her angel as he was departing from the world. Why? Because at that moment he possessed her, gaining dominion. Moses in his lifetime, Jacob after departing from the world, Moses in body, Jacob in spirit. Happy is the share of Moses, redeeming me from all evil, for he never approached the side of evil, and evil could not prevail over him. May he bless the lads. Jacob was then arranging his house, like someone moving into a new house, arranging and decorating it. May he bless nineA, the lads, the well-known ones, who are appointed over the world, so that blessings may flow from them to cherubim. Let my name be called in them. Now he arranged his house and ascended to his rung, for union transpires through Jacob. The body cleaves to where it should, both arms with it. Once those lads are blessed, then fittingly, let them teem like fish multitudinously in the midst of the earth. Normally, fish multiply in water, and if they come out of the water onto dry land, they immediately die. But these are not like that, rather, they come from the great sea, and they increase by being fruitful and multiplying in the midst of the earth, which is not so with any fish of the world. What is written before he blessed Joseph and said, yet we don't find any blessings for him here, for look, he blessed him later, as is written, a fruitful son is Joseph. However, since he blessed these lads, he blessed Joseph, for they can be blessed only through Joseph. And since he is concealed and should not be revealed, it is written, let my name be called in them and the name of my fathers to cover him. From the patriarchs they are blessed, from nowhere else this is covering, to conceal what is necessary. They came and kissed him as before, and said, come, let us bless. He said, I will bless, since everything you've heard until now has been from me, and I will fulfill the verse, he who has a generous I will bless. Why? For he gives of his bread to the poor, from my bread and food of Torah you have eaten. Rabbi Yehuda said, beloved son of the blessed Holy One, surely we have learned the master of the house breaks bread, and the guest blesses. He replied, I'm not master of the house, and you're not guests, but I found a verse and I'll fulfill it, for I surely have a generous eye. Without your even asking, I've spoken until now, and you've eaten my bread and food. He took the cup of blessing and blessed, though his hands could not support the cup, they were trembling. When he reached for the land and for the food, he said, I raise the cup of salvation and call on the name of Jehovah. The cup stood firm, settling in his right hand. He blessed them. At the end, he said, may it be the will that life be conveyed to one of these from the King on whom all life depends. May the blessed Holy One be his guarantor, and may he find a guarantor below to share the guarantee with the Blessed Holy One. Having blessed, he closed his eyes for a moment. Then he opened them and said, "Companions, peace to you from the good Master, to whom all peace belongs." They were amazed, and wept, and blessed him. They stayed that night. They rose early and went on. When they reached Rabbi Shimon, they told him what had happened. Rabbi Shimon was amazed. He said, "He is the son of a mighty rock and is worthy of this, and of more than anyone can imagine, son of Rav Hamnuna Sava." Rabbi Elazar quivered, and said, "I must go see that burning lamp." Rabbi Shimon said, "This one attains no name in the world, for something sublime is within him. It is a mystery, for the flow of his Father shines upon him, and this mystery has not spread among the companions." One day the companions were sitting and locking horns with one another. Present there were Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Ea, and Rabbi Yos, and the other companions. They said, "Look at what is written, do not attack Moab and do not provoke them to war, for the sake of Ruth and Naamah, who were destined to issue from them, all the more so, Zipporah, Moses' wife, who was from Midian, and Jethro and his children, who issued from Midian, all of whom were truly righteous. Furthermore, Moses, whom they raised in Midian." Yet, the Blessed Holy One said to him, "Wreak the vengeance of the children of Israel upon the Midianites." So, there is bias in this matter, since the Midianites were more worthy of being saved than Moab. Rabbi Shimon replied, "There is no comparison between someone who is going to pick figs in the future and someone who has already picked them." They said to him, "Even if he has already picked them, it is praiseworthy." He replied, "One who has not gathered figs tends the fig tree constantly, so that it will suffer no harm, for the sake of the figs that it will eventually yield. But once he has picked the figs, he leaves the tree, tending it no more." So Moab, who was destined to yield those figs, was protected by the Blessed Holy One, as is written, "Do not attack Moab." But of Midian, whose figs had already been yielded and picked, it is written, "Attack the Midianites," since from here on, this fig tree was not destined to bear fruit, and therefore deserved to be consumed by fire. He opened, saying, "Moab said to the elders of Midian, 'Now, this assembly will lick up everything around us.' It was Moab who made the first move, yet because of those figs that Moab would one day produce, they were saved from punishment." Rabbi Elazar wanted to see Rabbi Yos, son of Rabbi Shimon, son of Lekaniah, his father-in-law. Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yos, and Rabbi Ea accompanied him. They traveled on the road, discussing words of Torah the whole way. Rabbi Abba said, "Why is it written, Yehovah said to me, do not attack Moab and do not provoke them to war, and also, you will approach opposite the Ammonites, do not attack them and do not provoke them." One statement is like the other. What difference is there between them? They seem to be equivalent. And yet, we have learned when they approached the Moabites, Israel displayed themselves in all their battle gear, although they did not provoke them, whereas toward the Ammonites, Israel wrapped themselves in their cloaks without any battle gear at all. Yet, the verses indicate equivalence. Rabbi Elazar replied, "Certainly so we have learned." This one was impudent and said, "Moavi, Moab, as is written, she named him Moavi, Moab." So Israel confronted them impudently, just as she was impudent and said, "Moavi, Meavi, from father, this son came." But toward the younger one who said, "Ben-Ami, son of my people," disguising her conduct, Israel disguised their conduct, wrapping themselves in cloaks, appearing to them as real brothers. This has already been established. As they were going along, Rabbi Elazar remembered that child. They made a detour of 3 parasangs and reached there. They were received in that house, and as they entered they found the child sitting at a table being arranged for him. As soon as he saw them, he approached. He said to them, "Enter, holy pious ones, enter, planted pillars of the world, who are praised by those above and below. Even fish of the great sea come out on dry land to meet them." Rabbi Elazar came and kissed him on the head, then he kissed him again on the mouth. He said, the first kiss is for the fish who leave the water and come onto dry land, and the second kiss is for eggs of the fish, producing fine fruit in the world. The child said, by the smell of your clothes, I see that Ammon and Moab have been challenging you. How were you saved from them? You don't have any weapons in your hands. Otherwise, you would have walked safely, without fear. Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Abba, and Rabbi Ea were amazed. Rabbi Abba said, happy is this journey, happy is our share, that we have been privileged to see this. They set the table as before. He said, holy wise men, do you prefer bread of battle and a table with weapons, or do you prefer to bless the king with all weapons of war, since a table cannot be elevated without battle? Rabbi Elazar replied, beloved, dear, holy son, we prefer the latter. For look, we are familiar with all weapons of war, and we know how to fight with sword, bow, lance, and sling stones, and you're a little boy, you haven't yet seen how mighty warriors of the world wage battle. The child rejoiced. He said, of course, I haven't seen. But it is written, let not the buckler of armor boast like the unfastener kings. They arranged the table with bread and with all that they needed. Rabbi Elazar said, how much joy there is in my heart because of this little boy, how many innovations will be created at this table. That's why I said that I knew that bells of the Holy Spirit are ringing within him. The child said, whoever wants bread, let him eat by the mouth of the sword. Rabbi Elazar rejoiced. The child approached him again, and said, since you bragged about yourself, you should wage battle first. Before, I said that the battle should follow the meal, but now, whoever wants fine bread should dangle weapons from his hands. Rabbi Elazar said, it is fitting for you to display some of your own weapons. He opened, when you eat of the bread of the land, you shall present teruma, a donation, to Jehovah. This verse was uttered concerning the sheaf of tenafah, waving. What is meant by tenafah? If it is called tenafah because the priest Anif waves it above, what do we care if he waves it or lowers it? But surely, it must be above, and thus teruma, raising. And even though we have interpreted it as tirmimia, 2 out of 100, and so it is, still, what is meant by tenafah aramuta, raising? A mystery of wisdom here. O holy pious ones, wielders of the lance, you did not serve Rabbi Shmaya the pious, for otherwise you would know the meaning of tenafah, the meaning of ita, wheat, and the meaning of esiora, barley. Tenafah, which we have mentioned, is equivalent to tenupo, give a mouth, and its mystery is tenu, give. Glory to Jehovah your God, for the supernalpo, mouth, is the glory that we should give to the blessed Holy One. Therefore we must raise above, to show that to him we are giving this mouth, since the supernal king receives praise only when Israel arranges and gives it to the king. This is tenafah, and it is surely raising. The verse with which I began, when you eat of the bread of the land. Now, is the bread of the land barley? Not so, but we offer barley because barley precedes the other grains of the world. Esiora, barley, is shiyor, the measure of he, referring to a particular place in the measure of he. Ita, wheat tet, with a dot in the middle, for the other side, sinful, has no share there. Rather, Ita, the daughter who mitata, endears herself to her father, and he grants her desire. What is it? A totality of 22 letters. Rabbi Elazar said, although we should listen, here we should speak, drawing the bow. The child replied, here is a shield against the arrow. Rabbi Elazar said, surely, we call her ita, wheat, but we see that among all the tribes the letters it, tet do not appear, yet in her they do, and we call her ita. The child replied, certainly so, for it, tet dwell close to her among the tribes. These letters do not appear, since they come from the side of holiness, but by her they dwell. If you say, no, draw the sword and say, why does that daughter hold these letters? Well, if you knew the sin of Adam which they said was ita, you would know all. When this tree is victorious, the good side seizes the whole other side, overwhelming it. The ancient companions explained this word, situating it afar, simply ita. The later ones came and said, ita, really came and explained the word, as is written, you will be far from oppression, you ita, and from ruin it will surely not come near you, therefore, a dot in the middle, so that it not be ata sin, for without the dot, it would be ata. The substitution between tet and tav spells tiviru, destruction, for the other side. Elucidation of the word. You, companions, who did not serve Rabbi Ashmaya the pious, say that the other side has no share in the 7 species of grain. Not so, for the other side has a share in everything that rots in the ground. What share does he have? The chaff, driven away by the wind, as is written, not so the wicked, but like chaff that the wind drives away, and similarly, for the wind passes by and it is no more, and its place no longer knows it, for the Holy Spirit scatters it in every direction, so that it is nowhere to be found. This refers to the female. What is the male? Straw. Chaff and straw go together, so they are exempt from tithing, since they have no share in holiness. He clean grain, without straw or chaff. It, tet male and female, chaff and straw. He clean grain. So, fullness of the tree is ita, wheat, and the tree by which Adam sinned, was ita, for all is in the mystery of ita. Rabbi Elazar was amazed, and the companions were amazed. Rabbi Elazar said, certainly so. The child said, certainly so is the verse with which we began, for barley comes first into the world, and it is available as food for a grazing animal, unspecified. This is the mystery of 1,000 mountains growing every day, and she eats them. It is called bread of teruma, food of that teruma, and it is offered at night, for it is written, when the sun sets, he becomes pure, and afterward he may eat of the holy, for it is his bread of the holy teruma. Of the holy, and not the holy, for what is holy without further qualification, is not called teruma, since we have learned greater stringency applies to the holy than to teruma. The Holy Land is under the authority of the Blessed Holy One, and no alien authority can enter there. How was the Holy Land tested? To see if she remained faithful, not conjoining with an alien authority by offering this teruma of barley, modeled on the mystery of the straying wife. Rabbi Abba said, the blade of a sword is surely pointed at you. The child replied, I'm surely strengthened by shield and buckler to protect myself from it. Rabbi Abba said, the Holy Land has no alien authority, and it cannot enter there. So from whom do chaff and straw come? The child opened, saying, God created the human in his image, and it is written, God said to them, be fruitful and multiply. If the serpent had not copulated with Eve, would Adam never have generated offspring? Or, if Israel had not sinned with the golden calf, would they not have generated offspring? But surely, if the serpent had not copulated with Eve, Adam would have immediately generated offspring. Certainly, for look, a decree was issued the moment he was created, as is written, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and conquer it, and those offspring would have all been pure, without any filth at all. Similarly, the Holy Land into which the alien authority cannot enter produces chaff and straw, not from that side, whereas outside the land, the chaff and straw are of the other side, which imitates holiness as a monkey apes humans. Rabbi Elazar and the companions came and kissed him. He said to them, it seems to me that by weapons of battle I've earned the bread on the table. Rabbi Elazar said, certainly so, for all weapons of battle are in your hand, triumphant in your hand. They came and kissed him as before. He opened, saying, on the vine 3 tendrils, and as she was budding, up came her blossom, her clusters ripened into grapes until here, vision of the matter from here on, his own vision, as is written, Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, but vision of the matter was for Joseph's sake, to inform him, so that Joseph would hear and know. We have learned there are 7 heavens, and these are 7 palaces, and they are 6, and they are 5. All of them issue from ancient, holy, supernal wine, the wine that Jacob drew from afar, squeezing it from grapes of that vine. Then Jacob conveyed to Isaac the wine that was fitting for him, and he rejoiced and drank, as is written, he brought him wine and he drank. Here are included above and below, so Scripture extends the word, stretching it out by 2 accents, namely him below, him above, embracing 2 aspects. Enoch Metatron has said, he brought him wine, pouring water into that wine. If he had not poured in water, he could not have tolerated it. Enoch Metatron spoke well, and this is why Scripture extends Tama, the intonation. That wine flows from rung to rung, and all Tamin, taste it until Joseph the pious tastes it, namely the faithful beloved, as is written, like fine wine flowing to my beloved smoothly. What is meant by like fine wine? That Jacob came and poured water into it. This is fine wine, just as Enoch Metatron said. Rabbi Elazar was amazed, and Rabbi Abba was amazed. They said, surely, this wine is yours. You have triumphed, angel, messenger, mouth of the Holy Spirit. He replied, that vine is still waiting to yield fruit. On the vine that is known for its sanctity, for there is another vine, called alien vine, whose grapes are not grapes, but hard, seizing the heart, biting like a dog. Those grapes are called a corrupt, alien vine, but of this vine is written on the vine, the well-known one, the one from which all holy ones tasted old wine, fine wine, wine that Jacob blended with water, so that all those who know how to taste wine tasted it, and it was good for the palate. When that vine reaches her, it puts forth 3 tendrils, which are 3 images of the patriarchs, by whom she is sanctified. There is no sanctification except by wine, and there is no blessing except by wine, wherever joy prevails. As she was budding like a bride adorning herself, entering in the joyous passion of that wine blended with water. Then, up came her blossom, her love ascends toward her beloved, and she begins to sing, entering in love. Then those tender grapes become full and ripen, filling with that fine old wine. So, when one blesses over wine and reaches for the land, he must pour in water, since one should recite the blessing, have compassion over Israel, your people, with water in wine, otherwise, who can tolerate it? This was to inform Joseph, since the matter depended on him. Enoch Metatron said, 3 tendrils, surely corresponding to the 3 patriarchs. But she has 4. Well, this is what is written, Vehike for 8, as she was budding when she rises, you fair 8, and flies, soaring with her wings. Then up came her blossom, that 4th one, remaining, who rises with her, not parting from her, as is written, he rode upon a cherub and flew. Samuel, when he flies. Khe for 8, when per 8, she flies. Enoch Metatron spoke well, and so it is. All the companions came and kissed him. Rabbi Elazar said, blessed is the compassionate one who sent me here. The child said, companions, bread and wine are the essence of the table, all the rest of the food is subsidiary to them. Look, Torah has gained them, and they belong to her. Now Torah implores you lovingly, saying, come, eat of my bread, drink of the wine I have mingled. Since Torah is inviting you and begging you to do this, you should fulfill her wish. Please, since she is inviting you, do her wish. They said, certainly so. They sat and ate, rejoicing with him. After they had eaten, they lingered at the table. He opened, saying, Moab said to the elders of Midian, now, this assembly will lick up everything around us as the ox licks up the grass of the field. Moab said to the elders of Midian, it is not written the elders of Moab said to the elders of Midian, but rather Moab said. The young took advice from the elders, and the elders were drawn to them and gave them advice. What advice did they give them? Evil advice they took for themselves. They said to Moab, we have raised an evil growth in our midst. Who is that Moses, their master, because of a certain priest who was among us, who trained him, raised him in his house, and gave him his daughter in marriage. Furthermore, he gave him money and sent him to Egypt to destroy the whole country, and he and all his household were drawn after him. If we can uproot that master of theirs from the world, his whole people will be immediately uprooted from the world. The whole wicked plan about the affair of Peah came from Midian. That everything stemmed from Midian, and all their counsel was aimed at Moses. On their advice, Balaam was commissioned. As soon as they saw that Balaam could not prevail, they adopted another evil plan and prostituted their wives and daughters even more than Moab did. For of the Midianite women is written, Look, these are the ones who, by Balaam's word, led the children of Israel to betray Jehovah in the affair of Peah. Everything stemmed from Midian. They conspired with their chieftain that he should prostitute his daughter, intending to ensnare Moses in their net. With many kinds of charms they adorned her so that their leader would be caught, but the blessed Holy One turns sages back. They foresaw that the leader would be caught in their net, but they did not understand. They saw, yet they did not see. They saw the leader of the people falling with her, along with many thousand others, and they thought that it was Moses. They prostituted her, instructing her about Moses' couple only with him. She said to them, How will I know? They replied, The one before whom you see everyone rising couple with him and with nobody else. When Zimri son of Salu appeared, 24,000 members of the tribe of Simeon rose before him, since he was their chieftain. So she thought that he was Moses, and she coupled with him. When all those others saw this, they did what they did, and what happened happened. Everything stemmed from Midian, in various ways, and therefore Midian was punished. The blessed Holy One said to Moses, Wreak the vengeance of the children of Israel upon the Midianites, for you it is fitting, for you it is appropriate. As for Moab, I will defer them until after 2 pearls issue from them. It is David son of Jesse who will wreak vengeance upon Moab, washing out the pot full of filth, as is written, Moab is my wash basin. Surely until those 2 pearls issued, Moab was not punished. As soon as they did, David came and washed their filth out of the pot. All of them were punished, Midian in the days of Moses, Moab in the days of David. The wicked of Midian, for despite all this, they did not subside from all their evil. Generations later, when they saw that Joshua had died along with all those elders, who were worthy to have miracles performed by them, they said, Now the time is ripe for us. What did they do? They approached Amalek, saying, You should remember what the Israelites and Moses their master and Joshua his disciple did to you, annihilating you from the world. Now is the time, for they have no one to protect them, and we are with you. Immediately, Midian and Amalek and the Easterners came up and raided them. Because of Midian, the children of Israel made themselves the dugouts that are in the mountains. Judges, there was no one in the world who perpetrated evil as utterly as Midian. If you say Amalek, well, Amalek because of jealousy for the covenant, for they accosted the supernal covenant. So the blessed Holy One vents eternal jealousy that will never be forgotten. They said, Certainly so, there is no doubt in the world. He opened, saying, Jehovah said to me, Do not attack Moab and do not provoke them to war, and it is written, You will approach opposite the Ammonites, do not attack them and do not provoke them. Jehovah said to me, Didn't we know until now that the blessed Holy One was speaking with Moses and with no one else? Why is it written? Jehovah said to me, Well, the blessed Holy One commanded only Moses not to harm Moab, not anyone else. To David he did not issue this command. So, to me, do not attack Moab, even invading the slightest bit across their border, for someone will issue from them who will wreak vengeance upon them on behalf of Israel, namely David, who was descended from Ruth the Moabitess. And do not provoke them to war. All this was commanded to Moses, but to someone else it was permitted. If you say, it was permitted to Joshua and to those elders who outlived him, not so, for they were all members of Moses' court, and what was forbidden to Moses was forbidden to them. Furthermore, those fine pearls had not yet issued, for after all, in the days of the judges, Ruth issued, and she was the daughter of Eglon, king of Moab. Eglon died, killed by Ahab, and another king was appointed, and this daughter of his was orphaned, and she was placed in the home of a guardian, in the fields of Moab. When Elimelech went there, he married her to his son. If you say that Elimelech converted her there, no, rather, she learned all the household customs, and the food and the drink, before she was converted. Only afterward, when she went with Naomi, did Ruth say, your people is my people, and your God my God. Ruth. nineA issued from among the Ammonites in the days of David. Then the Holy Spirit settled upon David and said to him, David, when I measured out the whole world, Israel was evil nalato, the line of his possession. I remember what Moab did to the line of his possession. So what is written of them, he measured them out be a evil, with the line Samuel, with that line of Jehovah's possession. The line seized all those who were from that seed. It is written Melo ha evil, one full length of line. What is meant by Melo ha evil? The one of whom is written the whole earth Melo, is full of his glory. He said, this one is to be spared, and that one is to be killed. And that line seized those who were deserving of death. Therefore he held that line and stretched out the line for that line of Jehovah's possession. As for Midian, Gideon destroyed all that seed, not leaving any of those who had harmed Israel by counsel or in any other way. Against all those who harm Israel, the blessed Holy One retains enmity, wreaking vengeance on them. But if good is destined to come to the world from them, he delays his anger and wrath until that good emerges into the world, and afterward he takes vengeance and executes judgment upon them. Rabbi Elazar said, certainly so, this is elucidation of the matter. The child said, from here on, companions, prepare weapons of battle in your hands and wage war. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, bless Jehovah, O his angels, mighty in strength, fulfilling his word. Heeding the sound of his word, King David issued an invitation to bless the blessed Holy One, inviting the powers of heaven, the stars, constellations, and other forces, and joining his own soul with them to bless the blessed Holy One, as is written, bless Jehovah, all his forces, his servants performing his will. Bless Jehovah, O all his works, in all places of his dominion. Bless, O my soul, Jehovah. He concludes all the blessings by mentioning his soul. He invited the angels on high to bless him, as is written, bless Jehovah, O his angels, mighty in strength, Ozir, fulfilling his word. Before Israel appeared, the angels on high performed and completed the work. As soon as Israel came and stood at Mount Sinai and said, nineA, we will do, and we will heed, they took over nineA, doing, from the ministering angels, and were included in his word. From then on, nineA, doing, on earth was among Israel alone, while the angels acted alone, with Israel completing and consummating nineA. So first, mighty in strength, Ozir, fulfilling his word, and then heeding. Happy are Israel, who have taken over nineA from them, and through whom it is fulfilled. The child said, guard yourself, and succeed with your weapons. Has Israel gained only this praise and no other? He replied, this praise I have discovered and no other. The child said, the blade of your sword fails, or you don't wield it as a warrior should. What is the highest praise, which was not entrusted to the angels on high alone, but only to Israel along with them? Kedas ha. Blessing was entrusted to them alone, as it was entrusted to Israel, but holy was not entrusted to them alone, only together with Israel, for they perform Kedas ha only along with Israel. Now, you might say, look at what is written, one called to another, saying, holy, holy, holy is Jehovah of hosts. But when Israel sanctifies below, and as long as Israel doesn't sanctify below, they do not utter Kedas Ha. For Kedas Ha ascends from 3 worlds, not from 2. This corresponds to one called one to another 2 saying 3. There are 3 worlds, and correspondingly 3 sanctifications. So it is to Israel's praise that they take up Kedas Ha below. Rabbi Elazar said so it is, and we have established these matters. We have furthermore established that 3 sanctifications were entrusted to Israel below. From this verse you shall hallow yourselves and become holy, for I, Yehovah, am holy. You shall hallow yourselves 1 and become holy 2 for I, Yehovah, am holy 3. Here sanctification was entrusted to them. He said to him I have done well because you didn't remember the lance till I took it from behind your shoulder and put it in your hand from here on, remember the lance that's in your hand. Now return to where you left off. Rabbi Elazar said to the words we were engaged in, concerning Barak Ha, blessing. Barak Hu, bless what is meant by Barak Hu draw blessings from the place whence all blessings issue, until they form Barak Ha, a pool, through the abundant flow that is drawn. And from abundance of water in that pool, the waters will immediately swarm with numerous fish of all kinds. What is that flow Yehovah? A stream of light, shining from that resplendent speculum, drawn from above to below. This is for the celestial angels, living in the loftiest chamber to them is said bless Yehovah. We, who dwell below, say bless it Yehovah for we need to draw upon us this it, through whom we may enter into the presence of the King, to see his face. So David said, as for me, Besedek, in righteousness, I will behold your face Besedek, by righteousness, surely therefore, the beginning of prayer is bless it Yehovah, to draw upon our heads this it. Once we draw this it upon us, we should utter prayer and offer praise. Consequently, it is forbidden for anyone to bless a person before offering his prayer, drawing upon his head this it. If he hastens to bless someone first, he draws upon that person an idolatrous cult site instead of this it. Therefore, for the celestial angels is written bless Yehovah, whereas for us an additional it. The child said now I surely know that your weapons are fine if you remember them and don't forget them certainly. The power of a man who wages war is in lance and sword. What is meant by mighty in strength, fulfilling his word, heeding the sound of his word? Rabbi Elazar replied I have already said. The child said I know for sure that the power of your arm has weakened. Now is not the time to wait, but to strike with the sling, stone after stone, as is said with sling and stone Samuel hurriedly, one after another. Rabbi Elazar rejoiced, and Rabbi Abba and the companions rejoiced. The child opened, saying black am I but beautiful, O daughters of Jerusalem like the tents of Kedar, like Solomon's curtains. Do not look at me for being blackish these words have already been established. However, when she is immersed in great love for her beloved, through the pressure of love that she cannot bear, she diminishes herself extremely until nothing is seen of her but the tiniest single point. What is that yod? Then she is concealed from all her forces and camps, and she says, black am I for there is no white inside this letter, as there is in other letters. This is the meaning of black am I and I have no room to bring you in beneath my wings. Like the tents of Kedar we have learned this is Zion, which contains no white within. Like Solomon's curtains this is Vov. Therefore, you will not see me you cannot see anything in me, since I am a tiny point. What do mighty warriors, her legions, do they roar like mighty lions, as is said the young lions roar for prey because of the sounds and mighty roars emitted, like lions, by the mighty warriors, the beloved above hears, and he knows that his beloved is as passionately in love as he is, until none of her image or beauty can be seen. Then, through the sounds and roars of her mighty ones, her dear beloved emerges from his palace with many gifts and many presents, with fragrances and spices, and comes to her and finds her nearly dead, with no image or beauty at all. He approaches her, embraces her and kisses her, until gradually she is revived by the fragrances and spices. By the joy of her beloved at her side, she is restored and through her adornments, her image, and her beauty transformed into he, as originally. This, the mighty in strength have done for her, restoring her to her image and beauty, for their might and power have caused this. Thus, mighty in strength, Osier, fulfilling, his word Osier, actualizing, his word, Shuli, mending it, restoring it to its original image. From here on once she has been restored, becoming beautiful in her image as originally they and all the other forces stand ready to hear what she says, and she stands like a king among her legions. This is Osier, actualizing, his word, Shuli. Similarly below, when the wicked appear in a generation, she cringes and diminishes herself until nothing of her whole image is seen but a single point. When the mighty in strength and the truly virtuous arrive, they, as it were, actualize this word. She is gradually illumined, and transformed in her image and her beauty as originally. The companions came and kissed him. Rabbi Elazar said if the prophet Ezekiel had said this, it would have been a wonder in the world. Rabbi Elazar took him and kissed him as before. The child said, I will bless. They replied, you are blessed, and it is fitting for you to bless. He said, how holy you are, how many blessings are destined for you from the Holy Mother because you have not prevented me from blessing. He opened, saying, he who withholds grain the nation will curse him, but there will be blessing on the head of the provider. This verse in Torah is to be understood literally. However, we have learned every person is obligated to recite grace after meals, and if he doesn't know how, then his wife or his children say the blessing for him. But may a curse fall upon the man who doesn't know how to bless and needs his wife and children to bless for him. If he does know, he should train his son and give him the cup to recite the blessing. And whoever prevents him from being trained, the nation will curse. He who withholds a son, from blessing the blessed Holy One and being trained in mitzvah yikkevuhu la'oem, the nation will curse him. The verse should read yikkevu, it will curse him, or yikkevuhu la'umim, nations will curse him, since la'oem, nation, is singular, as is said ulom, nation over nation, shall prevail. Why yikkevuhu la'oem, the nation will curse him. Well, it is spelled la'em, to the mother, to the Holy Mother, they will curse him, namely this person who prevents his son, from blessing the blessed Holy One. I'm my mother's only son. Give me the cup, and I'll bless the Holy King, who has brought to my mother's house valiant men, before whom I've spoken powerful words, besting them. So I will bless, but before that, let the verse be resolved to perfection, this one we began with. He who withholds grain, the nation will curse him. He who prevents a son, as has been said, yikkevuhu la'em, they will curse him to the mother. What is meant by yikkevuhu, as is said, v'yikkof ben ha'isha ha'Israelit, the son of the Israelite woman pronounced, the name here, to yikkevuhu, they will designate him, specifying him la'em, to the mother, detailing his sins to the Holy Mother. But there will be blessing on the head of the provider, on the person who trains his son to bless the blessed Holy One, and trains him in the commandments of Torah. Mystery of the matter is written in the mystery above. What is his name, and what is the name of his son? If you know that name is well known. Yehovah Sivaot is his name, the name of his son Israel is his name, as is written, my son, my firstborn, is Israel. All the keys of faith dangle from this Israel, and he glorifies himself, saying, Yehovah said to me, you are my son. Certainly so, for father and mother have crowned him and blessed him with many blessings, and commanded all, kiss the son, kiss the hand of this son. He has, as it were, been given dominion over all, so that all will serve him. lest he rage, for they have adorned him with judgment and compassion, judgment for one deserving of judgment, compassion for one deserving of compassion. All blessings of above and below reach this Son, adorning him, and whoever withholds blessings from this Son will have his sins specified before the Holy King Laem, to the Mother, really. But there will be blessing La Roche Mashba, on the head of the provider, whoever recites the blessing and invites the one who should be invited with the cup of blessing, thereby smashes the other side, who is overwhelmed, while the side of holiness ascends. This is what is written, but there will be blessing on the head of Mashba, the smasher. Just as he elevates and blesses the blessed Holy One and causes the other side to be shattered, so the blessed Holy One draws blessings upon him from above, and the one called blessing settles upon his head. Now, companions, give the cup of wine, and we will bless. They gave him the cup, and he blessed. All the companions were in joy, for since the day of Rabbi Elazar's wedding celebration, the companions had not delighted as on the day that they sat there. They rose early and blessed him joyously, with fervor. The child said, "You should not depart except with words of Torah, and so we have learned." He opened, saying, "And Jehovah was going before them by day in a column of cloud to lead them on the way, and by night in a column of fire to give them light, so as to go by day and by night for Jehovah, and Jehovah." The accent stands erect above. Why, well, at that moment, how fine and beautiful was this bride who until then had been subjugated in exile, and now was walking with head erect among her cohorts in joy. Surely, the accent stands erect above. Was going before them Yomam, by day until here. It is not known whether this bride was going before them or not, since the accent interrupts at for Jehovah, and Jehovah. Well, she was there, but the one going before them was the supernal elder, master of the house, to whom the blessed Holy One swore. And who is that? Abraham, as is written, Yomam, by day, Jehovah directs Asdo, his love, and it is written, were it not for my covenant Yomam, with day, and night, the day encompassing all days, the day of other days, all other days, surely so it is called Yomam, their day, and not Yom, day. Thus, Yomam, their day, was going before them. He went before them by day, and the bride went by night, as is written, and by night in a column of fire to give them light. This is the bride, each one fittingly. As for you, companions, may Yomam Valela, their day and night, be before you at all times. They kissed him and blessed him as before, and went their way. They came to Rabbi Shimon and told him the episode. He was astonished and said how worthy he is, but he attains no name. When a thin stick flares, it flares momentarily, and is immediately extinguished, subsiding. Furthermore, I've already said where this light came from. He opened, saying, mighty upon earth his seed shall be, the generation of the upright shall be blessed. When a person is mighty upon earth, mighty in Torah, mighty over his impulse, mighty upon earth, surely his light ascends, and an abundant flow streams into him. Then, the generation of the upright Yevarak, shall be blessed, spelled Yeverik, he shall bless. Rabbi Abba said, but we've seen children saying sublime words, and later becoming leaders of the world. He replied, if a child says a word or two momentarily, unintentionally, a person can be confident that he will succeed in teaching Torah in Israel. But with this one, whose light endures firmly, with full awareness, not so. Furthermore, the blessed Holy One yearns to smell the aroma of this apple. A happy is his share. Happy are you, O righteous ones, of whom is written, the remnant of the house of Judah shall add root beneath and bear fruit above, king's root beneath like his father, who has departed from the world and is root beneath in the heavenly academy, and bear fruit above in the supreme academy. How fine are root and fruit! Were it not for the fact that I would be accusing the blessed Holy One, who yearns to smell his aroma, no one would be able to prevail over him. But may it be the will that his mother should not experience any suffering because of him. And so it was. Commentary on Balak continued. He sent messengers to Balaam son of Beor at Pethah, which is on the river, in his people's land, to invite him, saying, Look, a people has come out of Egypt. Look, it has covered the eye of the land, and it is encamped opposite me. Here are 28 words, corresponding to 28 levels of sorcerous witchcraft with a bird. One should ponder whoever wished to speak with Balaam and collaborate with him, why did he send to him immediately before approaching him explicit words, saying, Look, a people has come out of Egypt. Now, curse it for me. He should have first joined with him, ingratiating himself and bribing him, and then conveying his words. Well, Rabbi Yo said, from here we discover that Balak knew the intention of that wicked one, who always sought to glorify himself with grandiose deeds and whose desire was fulfilled only when he perpetrated evil. Balak performed sorcery, enacted witchcraft, and arranged a bird, and he knew that Moses' rungs were lofty and precious. He enacted witchcraft and performed sorcery, and he knew that Balaam's rungs corresponded to them. Immediately, he sent messengers to Balaam son of Beor. Petra, at Pethah, the name of the place, as is said from Pethah of Aram Naharaim, to curse you. Why is it called so? Because it is written, Who set a table for Gad, and Petra, a table, was arranged there all of Balaam's days. For it is certainly so, that a table is arranged with food and drink before evil aspects, and they perform sorcery and offer evil incense in front of the table, and all impure spirits gather there and inform them about whatever they inquire. All sorcery and witchcraft were present on that table, so that place was called Petra, since in Aram Naharaim a table is called Petra. He opened, saying, You shall make a table of acacia wood, and it is written, You shall set on the table the bread of the presence, before me continuously, all those holy utensils before him, to draw the Holy Spirit from above to below. That wicked Balaam prepared similarly for the other side, arranging a table with bread that is called defiled bread Malachi, as has been said. For so the other side follows holiness, like a monkey after humans. And King Solomon cried out, For what man is there who can follow the king, that which he has already done? This verse has already been mentioned. It is written, O Jehovah, when you came forth from So, when you strode from the field of Edom, the earth trembled, the very heavens dripped, the clouds, oh they dripped water. Judges, when the blessed Holy One wished to give the Torah to Israel, he went and invited the children of Esau, and they did not accept it, as is said, Jehovah from Sinai came and he shone from Seir upon them, and they refused to accept it. He went to the children of Ishmael, and they refused to accept it, as is written, He radiated from Mount Paran. Since they refused, he returned to Israel. So we have learned. Now a question should be raised, and we have already learned that it is no sin when a person scrutinizes the details of Torah and asks his questions to elucidate its words. This verse is unsettled, and one should ask, when the blessed Holy One came to So, to which of their prophets did he appear? And when he went to Paran, to which of their prophets did he appear? If you say that he revealed himself to all of their people, we never find this except for Israel alone and through Moses. And, as has already been said, the verse should read as follows: Jehovah to Sinai came and he shone to Seir upon them, he radiated to Mount Paran. Why from Seir upon them, and why from Mount Paran? All must be known and examined. I have already asked and have not heard and do not know. When Rabbi Shimon came, Rabbi Yos approached and asked about the matter as before. He replied, This question has already been discussed. Jehovah from Sinai came, as is said, Look, I am coming to you in the utmost cloud, and from Sinai he came and revealed himself to them. And he shone from Seir upon them, from what the children of Seir said. Refusing to accept it, from this he illumined Israel, lavishing them with light and great love. Similarly, he radiated and illuminated from Mount Paran, from what the children of Paran said, refusing to accept it. From this, Israel gained greater love and radiance fittingly. As for your asking through whom did he reveal himself to them, it is a sublime mystery, and through you the matter is revealed. Torah issued from the supernal mystery of the head of the concealed king. When it reached the left arm, the blessed Holy One saw bad blood accumulating in that arm. He said, I must purge and cleanse this arm. If that bad blood does not diminish, it will damage all. Surely, every defect must be eliminated from here. What did he do? He summoned Samael, who then came before him. He said to him, Do you want my Torah? He asked, What's written in it? He replied, You shall not murder. The blessed Holy One skipped to the necessary place. He said, Heaven forbid, this Torah is yours, and yours it will remain. I don't want this Torah. He went on pleading before him, saying, Master of the universe, if you give it to me, my whole dominion will vanish, for look, my dominion is over killing and there will be no wars, and my dominion is over the planet Mars. If so, all this will be abolished from the world. Master of the universe, take your Torah, and let me have no share or portion in it, but, if it pleases you, here is the people descended from Jacob, for them it is fitting. And he thought he was uttering slander against them. This is he shone from so upon them from so, precisely, light radiated to Israel. Samael thought, surely, if Jacob's children accept this, they will vanish from the world and never gain dominion. Samael responded to him several times similarly. The blessed Holy One said to him, You are the firstborn, and for you it is fitting. He replied, Look, my birthright is his. It was sold to him, and I consented. He said to him, Since you want no share in it, remove yourself from it entirely. He replied, Fine. He said to him, Since it is so, give me advice about what I should do, so that Jacob's children will accept it, as you say. He replied, Master of the universe, they must be bribed. Take some light from the radiance of the powers of heaven and bestow it upon them, and thereby they will accept it, and here, mine will be first. He stripped off the radiance covering him and gave it to him to give to Israel, as is written, He shone Messiah, from so, upon them from so, precisely, namely Samael, as is written, Hasiah, the goat, shall bear upon it all their iniquities. Upon them, upon Israel. Once he eliminated this, removing the bad blood from the left arm, he turned to the right arm and saw that it was similar. He said, This arm, too, must be cleansed of bad blood. He summoned Rahab, and said to him, Do you want my Torah? He replied, What's written in it? He skipped ahead and said, You shall not commit adultery. He replied, Woe, if the blessed Holy One transmits this legacy to me, an evil legacy, which will eliminate my whole dominion, for I have obtained a blessing of waters, a blessing of the fish of the sea, as is written, Peru Ervu, be fruitful and multiply and fill the water in the seas, and similarly he will be Peria, a wild Asav, a man. He began to plead before him, saying, Master of the universe, we issued as 2 sons from Abraham, here are the children of Isaac, give it to them, for whom it is fitting. He replied, I cannot, for you are the firstborn, and for you it is fitting. He began to plead, saying, Master of the universe, my birthright will be his, and this light that I have thereby inherited, take and give to them. And so he did, as is written, Hophia, he radiated, from Mount Paran. Why is it written concerning Samael, Zara, and he shone, whereas concerning Rahab it is written differently, Hophia, he appeared well, with the light that Samael stripped from himself, he took the sword and the killing to kill by judicial sentencing, to kill properly, as is written, your triumphant sword, although it was not yours. And with the blessing that Rahab stripped from himself, he took a little, like someone to whom a little of his blessing appears, to enable Israel to be fruitful and multiply. Thus, Hophia, he appeared, from Mount Paran, and it is not written Zara, and he shone. Once he had obtained these gifts for Israel from those ruling princes, he came and summoned all of the myriads of holy ones, appointed over the other nations. They replied to him similarly, and from all of them he received and obtained gifts to bestow upon Israel. This may be compared to a doctor who had one vial full of a vivifying drug, which he kept for his son. He wanted to give his son that vivifying ointment. The doctor was wise, and he said, "There are bad servants in my house. If they know that I am giving this present to my son, it will be evil in their eyes, and they will seek to kill him." What did he do? He took a little bit of deadly poison and put it on the opening of the vial. Then he called his servants and said to them, "You are faithful to me, would you like this drug?" They said, "Let's see what it is." They took a bit to taste, and before even smelling it, they felt that they were about to die. They said to themselves, "If he gives this drug to his son, he will die, and we will inherit our master." They said to him, "Our master, this drug is fitting only for your son. Here are the wages of our labor, we leave them for you, give them to him as a bribe so that he will take this drug." Similarly, the Blessed Holy One is a wise doctor. He knew that if he gave the Torah to Israel before informing the heavenly princes, they would pursue Israel every day on account of it and kill them. But he did this, and they gave him gifts and presents so that Israel would accept it. All of these Moses received to give to Israel, as is written, "You ascended the heights, you seized captives, you took gifts for humans." Consequently, Israel inherited the Torah without any challenge or any accusation at all. Blessed is he and blessed is his name forever and forever. These gifts that the Israelites received were their ornaments, by virtue of which neither death nor the other side could dominate them. Not only did they obtain the Torah without any challenge at all, but they received gifts and presents from all the heavenly princes. As soon as they sinned, what is written, the children of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments, those gifts for humans. What was left of them? Those captives, as is written, "You ascended the heights, you seized captives." When they sinned further, what is written, the Canaanite, king of Arad, who dwelled in the Negeb, heard that Israel was coming by way of Atharim, and it is written, he battled against Israel and took captives from them. Even so, whenever the people of Israel return to their Father in heaven, those gifts and everything are restored to them, enveloping them. And in the time to come, all will be returned, as is written, Jehovah your God will return your captivity and have compassion on you. From here on, utter your words. Rabbi Yo said, O Jehovah, when you came forth from So, when you strode from the field of Edom, the earth trembled. Judges, when the Blessed Holy One returned from So, who did not accept the Torah, the earth trembled. Why did it tremble? Because it verged on returning to chaos and void, for the Blessed Holy One had stipulated with the world as follows: if Israel accepts the Torah, fine. But if not, I will return the world to chaos and void. When the earth saw that the Blessed Holy One had invited all the nations to accept the Torah and they had refused, and that of all the nations only Israel alone was left, the earth thought that Israel would similarly refuse, so the earth trembled. When they said, we will do and we will heed, the earth feared, and was still feared at first, and finally was still. Because Israel said, we will do, they do not fear anything that any sorcerers of the world are able to do, no witchcraft or sorcery in the world. Why? One reason is this, and another is because when the Blessed Holy One brought them out of Egypt, he smashed before them all types of witchcraft and sorcery, so that these could not prevail against them. When Balak came, he knew this, and immediately he sent messengers to Balaam son of Beor at Pethah. Why is Petra, at Pethah, mentioned here? Well, so that he would prepare Petra, a table, from which to seek counsel as to what he should do. Which is on Har Nahar, the river. The verse should read, which is on Naharaim, 2 rivers. Why, which is on the river? Certainly so, for it stands constantly upon one river. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba were traveling on the way to see Rabbi Yo's son of Rabbi Shimon son of Lekaniah, Rabbi Elazar's father-in-law. They rose at midnight to engage in Torah. They sat down. Rabbi Elazar said, "Now is the time when the blessed Holy One enters the Garden of Eden to delight with the righteous who are there. What is this delight, and how does he delight with them?" Rabbi Abba replied, "This matter is a sealed secret, hidden within me, unknown." He said to him, "Were, then, the grand pillars previously in this world empty, neither knowing nor striving to know the basis of their existence in this world, and what awaited them in that world?" He opened, saying, "Yehovah, Ilahi Ata, you are my God, I will exalt you, I will praise your name. For you have done wonders, counsels of long ago, faithful and true." This verse constitutes the mystery of faith. Yehovah, supernal mystery, beginning of the supernal point, concealed, unknown. However, Ilahi, my God, mystery of a voice of sheer silence, kings, it is the beginning of what is susceptible to questioning, yet concealed and unknown. Concerning it, no one can answer, for it is sealed, hidden, and treasured away. You beginning of what is susceptible to question and answer. It is priest forever, as is said, "You are priest forever on my word, Melchizedek." What is meant by "on my word, Melchizedek"? Well, this supernal priest is the one poised on the word, since that word endures only through the right. And who is that word? Melchizedek is its name. As for his saying "my word," because it is linked with David, and all his words of praise reach that word, so my word. And therefore, you the priest. We have already established that there are 3 places, each of which is called you. I will exalt you all as one. I will praise your name fittingly, this is well known. For you have made Pele, a wonder, a covering and garment, clothing the concealed, ancient, hidden light with the cover of another light. Alternatively, for you have made Pele, a wonder, for you have made Aleph. What is meant by Aleph? We have already learned Aleph, Bet Aleph Binah, learn understanding. But the form of Aleph is 3 segments, beginning of supernal mystery of primordial Adam. For in the form of Aleph are 2 arms, one on each side, and a body in the middle. All is one mystery, the mystery of unification, and so Aleph is numerically 1. Thus, for you have made Pele. Rav Hamnun Asava said as follows: for you have made Pele, a wonder. Pele is one rung of those Pilot Okma, wonders of wisdom. Which one is this? A path unknown to any bird of prey, this is Pele. Itso Miralk, counsels from afar. First he called this Pele Yoetz, wonderful counselor, mighty God, eternal Father, Prince of Peace, whereas here he did not come to enumerate them. But what are counsels from afar? 2 willow twigs, from which stem all counsel of the prophets, these are all called counsels from afar. Emuna Omen, faithful and true, 2 that are one river and garden. River issuing from Eden, and garden watered by it. Here is the whole concealed mystery of faith. And I have learned a person who awakens at night at the moment when the blessed Holy One enters the Garden of Eden along with the righteous should say this verse with aspiration of the heart, focusing his awareness on it. And afterward, I praise you, for awesomely and wondrously am I made, wondrous are your acts, and my soul deeply knows it. This is the praise of the ancient Hasidim when they awaken at midnight, afterward arranging their praise and engaging in Torah. What is the delight of the blessed Holy One? Well, all the righteous, assuming their forms, are clothed in the Garden of Eden every single day. Once they bathe in the dew with which the blessed Holy One intends to revive the dead, they all enter the presence of the Messiah and ask what they ask. This has already been discussed arousingly by the companions. Afterward they all gather and engage in the sublime knowledge of all the academies there, over which are various ministers, and numerous innovations in Torah are invented there. Afterward they all emerge and see when Elijah comes to the patriarchs. As he emerges, they enter and stand in the presence of the patriarchs, and he delights in them, in the many holy children surrounding them, and they all rejoice. When the Blessed Holy One enters at midnight, all of them stand fittingly arranged. As for all the effort they exerted that whole day in innovations of Torah, the Blessed Holy One yearns for the Righteous One who innovated words within her, and he delights in him and delights in those words, and similarly with every single Righteous One. Afterward they are all enhanced, male and female, and the Blessed Holy One, after inhaling their aroma and delighting in them, in all their mysteries of wisdom reveals himself to them, and they gaze upon that beauty of Jehovah. Then they all rejoice greatly until their light and luster spreads, and from that flow of their lustrous light and joyous light, they generate fruit and verdure for this world, and that fruit enters beneath the wings of Shekinah until it is needed. He delights similarly with every single Righteous One, and he says, "Happy is the king with children such as these, selected as his allotted share." A voice stirs from the middle of the garden of heaven, and proclaims powerfully, "Remember, O Jehovah, the Edomites, on the day of Jerusalem, saying, raise it to its foundation." Then, his dismay and his screaming and of all the righteous there are heard in firmaments. Because there is no joy and delight for the Blessed Holy One except when the righteous there are standing before him, and because he swore, saying, "If I forget you, Jerusalem, may my right hand wither. May my tongue cleave to my palate if I do not remember you, if I do not set Jerusalem above my highest joy." Wherever there is joy for the Blessed Holy One, this voice issues and proclaims. Then from there he emerges, ascending and striking the firmaments, and howling roars until all the forces of heaven are disturbed. Then a wind blows, beating the leaves of that grand tree, and all its branches beat one another, and a voice stirs from within the canopy of the tree, exclaiming, "He remembers his covenant forever, the word he ordained for 1,000 generations which he sealed with Abraham, and his vow to Isaac." As soon as this voice is aroused, Abraham the elder hears and is aroused. Then, a time of favor for the king, and he takes comfort with him. At that moment, a certain spirit from the side of the south is aroused, and all favor, joy, and healing are aroused over the world. Then morning rises, and favor prevails, and there is ease for all prisoners of the king who are lying on their sickbed. Happy is the people who can know some of the sealed mysteries of the Holy King. Rabbi Abba said, "One day I was walking in the desert along with Rabbi Yehuda of Acre, and we entered a certain cave and found there an ancient book from olden days. I opened it and found written there, at the head of its words, 'Look, the former things have come to pass, and new things I am declaring,'" and it applied this verse to the souls of the righteous. From the day that an impulse arose in the will of thought to create the world, before the world was ever created, all spirits of the righteous were hidden away in thought before him, every single one in its image. When he traced the world, they were all revealed, assuming their images before him in the highest heights. Afterward, he placed them in a certain treasure house in the Garden of Eden above, and that treasure house is never full and always exclaims, "Look, the former things have come to pass, and new things I am declaring." Who is it that I am declaring? I am declaring all of them by name. And that treasure house has no desire or yearning but for souls to be poured into it constantly. Just as hell has no desire or yearning but to receive souls to be purified there, and every day it exclaims, "Give, give." What is meant by give, give? I will burn, I will burn. That treasure house preserves all those souls until the time when it clothes them and they descend to this world. Due to the sin of Adam, who drew the evil side into the world, those souls must be clothed in this garment, for the Blessed Holy One wished to clothe them in another garment. And that book stated, "Until here, be silent." From here on, I saw inscribed letters that were unidentifiable, and afterward I saw them in a dream, and I was told, "Be silent, reveal this only to the mighty rock." And I did so. In it I found stated that the Blessed Holy One intends to clothe those souls, in the time to come, in another garment. As for the dead whom Ezekiel revived, why didn't he fashion that garment for them? Well, because the time had not arrived to waft through the world that pure air-forming garments, and so he clothed them only as they had existed. So it will be for the revival of the dead, except that the former filth will not be found there. When a person departs from this world, all of them, whether righteous, pious, and wholehearted, or sinful and wicked, traverse a path displaying Adam to the inhabitants of the world. From there, each one takes a path either to the Garden of Eden or to hell. All those whose path leads to the Garden of Eden approach the outermost wall of those 3 walls there. Then one minister emerges suddenly before them, and proclaims, "Happy are you, O righteous ones, happy are you in all worlds." That minister, named Azrael, shows them the way, and they go before him until one gate of hell. That minister proclaims powerfully, "Cool the smoke, cool the blaze." At that moment it is hurriedly cooled, and they all enter and immerse themselves and pass on. All those wicked ones are delivered into the hand of Dumar and enter hell, whereas all those righteous ones are delivered only into the hands of this minister. Once they immerse themselves and pass on, that minister goes before them until they reach the wall of the Garden of Eden. That minister calls out to the opening, saying, "Open the gates, so that a righteous nation, keeping faith, may enter." Then, the aperture is opened, and he ushers them in, and so with every single opening. Once they enter within, to the place where other righteous ones abide, how much joy upon joy, how much delight upon delight among the righteous! All members of the academy rejoice. After 30 days in which they are concealed in certain chambers, they emerge, breezes waft, and they are all configured in their images. From here on, they inherit a legacy befitting each one. The vision seen in the Garden of Eden from the glorious vision, image of all images, color of all colors of the Holy King is not revealed in a palace nor in any one place. Rather, an embroidered expanse above the Garden of Eden is opened in 4 directions, and the garden is filled with glorious holy splendor, manifested there, and all those righteous revel. Who has seen such joy and rapture as that of beauty of Jehovah? Until here I was permitted to see in that book. As I was maneuvering to see more of this book, it flew out of my hands and I couldn't see it. I was saddened and I cried. I fell asleep there in that cave, and I saw the one robed in a garment. He said to me, "Rabbi, why are you crying? Do not be distressed about the one whose book that is, it flew away and he took it. Before leaving this world, he treasured it away in that cave in this desert, and now that it has been revealed here to the living, it flew into the air and he grasped it. From here on, go your way." From that day until now, it has not been revealed to me, and I have not been privileged to hear whose it was, and every time I remember I feel sad. Rabbi Elazar said, "Perhaps, the Blessed Holy One, desiring his honor, does not wish it to be revealed in the world." While they were sitting and studying Torah, these sublime precious words, the day shone. They rose and went on. Rabbi Elazar said, "Now is a time of favor for the Holy King. Let us speak words of Torah, engaging in her, and we will participate with Shekinah." Oh! He opened, saying, "O Jehovah, in the morning you will hear my voice, in the morning I will arrange it before you and wait expectantly, O Jehovah, in the morning." What is meant by morning? Morning of Abraham, as is written, Abraham rose early in the morning, for when morning comes, that morning of Abraham awakens in the world, and it is a time of favor for all, and to do kindness for the whole world, for both the righteous and the wicked. Then is the time of prayer before the Holy King. So, when morning comes, all those prisoners of the King find rest, for it is a time of prayer on their behalf, and all the more so, those who return in Teshuvah, pleading their request before the Holy King. For at that hour, one chieftain emerges toward the south, with all kinds of healing remedies in his hands. From the south emerges one spirit, and reaches that chieftain, whose name is Raphael, the one appointed over healing. When prayer reaches the Blessed Holy One, he instructs his court not to open the trial, because life is in the hand of the Blessed Holy One and not in theirs. Since it is a time of favor, the Blessed Holy One seeks the worthiness of that person. If he finds it, good. If not, he considers him as engaged in teshuvah and has compassion on him. At that time, the sound of birds is heard weaving their nests, as is said where birds make their nests. The stork whose home is the junipers they laud and praise the Blessed Holy One, and that doe of the dawn is aroused over the world, and says how abundant your goodness that you have hidden for those who revere you, that you have wrought for those who shelter in you before the eyes of humankind. Then that chieftain goes forth and does all that he is commanded. If you say that there are types of healing in his hands, as we have said, not so, for healing is only in the hand of the Holy King, but when the Blessed Holy One ordains healing for a particular person, Raphael goes forth, and all those accusers appointed over illness fear him. Then the spirit that he obtained from the south he extends to that person, and, look, healing appears, yet all is in the hand of the Blessed Holy One. Thus, O Jehovah, morning, you will hear my voice, and it is not written, O Jehovah, in the morning, you will hear my voice. It is simply because he was speaking to the morning of Abraham. Morning, I will arrange it before you. Why 2 mornings? Well, one of Abraham, and one morning of Joseph, as is written Habakkuk, or, the morning was light, which we translate Sifraneha, morning shone Naha, a river, surely. I will arrange it before you and wait expectantly. What is meant by I will arrange it before you? Well, I will prepare your lamp to be immediately lit, as is said, I have readied a lamp for my anointed. It was to the morning of Joseph that he said this, for after all, the preparation of the lamp is his. What is meant by and wait expectantly? Surely all inhabitants of the world wait hopefully for the kindness of the Blessed Holy One, even the wicked of the world. How is David's praise greater than that of all the world's inhabitants? Well, I asked about this matter, and they replied to me as follows, and it is a word of truth, coming from afar. The concealed primordial light created by the Blessed Holy One shone until worlds could not bear it. What did the Blessed Holy One do? He made a light for his light, clothing one in the other, and so for the other lights, until all worlds endured vitally and can bear it. Rungs extended and lights were clothed, those are called sublime wings, until reaching this morning of Joseph, and he absorbs all sublime lights. Since all sublime lights depend on him, his splendor radiates from one end of the world to the other, until worlds below cannot withstand it. David came and arranged a covering for this morning of Joseph, in which to be garbed, so as to sustain worlds below by arranging this lamp. This is what is written, morning, I will arrange before you Va'atsap, and I will overlay, as is said Vayusafpahu, he overlaid it, with pure gold. And since David's thought and praise depend upon that lamp, he said that he would be a covering for this morning. Rabbi Abba came and kissed him. He said, if I set out on the way just to hear this word, it is enough for me. As they were going along, a single dove approached Rabbi Elazar. It alighted and was cooing in front of him. He said to her, O dove, you have been worthy, always faithful in your missions. Go and tell him, the companions are surely coming to you, and I along with them, and a miracle will transpire for him in 3 days, and no fear should fall upon him, for we are approaching him in joy. He went on to say, I am not very happy. It is very evil in my eye, one full pomegranate that has been given in place of him, and his name is Yos. That dove left his presence, and they went on. Rabbi Abba said, what is this? I'm so amazed at what I've seen. He replied, this dove came to me on a mission from Rabbi Yos, my father-in-law, who is on his sickbed, and I know that he has been saved, and a substitute has been provided for him, and he is being healed. As they went along, there was suddenly a raven standing in front of them. calling out powerfully and crowing great crows. Rabbi Elazar said, "For this you exist, and for this you were prepared. Go on your way, for I already know." Rabbi Elazar said, "Companions, let us go and bestow kindness on a pomegranate that was entirely full." Rabbi Yosef Pekin. For he has departed from this world, and there is no one worthy of attending to him, and he is near us. They turned from the road and went there. As soon as all the townspeople saw them, they came out to greet them, and these companions entered there. Rabbi Yos had a little son, and he would not let anyone approach his bed, and he alone was right next to him, crying over him, mouth clinging to mouth. That child opened, saying, "If a bird's nest happens to be before you on the way, in any tree or on the ground, fledglings or eggs, and the mother crouching over the fledglings or over the eggs, you shall not take the mother together with the children. Surely send off the mother, and the children you may take for yourself, so that it may go well with you." That child was moaning and weeping. He said, "Master of the universe, we were two, myself and my little sister. You should have taken us and fulfilled the law of Torah. And if you say, it is written mother, and not av, father, he was everything father, and mother died, you took her from the children. Now, father, who was protecting us, has been taken from the children. Where is the justice?" Rabbi Elazar and the companions wept at the sound of that child's weeping and moaning. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, "The heavens for height and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings, unfathomable." While Rabbi Elazar was uttering this, a pillar of fire suddenly separated them, and that child clung to his father's mouth. They were inseparable. Rabbi Elazar said, "Either the Blessed Holy One wishes to perform a miracle for us, or he wants no one else to attend to him. But for that child I cannot bear the tears." While they were sitting, they heard a voice saying, "Happy are you, Rabbi Yos, for the words of this little kid and his tears have ascended before the throne of the king, and judgment has been rendered, and 13 people of the world have been designated by the Blessed Holy One for the angel of death on behalf of you. And look, 22 years have been added to your life, until you teach grain to this perfect little goat, beloved in the sight of the king." Rabbi Elazar and the companions rose, and they did not allow a single person to remain in the house. They saw that pillar of fire ascending, and Rabbi Yos opened his eyes, and that child was clinging mouth to mouth. Rabbi Elazar said, "Companions, happy is our share, for we have seen revival of the dead eye to eye." They approached him, and that child was sleeping like someone who has expired from this world. They said, "Happy is your share, O Rabbi, blessed is the compassionate one, who has performed a miracle for you due to the moaning and weeping of your son and his words. For thereby he pushed with beautiful words against the gate of heaven his tears, and his words have added life to you." They took that child and kissed him and wept over him. And they didn't tell him immediately, but later on. They rejoiced there for 3 days, and together with that Rabbi Yos they invented many innovations of Torah. Rabbi Yos said to them, "Companions, from that world I am not permitted to reveal anything I have seen until 12 years have passed. But the tears that my son shed were counted in the presence of the Holy King. And I swear to you, companions, the moment he opened with that verse, moaning those words, benches in the heavenly academy trembled, all of them rising before the Holy King, seeking compassion for me, and they offered themselves as surety for me. And the Blessed Holy One was filled with compassion for me, and those words were pleasing to him, how he surrendered his soul for me. There was one fine guardian in his presence, and he said, Master of the universe, behold what is written, from the mouth of babes and sucklings you have founded strength on account of your foes, to put an end to enemy and avenger. Sufficient for you are the merit of Torah and the merit of that boy who surrendered his soul for his father in a powerful argument. Then the Blessed Holy One summoned the angel of death and provided surety himself. What surety did he give him? 13 people. And he will return after 22 years, for there is no surety before him, rather, pledges that were in his hands return to him. Now, companions, because the Blessed Holy One has seen that you are truly virtuous, a miracle has been wrought before your eyes. Happy are you. Rabbi Yos opened, saying Yehovah puts to death and brings to life, brings down to Sheol and raises up Samuel. This verse should be examined. Does Yehovah really put to death? Look, his name is an elixir of life for all, and in it death is not found everywhere. His name gives life to the whole world. What is meant by Yehovah puts to death? Inhabitants of the world think that he kills all human beings. However, Yehovah puts to death. Surely how does he put to death, you might say? Because he departs from a person for as long as he settles upon him. All the accusers of the world cannot harm him, and the moment he departs from him, all the accusers immediately overpower him and the person dies. Not so, rather, Yehovah puts to death. Whom does he put to death? That flow of the evil other side. For as soon as the flow of the evil side sees the splendor of his glory, it immediately dies and has no existence for even a single instant. As soon as that flow of the other side dies and is eliminated, immediately he brings to life. Whom? That spirit flow of the side of holiness. He brings it to life, establishing its full existence. All simultaneously. As for the wording brings down to Sheol and raises up, he brings down that Holy Spirit to Sheol, immersing it there to be purified, and it immediately rises and enters its appropriate place in the Garden of Eden. As for me, companions, the moment I departed from the world, my spirit immediately expired for a short while until the Blessed Holy One revived it and the body was dead. When my son opened with those words, his soul flew away and met my soul, rising from purification, and I entered the place I entered, where judgment was rendered. From now on, I should occupy myself with what I have seen, for I should not become occupied with matters of this world, since I have seen what I have seen, and the Blessed Holy One wants me not to forget anything. He opened, saying Yehovah chastised me severely, but to death did not deliver me. King David said this concerning all that had befallen him in this world, and he expressed the confidence he had in that world. Concerning all that had befallen him in this world, how they pursued him, and how he fled to foreign places, the land of Moab, the land of the Philistines, from all of which the Blessed Holy One saved him, not abandoning him to death. Concerning confidence in that world, David said, if I have sinned here against the Blessed Holy One, here I have been struck and I received my punishment. He purified me from all that I sinned, and he will not leave my punishment to that world after death. Surely, Yehovah chastened me severely in this world, in order to cleanse me, but to death did not deliver me, to take revenge against me. And as for me, the Blessed Holy One cleansed me once. From here on, I must not be shamed in the world that is coming. That child, his son, opened, saying our father died in the desert, and he was not part of the group that banded together against Yehovah along with Korah's group, rather, for his own sin he died of in you, our father. Look, the accent is above, lengthening the word and extending it. O holy pious ones, how extended the suffering in calling out our Father. There is no suffering, no pain of spirit and soul, except when this is called out our Father, with pain of the heart. Died in the desert. Now, did others not die in the desert, so that he is distinguished like this, by saying that he died in the desert? Well, how confused people are about this. Some of them say that he was that wood gatherer, as is written, for his own sin he died, and some say this and some say that. However, I learn it as follows: on the day that father fell onto his sickbed, they taught me this. I myself saw what I saw, which father ordered me not to reveal. But there were so many thousands and myriads who died in the desert, and not for the sin of Korah and not for the sin of the spies, when the decree was issued, but before the Torah was given or after the calf made by those deceivers of the world and those drawn after them. However, the plea that those daughters made was that he died b'amidbar, on account of speech. Zelophehad was Rav, a master, in the house of Joseph, but because he did not know the ways of Torah fittingly, he did not become a chieftain. He was the one who did not guard his mouth and his words toward Moses, and of him is written V'yamoam Rav mi Israel, and many people of Israel died. A man who didn't know Torah and yet was Rav, master, of a clan, master of the seed of the house of Joseph, a descendant of Manus. Because he sinned b'amidbar by actual speech, they thought that Moses harbored hatred. So they drew near, along with Moses, to Eleazar and all the chieftains and all the heads of clans and the whole assembly, and they didn't speak with Moses, rather in front of them, because they suspected him. From here we learn one who fears a certain judge should bring others forward and increase the number of people before that judge, so that they will hear his judgment, and he will be afraid of them and judge only fittingly. If not, he should be barred from judging. But they did not know that Moses was very humble, more than any person on the face of the earth. They did not know that Moses was not like that. When Moses saw this, he said, I see that the whole gathering of the great men of Israel and all the heads of clans and chieftains of the assembly is confronting me. Immediately, Moses removed himself from the case, as is written, Moses brought forward their case before Jehovah. Moses said, this case is not appropriate for me. Moses' humility brought forward their case before Jehovah. As for other judges, if they do not take this path, even with a great gathering around them, they are called insolent, having nothing at all of Moses' humility. Happy is the share of Moses. Rabbi Elazar and the companions rejoiced. That child said, I return to earlier matters. Our father died in the desert. Avinu, our father, they revealed to me that a serpent was dangling on his neck, extending its tail in that tonal accent drawn above. Died b'amidbar, died by utterance of his mouth. That child became very agitated, clutched his father's neck, and wept, saying, Zelophehad died by speech, and you, father, returned to the world by speech. He embraced him and kissed him. The companions all wept, and his father along with them. They all lifted him up and kissed him on his mouth and his head and his eyes, and his father wept along with him. Rabbi Elazar said, my son, since you have spoken, what is meant by rather, v'ito, for his own sin, he died? He replied, Father, one word is enough for them, since that serpent is wound around his tail above. He extends the tonal accent v'ito, by his sin. What is meant by his sin? By the sin of that serpent, not by the sin of any other. And what is that utterance of the mouth? Rather, by his sin he died. The tonal accent, that is a flow of the serpent, wound around his head v'ito, by his sin, surely. Rabbi Elazar clasped him to his potent breast between his arms, and all the companions wept with him. He said to them, Rabbis, leave me with my father, for my spirit is still unsettled. Rabbi Elazar said to Rabbi Yos, tell me, how many days and years old is this boy? He said to them, companions, I beg of you, do not ask this, for 5 years have not yet come upon him. Rabbi Elazar said, heaven forbid, for with a good eye I am gazing upon him. 5 years without plowing and harvest, and may you never harvest him. Rabbi Elazar said to Rabbi Abba, let us stay here for 7 days, so that the house becomes settled, for all 7 days after the soul leaves the body, she goes about naked. And now that she has returned, she is not yet settled in her place until 7 days. Rabbi Abba said, you shall surely open your hand to your brother, to your poor, and to your pauper in your land. This verse we have already learned, that a person should not abandon his own poor and take another one. Look, Rabbi Yos, your father-in-law is on his sickbed, let us go and be kind. He said, certainly so, and after we return, we will enter here. As long as we happen to be upon this path, we will enter to see revival of the dead. They kissed the child and blessed him. They left and went on. Rabbi Elazar said, I am amazed at the children of this generation, how mighty is their power, they are magnificent soaring cliffs. Rabbi Abba said, happy is the share of the old man, master of the generation, for in his days, the blessed Holy One wishes to establish his 2 academies, and to make them a grand and lofty habitation fittingly. For there will not be a generation like this until the time when King Messiah comes. They went on. As they were going along, Rabbi Abba said, we have learned for 11 things, leprous plagues come upon people. These are as follows: for idolatry, for cursing the name, for sexual licentiousness, for stealing, for the evil tongue, for false testimony, for a judge who perverts justice, for swearing falsely, for encroaching on the boundary of one's neighbor, for conceiving evil thoughts, and for fomenting strife among brothers, and some say, for the evil eye. All of them we have learned in our Mishnah. How do we know about idolatry? As is written, Moses saw the people, that it was for ru'eh, loose, for Aaron had let them loose. What is meant by that? It was for ru'eh, loose, that they had been struck with leprosy. Here is written that it was for ru'eh, loose, and it is written concerning the leper, his clothes shall be torn and his hair for ru'eh, disheveled. And about cursing the name, as is written of Goliath the Philistine, this day ye Sagarik ha Yehovah, shall Yehovah give you over into my hand, Samuel, and it is written ve his Gyro ha Cohen, the priest shall confine him. Rabbi Abba said, this matter is not settled, and it must be examined. Rabbi Elazar said, certainly so. This Philistine was close to the lineage of Ruth and was the son of Orpah, which corresponds to Memirot, from the caves of the Philistines Samuel, for they made his mother like a cave. Since it is written, the Philistine cursed David by his gods, David gazed at him with an evil eye, and wherever David was gazing with an evil eye, all types of leprosy flowed from his eye. So it was with Job, as soon as he gazed at him with an evil eye. What is written, may there never lack in the house of Job a sufferer of discharge and a leper, Samuel. Here, with the Philistine, as soon as he cursed the name, David gazed at him with the evil eye, and saw that his forehead had become leprous. Immediately, the stone sank into his forehead. Samuel always included an evil eye of leprosy sank into his forehead, and an actual stone sank into his forehead. Surely he was a leper. As for the wicked Balaam, evil sinner, his eye was the opposite of David's. As for David, his eye was woven of all kinds of colors. There was no eye of the world as beautiful to see as the eye of David, all colors of the world sparkling within it, and all in love toward anyone fearing sin, as is written, those who fear you see me and rejoice, they rejoice when they see me. And all the wicked feared him. The eyes of Balaam, the wicked evil eye entirely. Wherever he gazed, a flame destroyed it, for there is no evil eye in the world like that wicked one's, the opposite of David's eyes. About sexual licentiousness, as is written, Jehovah will afflict the pates of the daughters of Zion with scabs, and it is written for swelling and for scab. About stealing, as is written, it shall lodge inside his house and consume it, its timbers and its stones. What is the thing that destroys timbers and stones? You must admit, Zohar, leprosy, as is written, the house shall be demolished, its stones and its timbers. About the evil tongue, as is written, Miriam, and Aaron with her, spoke against Moses, and it is written, Aaron turned to Miriam, and, look, she was Metzorah, covered with leprous scales. About false testimony, because they testified falsely, saying, these are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up from the land of Egypt, in a powerful voice, as is written, a sound of war in the camp. Thus, they should expel from the camp anyone with leprosy. About a judge who perverts justice, as is written, assuredly, as a tongue of fire consumes straw, and their blossom shall blow away like dust. Why? For they have rejected the Torah of Jehovah of hosts, and Piram, their blossom, is nothing but leprosy, as is written, ve imparo atifra hazara at, if the leprosy breaks out. About encroaching on the boundary of one's neighbor, how do we know from Uzziah, who encroached on the boundary of priesthood, and it is written leprosy broke out on his forehead. Chronicles. About fomenting strife among brothers, as is written, Jehovah afflicted Pharaoh and his household with terrible plagues, for he fomented strife between Abraham and Sarah. About the evil eye, how do we know, as has been said? And all of them were in that wicked Balaam. It is written Peterah, at Petha, which is on the river. What is meant by on the river? That he cast the evil eye on that river that abides with Israel, as is written, behold, I extend peace to her like a river, and he came with that Peterah, at Petha, and contended against them. Rabbi Abba said all these things were certainly found in Balaam, but how do we know about sexual licentiousness? He replied, as is written, look, these are the ones who, by Balaam's word, led the children of Israel to betray Jehovah in the affair of Peah. Here is idolatry and sexual licentiousness. False testimony, as is written, and knows the knowledge of the Most High, even the knowledge of his donkey he did not know, so how could he have known the knowledge of the Most High, hearing the sayings of El? He perverted justice, as is written, let me counsel you, for the case was still being debated, and he gave evil counsel to inflict harm, straying from justice and advising evil against them. He encroached on a domain that was not his, as is written, I have offered up a bull and a ram, the 7 altars I have arrayed. Fomenting strife among brothers between Israel and their Father in heaven. As for the evil tongue, no one in the world matched him. Cursing the name, as is written, Ve'enok ha'ik kareko, and I myself may be happened upon yonder. All of them were found in him. The evil eye, as has been said, and all was focused on that river of Israel. He cast advice on how to contend against them. In the land of the sons of his people now, don't we know that it was the land of the sons of his people? However, the land is a mystery to which all the sons of his people cling. Saying, look, a people has come out of Egypt. If you say that you must take up their lineage and genealogy, it is unnecessary. Rather, in a general manner, a people. Why? Because that is how their protector called them many times. So you will not err, as is written, let my people go, every time. Furthermore, when you took counsel against them with Pharaoh, with this expression you prevailed against them, as is written, look, the people of the sons of Israel is more numerous and vast than we. With this very expression now, as is written, look, a people has come out of Egypt. No one else brought them out, rather, they came out on their own. So you will be able to harm them. Look, it has covered the eye of the land. Some say, Sihon and Og, who were the eye of the land. However, when the blessed Holy One brought locusts upon the Egyptians, what is written, it covered the eye of the whole land, and the land darkened. Why? Because all the sorcerers and wizards of the world cannot generate sorcery except for one item on one rung at one time, and this nation brought forth a swarm mingled of many species mixed with one another, so that the sorcerers and wizards could not stand before them. This is, it covered the eye of the whole land, and the land darkened, and here is written, look, it has covered the eye of the land. It is certainly so. Rabbi Abba said, surely, Balaam and Balak were unmatched by any sorcerer or wizard. As for Balaam, his power and strength were in his mouth and in his eye. As for Balak, his power and strength were in the work of his hands. Each one needed the other, for all types of sorcery in the world are by the mouth and by action, dependent upon them. One had a tongue and no hands, the other had hands and no tongue. They went on. They reached a certain field, and the sun was extremely strong. They saw that field with beautiful grass and water issuing on every side and numerous trees of the field. There they sat down. Rabbi Elazar said, how fine is this place for resting. While they were sitting, a huge snake suddenly came in the heat of the sun and passed in front of them. Rabbi Elazar said to it, Snake, snake, turn aside from your path, for he has returned in Teshuvah and regrets what he did and will not do so anymore." The companions were astounded. Rabbi Abba said, "What is this?" Rabbi Elazar said to them, "Be silent." He said, "Snake, after they whispered to you, that man felt regret and set his mind to never revert to it. Turn aside from your path." The snake rose erect, not moving here or there. He resumed, saying, "Snake, snake, I know what you want. Go back and divert your path, for a wicked Gentile is coming, who inflicted harm on a certain Jew, and he will be asleep, lying in your cave. Go and kill him." Immediately, that snake resumed darting in front of them. Rabbi Elazar said, "Companions, if I weren't here, how much harm this snake would have done, for a certain person committed a sinful act, and before he returned in Teshuvah they whispered to it to kill him. Meanwhile, that person reconsidered and felt regret, and he will never revert to this sin. Because of this he was saved from punishment." The companions said, "How did you know?" He replied, "Father gave me a sign, by which I recognized the snake." They said to him, "Granted, the snake, which you recognized. But that person who felt regret and turned back from his sin, how did you know?" He replied, "As this snake was moving, its scales were rising, its tail erect, and it was going quickly. One spirit was moving toward it and calling before it, 'Turn back from your way, for that person has turned back and regrets this sin.' And the wicked snake did not listen to the spirit, until they gave it a ransom for that person. For such is the way of that snake, above and below. Once it has been given authorization, this snake does not return until completing evil, or it is given a ransom, for the snake does not venture out in vain, once it has obtained authority." They replied, "Granted, all this. But the Gentile you mentioned, whom you gave to it in ransom, how did you know?" He replied, "That spirit who was moving toward it and charming it leaped to my ear and told me." They were amazed. Rabbi Elazar said, "Companions, let us go approach and see, for the snake has already done its deed." They rose and approached a certain rock in that field and found that Gentile dead, with that snake wound around his heel, not separating from him, not detaching itself. Afterward it detached itself from his heel and climbed on his neck and wrapped itself around there, and from there it descended to his heel, and would not separate from him. Next to him they found a purse filled with gold dinars, which he had stolen from a certain Jew on the road, whom he had struck. Rabbi Elazar took the purse, and said, "Blessed is the compassionate one, who accomplishes his mission by all." They returned to the place where they were sitting. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, "Because you became precious in my eyes, you have been honored, and I love you. I give a man in exchange for you and nations in exchange for your life, because Yakata, you became precious. Yaka, precious, is required, and the verse should read as follows: because you are Yaka, precious, in my eyes. Why Yakata, you became precious, which implies that he transformed himself into being precious. Certainly so, for every person who is guilty is at first contemptible, an abomination to the Blessed Holy One. But if afterward he reconsiders, turning back from his sin, he now becomes precious on his own, and the Blessed Holy One proclaims over him, saying, because you became precious in my eyes, you, by yourself, became precious in my eyes, you have been honored. And I love you, for the Blessed Holy One has love for no one in the world except for him who turns back from his sin, so I love you, since the Blessed Holy One has love only for him. But what will I do, since authorization has already been given to the mighty snake to inflict harm? Well, this is the counsel before me. I give Adam, a man, in exchange for you. Who is Adam, a man, that the Blessed Holy One gives as ransom in his place another sinner, who did not regret his sin? And who will that one be from the nation of that snake? From its own it will consume, as is written, I give Adam, a man, in exchange for you do not read Adam, a man, but rather Adam, Adam. And nations in exchange for your life, this is nation over nation shall prevail, and this is the seed of Esau, who will be in exchange for your life. While they were sitting, the Jew who had been robbed by the Gentile who was killed by the snake came on the way, weary and tired from the way. Due to the strength of the sun, he entered that field and sat beneath a tree, and he was justifying for himself the judgment, saying, Master of the world, it is revealed and known before you that I care nothing about myself, or about my body or about my money, for whatever you do justly. But my father and mother are old, and I don't have enough to provide for them, and about this I am concerned. And furthermore, beyond all this, a bundle of dinars that was in that purse belonging to a certain poor man, to make a canopy for his poor daughter. What will I do, Master of the world, for this? My heart pains me extremely. He wept, and said, the judgments of Jehovah are true, Sadeku Yardeth, all of them are just, the judgments of the Master of the world are true. Why are they true? Because Sadeku Yardeth, together they are just. For at the time of judgment, the blessed Holy One seeks to enact judgments. Numerous shield-bearing warriors stand on one side and the other, justifying each other, locking horns with one another. Once Sadeku Yardeth, together they are just, with one another, concurring as one, then the judgments of Jehovah are true. When Sadeku Yardeth, are they just together when all the members of the court above justify the judgment? As for me, O Master of the world, for all this I weep, not for what is mine. Rabbi Elazar and the companions heard, and they rose and approached him. They saw him sitting beneath that tree, and they grasped him and welcomed him. Rabbi Elazar said to him, Do not fear, O truly virtuous one, for if you were not virtuous, the blessed Holy One would not have performed a great miracle for you, as he just did. Take your purse of dinars, what the blessed Holy One has done for you. He went with them and saw that Gentile dead, and the snake was wreaking vengeance on him, wound around his neck as before. That Jew prostrated himself in the dust, and thanked and praised the Master of the world. He rose and kissed the hands of Rabbi Elazar and the companions, and said to them, Now I know that the blessed Holy One has performed this miracle for your sake, but, Rabbis, for the old father and mother that I have I am weeping, and for a certain poor man who gave me this bundle I am pained. He opened the purse, and showed them, and he showed them the blow inflicted on him by that Gentile. Rabbi Elazar prayed for him, and he was healed. They approached that Gentile as before, and they saw the snake doing as before. Rabbi Elazar said to it, Snake, snake, all that you have done well. Furthermore, you have displayed your power and strength upon him, and wreaked much vengeance. We have seen it 3 times, and I have seen all that you have done. From here on, go and hide away in your cave, and I decree upon you to never again harm any person. That snake withdrew and bent its head and went away. Rabbi Elazar said to that Jew, Take the spoil of your enemy, for look, he has a purse of gold dinars, which that Gentile's son left with his father. And leave him his clothes, and don't take anything of his. And go to the man in such and such a place, and you will find that just that moment his wife died. Go to him and return this purse of dinars to him. Because that man has a son named Shimon, who was journeying with merchandise on the ocean, and when they were on the ship this Gentile's son stole this purse and gave it to this wicked one. And tell that Jew to put this purse away for his son, who will soon come to him, and to bless the blessed Holy One, who has restored a lost object to its owner. So he did. He took the purse, and bowed down before Rabbi Elazar and kissed his hands. The companions were amazed. Rabbi Abba said, This whole way there has been wonder in all that we have seen in you, and now, wonder upon wonder, what is this? He replied to them, This matter is not by sign and not by wisdom. Rather, my spirit gazed and I saw, as if seeing eye to eye. They were amazed. They all went on, with that Jew along with them, until they reached his father-in-law's house. Once they reached there, they found his father-in-law sitting on his bed and studying Torah. Rabbi Elazar offered a blessing, and the companions blessed, and he rejoiced in them. He opened, saying, Heal me, O Yehovah, and I will be healed. Save me and I will be saved, for you are my praise. Since he says heal me, O Yehovah, why and I will be healed. Since he says save me, why and I will be saved. Once the healer heals, who would strike? Well, all healings of the world are in the hands of the Blessed Holy One. But some of them are by the hand of a messenger, and some are not transmitted by a messenger. Those transmitted by a messenger are remedies, but sometimes the illness returns, whereas when he heals, that sickness of ours never returns. So his healing is a healing retaining no sickness at all. Thus, heal me, O Yehovah, and I will be healed. I will be healed, surely, with no harassment at all. And now, companions, the Blessed Holy One has given me healing and withheld me and become my surety. They told him the whole story. He was astounded, he wept and rejoiced. He said, Companions, I vow that I will go to him and join him, and we will thank and praise the Master of the world. He rejoiced with them. They said to him, What were you occupied with? He replied, I was engaged in the portion of Balak, and I saw that his wisdom was more powerful than the wisdom of Balaam. The wisdom of Balaam, one moment; the wisdom of Balak, all the time. But all keys were in the hand of Balaam, because he completed by the mouth. Balak knew how to perform his sorcery, yet not how to complete by the mouth. He opened, saying, As for you, do not fear, my servant Jacob, do not be dismayed, O Israel, for I am with you. For I will make an end of all the nations where I have scattered you, but of you I will not make an end. I will chasten you in justice, and will not leave you wholly unpunished. This verse has been established. However, as for you, do not fear, my servant Jacob, from the witchcraft of Balaam. Do not be dismayed, O Israel, by the wizardry of Balak. How both of them were intertwined in evil counsel. Balaam said, Jacob was in the house of my grandfather Laban, who enacted sorcery against him and prevailed over him. I, too, will arrange sorcery against him. Balak said, and I will arrange wizardry against the name called Israel. At that moment, one wind issued from the side of Joseph, from within branches of the tree, and it blew against those instruments of sorcery and nullified them. This corresponds to what Joseph said, Did you not know that a man like me would surely perform sorcery? What is meant by a man like me? On account of me, there is a man who will nullify powers of sorcery for your children. On account of me, he is above. Thus, a man like me, there is a man above. Another wind issued from within the tree below and blew against that wizardry and nullified it, corresponding to there is wizardry on the lips of a king. What is meant by a king? This is the tree below. Then Balaam replied, saying, Surely there is no sorcery in Jacob, no wizardry in Israel. Both of them were on these two sides. For I am with you. Since the day that the world was created, there have never been days when it was so essential for the Blessed Holy One to be together with Israel as at that time when Balaam sought to annihilate Israel from the world. Concerning this, the Blessed Holy One said, Balaam seeks to annihilate them from the world, yet I will not do so. Rather, I will make an end of all the nations where I have scattered you, but of you I will not make an end, for if all nations come, they will not be able to annihilate you from the world. Laban came first, and sought to eradicate Jacob alone from the world. The Blessed Holy One came and shielded him, as is written, Be careful not to speak to Jacob either good or evil. Pharaoh came and sought to annihilate them from the world. The Blessed Holy One came and shielded them, as is written, The more they oppressed them, the more they multiplied and the more they spread. Haman came and sought to annihilate everyone. The blessed Holy One came and shielded them, turning everything back on Haman's head. And so in every single generation, and Israel says, the loving kindnesses of Jehovah lo tamenu, have not ceased, his mercies are not spent. The verse should read lo tamu, have not ceased. However, the loving kindnesses of Jehovah in every single generation, aiding us, so that lo tamenu, we have not ceased, and have not been annihilated. Why? Because his mercies were not withheld from us, as is written, for his mercies are not spent. What is written? First he sent Malachim, messengers, to Balaam son of Beor, and later it is written nineA, the elders of Moab, and nineA, the elders of Midian went, with implements of divination. Scripture should have written the messengers went. Why did it change the wording from what is said at first? Well, that wicked Balak was cunning in all rungs above those binding bonds to generate witchcraft and wizardry, and all those higher rungs, by which lower rungs are compelled. Balak said to Balaam, whenever we practice wizardry and sorcery, we have certain rungs and angels, recognized by sorcerers and wizards. But from here on, you must search another, lofty place. He wrote him other names on those holy rungs. Such are the ways of wizards and sorcerers. They know the rungs on which that wizardry abides, and they perform their sorcery and bind them by oath to other, higher rungs, and they do whatever they do. Balak sent to Balaam as follows: this nation's bond is unlike that of other nations of the world. Their bond is bound in another, lofty place. He wrote and sent him the lineage and the patron of the 12 prefects surrounding the chariot wheels of the holy throne. He said to him, if you gaze upon these, for these 12 are bound with the 12 tribes. And if you perform sorcery against these, then against their image 12 tribes, banners unfurled, we can prevail, waging war against them and eradicating them from the world. Thus, he sent Malachim, angels, surely, and this is with implements of divination in their hand. The lineage of holy angels they brought in their hands. And Balak did not know that all supernal rungs are in the hands of the blessed Holy One. What did Balak think? He thought that the people of Israel had been entrusted to angels, like all other peoples of the world. So he wrote the names of these 12 angels and sent them, corresponding to what is written. He sent Malachim, angels. Balak said to Balaam, all the rungs binding bonds to smash this people come from the side of the north. From the north are they destined to fall. Our rule of sorcery is on the side of the north. Now we can wage war against them, for these 12, bonding with them, begin being counted from the north. Since they begin from the left, their power is weakened and broken, for all our power is on that side. What does Scripture say? Standing upon 12 oxen, 3 facing north, kings beginning to count from the north. Balak said, look, our power is on the side of the north, consisting of 40-1 rungs, stronger than iron or copper, and those below them are innumerable. So we can wage war and contend against them. But the blessed Holy One did not do so to the holy people, and did not want to leave them to angels nor to all the powers of heaven, rather to himself alone. He scattered angels and princes who rule over all other nations, branches spread over them all. Once he came to Israel, he took them himself and bestowed upon them the canopy, potency of the tree, and did not leave them in the hands of angels or in the hands of officials and princes of the world. As is written, when the Most High allotted the nations, when he dispersed humankind, he set the boundaries of peoples according to the number of the children of Israel, and those 12 boundaries are set in the 4 directions of the world. After he distributed branches and leaves, he took Israel and bestowed upon them the potency, canopy of the tree, as is written, for Jehovah's share is his people, Jacob his allotted inheritance. Rabbi Elazar said, how fine and beautifully you have spoken. Happy is our path, for so many sublime holy words we have seen and gained. That Jew was there in front of them. He said to them, Masters, all these words, how fine sublime holy words they are. What about what is written afterward? He found him in a wilderness land, in the emptiness of a howling desert. They replied, if you know something about it, speak, for they have already established this word as pertaining to Abraham, whom the Blessed Holy One found in a land of idol worshippers, who did not know faith in the Blessed Holy One but rather strayed after idolatry. Abraham rose and sprouted among them a single complete branch before the Master of the world, and there he found him. What did the Blessed Holy One do with him? He took that branch and watched over it, watering and tending it assiduously. Then he uprooted it from there and planted it in another place, as is written, Go you forth from your land, from your birthplace, from your father's house to the land that I will show you. He made of him a holy people. Indeed, the Blessed Holy One found him in the world, in a land where they did not believe in him and did not know who he was. That Jew said, surely that is lovely, a fine word, but a question may be posed. If Abraham was the supernal image, he is entirely the image and must be the image, for Abraham the elder came and issued from a supernal place, and Abraham below must be so. Furthermore, look, the verse does not prove anything about Abraham at all, and does not mention Abraham or Isaac, but rather Jacob alone, as is written, for Jehovah's share is his people, Jacob his allotted inheritance, after which is written, he found him in a wilderness land. Rabbi Elazar said, even so, there is no difficulty here. For we find that Abraham emerged from idol worshippers, and here, although it is written Jacob, it signifies Abraham, so there is no objection to the matter. But if you know something or an innovation, speak. That Jew opened, saying, the earth was emptiness and void, with darkness over the abyss, and the Spirit of God hovering over the face of the waters. The earth. Who is earth? The earth that is recognized above and below. Was tohu vavahu, emptiness and void. What is meant by tohu, emptiness? This is a green line encompassing the whole world, and it is called kav tohu, a line of emptiness, as is written, he will stretch over it kav tohu vefni vahu, a line of emptiness, and plummet stones of void bahu, void, as we have learned, slimy stones sunk in the abyss, from which issues water. Now, we should realize this tohu, emptiness, which is a green line. Who is the green line, and what is the green line? Well, we have found in a doctor's book by Dr. Kurtner, whose name is Udin of Caesarea, and they called him Dr. Kurtner because he is grand among doctors and precious in wisdom, and in the Persian language they call a venerable person as follows: Grand Kurtner and precious in wisdom. And he said, the earth was tohu vavahu, emptiness and void. What is meant by tohu, emptiness? It is a green line encompassing the whole world. And what is that shell of the nut? And this is the outer shell, which is green. Within it is bahu, void, those slimy stones from which issues water. From tohu, emptiness, are conveyed skin and flesh, from bahu, void, are conveyed bones. Within them, and darkness a flow from which derives the nation of Esau. Now, if you say from tohu, well, certainly so, for tohu depends upon darkness. However, in between entered those slimy stones, from which derive bones, as has been said. And darkness a slender flow from which Esau derives. And the Spirit of God, kernel of the nut, from which derives Jacob the complete. Following this pattern, the mystery that is written here, a stormy wind coming from the north, corresponding to tohu, emptiness. Within it, a great cloud, corresponding to bahu, void. And flashing fire within it, corresponding to darkness. And a radiance surrounding it within it, corresponding to the Spirit of God. And from within it, like the color of amber within all, corresponding to hovering over the face of the waters. This is the Spirit of supernal Mother, hovering over all. And Jacob the complete is surely the kernel of the nut, and the Blessed Holy One found him in a wilderness land, in Tohu, emptiness, surely. Afterward, he arranged for all those shells to be subjugated to him. Up to here was written in that book of Dr. Kirtana. Afterward, traced in this verse, was all the protection a doctor should provide for one who is ill, lying in the king's prison, so that he may serve the master of the world. For when a wise doctor goes to him, he finds him in a wilderness land, and in Tohu, emptiness, the illness is imposed upon him. He finds him in royal captivity. Now, you might say, since the Blessed Holy One commanded to seize him, no person should attend to him. Not so, for David has said, "Happy is one who keeps an eye on the helpless on the day of evil. Jehovah will deliver him, the helpless, the one lying on his sickbed." And if he is a wise doctor, the Blessed Holy One provides him blessings for the one he is attending to. And that doctor, if he finds him in a wilderness land, lying on his sickbed and in the emptiness of a howling desert, for that sickness oppresses him, what should he do? Yezavvanhu, he will encircle him. Yezavev Sibat, he should revolve the turn of events for him, and bring about causes, so that those things harming him will be thwarted. He should let and draw out from him bad blood. Give mind to him, he should examine and understand the origin of that illness, scrutinizing so that it does not intensify, he should diminish it. Afterward, guard him like the pupil of his eye, so that he will be protected properly with those potions, with those remedies that he needs. And he must not fail to distinguish between them, for if he errs in even one element, the Blessed Holy One considers that doctor as if he spilled his blood and killed him. For although that person is in the king's prison, confined there, the Blessed Holy One wants someone to attend to him and help him, to take him out of prison. Dr. Kirtana said as follows: the Blessed Holy One renders judgment above upon inhabitants of the world, whether by death, uprooting, confiscation of property, or imprisonment. Ezra: one who deserves confiscation of property falls onto his sickbed and is not healed until he gives all that was decreed upon him. Once he has been punished financially and has given all that was decreed, he is healed and leaves prison. Therefore, one must attend to him, so that he will pay his penalty and leave. One who deserves uprooting will be seized and confined in prison until he is uprooted entirely, and sometimes he will be uprooted of his limbs, or of one of them, and afterward he will be released from prison. One who deserves death, so it is. For if he gives all the ransom and money in the world, he will not be saved. Even so, there must be a wise doctor to attend to him. If he can provide him with healing of the body, fine; if not, he will provide him with healing for his soul and attend to his soul's healing. Such is a doctor whom the Blessed Holy One will attend to in this world and in the world that is coming. Rabbi Elazar said, until now I have never heard of this doctor or this book except one time when a certain wandering donkey driver told me that he heard from his father that in his time there was a certain doctor who, when he looked at a person on his sickbed, would say, "This one will live or this one will die." They said of him that he was truly virtuous and sin-fearing, and if anyone could not obtain what he needed, he himself would purchase it, giving of his own. And they said that there was no one in the world as wise as him, and his prayer accomplished more than the work of his hands. And it seems to me that this was that doctor. That Jew said, his book is in my hands, because I inherited it from my grandfather. And all the words in that book are all based on mysteries of Torah, and in it I discovered concealed mysteries and many matters of healing, of which he said that it is not proper for anyone to perform them unless he is sin-fearing. And those were what Balaam used, for he murmured incantations over illness. He spoke with his mouth, and the person was instantly healed. All of them he clarified in that book, and he said, "This is forbidden, and this is permitted for one who is sin-fearing." For he mentioned many illnesses whose cure depends on murmuring of the mouth, deriving from the side of sorcery and some from the side of wizardry. And all those forbidden to be uttered by the mouth and forbidden to be enacted, he discussed. Eventually I found there that for certain illnesses one must say such, and expel that illness by banishment and excommunication. That is quite amazing to me. Rabbi Elazar rejoiced, and the companions rejoiced. Rabbi Elazar said if we had that book, we could see what it really is. He replied, I'll entrust it to you, in order to show it to the holy lamp. And we have learned. Rabbi Elazar said that book was in my hands 12 months, and in it I discovered many sublime precious lights. When we reached those sealed mysteries concerning Balaam, I was astounded. One day I was whispering incantations in a certain place, and the letters were ascending and descending, until I saw in a dream, and they said to me, what are you doing entering and enquiring in a domain that is not yours, where you need not be? I awoke, and I was distressed over those sealed mysteries that were there. I sent for that Jew, who is named Rabbi Yo, son of Rabbi Yehuda, and I gave him the book. And in the mysteries of Balaam, I found some of those names of angels, sent to him by Balak, though they were not arranged correctly. But in it I found many types of remedies, prepared according to configurations of Torah and her sealed mysteries. And I saw that it depends on kindness, and prayers and pleas to the blessed Holy One. Now if you say that he performed healing with verses of Torah, perish the thought. Rather, he would speak mysteries of Torah, and based on that mystery he would produce mysteries of healing, the likes of which I have never seen. I said, blessed is the compassionate one who has enlightened human beings by wisdom above. I grasped some of those matters relating to Balaam, and from them I saw that in the whole world there was no one as wise in sorcery as he. I said, blessed is the compassionate one, who has abolished these sorceries from the world, so that human beings will not stray from revering the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Elazar said, who killed the wicked Balaam, and how was he killed? Rabbi Yitzhak replied, a verse states explicitly, Balaam son of Beor, the soothsayer, they killed by the sword Joshua. Rabbi Elazar said to him, I know all this. Rabbi Shimon said, Elazar, the words of Balaam the wicked were potent, and the companions have already established what is written, never again did there arise in Israel a prophet like Moses, and they said in Israel none arose, but among the nations of the world one did. Who is this Balaam? We have already established the matter. So if he possessed all this and was so mighty in wisdom, a man who boasted of his great power, as is written, Ve'enok ha'ik kareko, and I myself may be happened upon yonder ikalakho, I will uproot Ko, from here. How were they able to kill him? Well, in the book of wisdom of King Solomon it says as follows, there are 3 signs. Jaundice is a sign of sin, words are a sign of foolishness, boasting is a sign of knowing nothing. And the latter outweighs the others. A fool, a sinner, including all. Now, you might say, look at what is written, let a stranger praise you, and not your own mouth. And if there is no stranger, then your mouth not so. Rather, if there is no one who recognizes you, open your mouth to utter Torah, conveying words of truth in Torah. Then by opening your mouth, they will praise your words and know who you are. For there is nothing in the world that reveals as much about a person as when he opens his mouth. One's mouth informs people who he is. That wicked Balaam boasted about himself in everything. Yet, he deceived people, exalting himself with his words. Out of little, he made much. What he said pertained to those impure elements, and he spoke the truth, but that wicked one was praising himself in a disguised way, elevating himself with his words, because whoever heard thought that he surpassed all prophets of the world, as is written, utterance of one who hears the sayings of El and knows of the knowledge of Elion, who in the world heard these words from his mouth without thinking that no prophet in the world was as supreme as he. It was true, and so it was. Utterance of one who hears the sayings of El, so it was. And knows the knowledge of Elion, so it was. That wicked one spoke about the rungs to which he clung. One who hears the sayings of El, a matter of supreme ascension, yet he said as follows: one who hears the sayings of El, a God. It is not written Har El, the God, for surely, Har El, the God, his way is perfect, but El, a God, unspecified, another God, for you shall not bow to another God. One who hears the sayings of El, a God, a minor matter, yet to one who does not know, it seems great and exalted. And knows the knowledge of Elion, the Most High, above all rungs of defilement, those conducting a ship at sea and a storm. They are 40-1, and that captain by whose hand they are all conducted is Elion, Most High, above all. To this, that wicked one clung, and he said that he knew the knowledge of the Most High, the rung that is most high, above all those conducting the ship. Who could hear this and not become agitated and say that there was no one like him in the world? But that wicked one was praising himself in a disguised way, speaking truthful words while deceiving inhabitants of the world. Who beholds a vision of Shaddai, falling with eyes uncovered? Whoever heard this thought that Balaam saw what no one else in the world has seen. Mazeh, a vision of Shaddai, one of those branches issuing from Shaddai, and they were punished above and called Mazeh, as is said Yuma al-Miza el-Miza, window facing window kings, a branch issuing from there. Who is that Uzzah and Azrael, who are falling and eyes uncovered? Balaam said that the Mazeh, vision of Shaddai that he saw, was falling and eyes uncovered. Where was Balaam at that time? If you say in Midian, look at what is written now, I am about to go to my people. If he went away, who placed him in Midian? However, when that wicked one saw that 22,000 Israelites fell due to his advice, he lingered there, demanding his reward. While he was lingering, Phinehas and the captains of the army came there. As soon as he saw Phinehas, he flew into the air with his 2 sons, Yans and Yambres. If you say, how did they not die during the episode of the golden calf? Since they fashioned it, it was certainly so, just as is written about 3,000 men of the people fell on that day. Now, didn't they know this small number? After all, Scripture knows how to reckon many other high, towering, huge, yet here about 3,000 men. Well, these were the sons of Balaam, Yans and Yambres, who were equivalent to 3,000 men. However, that wicked one knew all the sorceries of the world, and he absorbed the sorcery of his sons, who were familiar with it, and with this he flew away. Phinehas saw that someone was flying in the air, disappearing from sight. He shouted to the soldiers, is there anyone who knows how to fly after that wicked one, for it is Balaam. They saw him flying. Zaliah, a member of the tribe of Dan, rose and seized the dominion ruling over sorcery, and flew away. As soon as that wicked one saw him, he changed course in the air and penetrated 5 layers of the atmosphere, disappearing from sight. At that moment, Zaliah was in danger and distress, not knowing what to do. Phinehas shouted toward him, shadow of dragons crouching over all serpents, curl your hair immediately. He knew and discovered that course and approached him. Immediately, Balaam appeared, and both of them descended in front of Phinehas. Of that wicked one is written, he went off smoothly. This is the highest of his rungs, a male serpent. Zaliah took 2 male and female and thereby overpowered him, since he seized the dominion ruling over them and they were subjugated to him. This was Shphifan, a viper, on that path taken by the wicked one, as is written, may Dan be a serpent on the way, Samson. A viper on the path, Zaliah. That bites a horse's heels, nineA, who was with David and who came from Dan and whose might was attributed to David, as is written, David hamstrung all the chariot horses, Samuel. And its rider topples backward, Sarah, who is destined to come with the Messiah of Ephraim and will be from the tribe of Dan and is destined to wreak vengeance and wage war on the other nations. When this one arises, then you may expect the redemption of Israel, as is written, your deliverance I await, O Jehovah. even though this verse has been established, the elucidation of the matter is as has been said here and been established. Thus the verse comes, demonstrating this. When that wicked one landed in front of Phinehas, he said to him, "Evil one, how many evil convolutions have you inflicted upon the holy people?" He said to Zaliah, "Come and kill him, but not with the name, for this one is not worthy of having sublime sanctity mentioned over him, so that his soul, in departing, should not be included in these holy rungs, and his utterance be fulfilled. May my soul die the death of the upright." At that moment, he performed several types of execution upon him, yet he did not die, until he took a sword engraved with a serpent on either side. Phinehas said to him, "With his own, kill him, and with his own, he shall die." Then he killed him, prevailing over him. For such is the way of that side, whoever follows it dies by it, and his soul departs by it and is absorbed in it. Thus Balaam died, and he is punished severely in that world and was never buried. All his bones rotted, becoming filthy snakes, harming other creatures, and even the worms that ate his flesh turned into snakes. I found in the book of Ashmedai, which he gave to King Solomon, that whoever wants to perform powerful sorcery, hidden from the eye, if he knows the rock where Balaam fell, he will find some of those snakes formed from the bones of that wicked one. If he kills one of them, with its head he can perform superior sorcery with its body, other sorcery with the tail, other sorcery. There are 3 types of sorcery in every single one. When the Queen of Sheba came to Solomon, one of the things that she asked him was, "How is the bone of a snake of 3 sorceries caught instantly?" There was no question hidden from the king, which he did not tell her. Kings she asked about this and needed those snakes, yet she could not seize one of them. How did he respond to her about matters within her heart? That is how he responded to her, as is written, the king told her all her heart. Those snakes cannot be overpowered by any inhabitant of the world except with one mysterious element. And what is that? Boiling semen. If you say who is capable, well, when a person emits that semen lustfully, he emits it for the sake of that snake in lustful desire. When it issues boiling, it is immediately caught in a certain garment, and that garment is thrown toward the snake. Instantly, the snake bends its head and is seized, like a domestic rooster is seized. If one of them were attacked with all battle weapons of the world, it could not be overpowered, but with this, no one in the world needs weapons or anything else, and one doesn't have to be wary of them, since they all submit to him. Then those words were absorbed in her heart, and she yearned for this. From here on, Eleazar, the blessed Holy One, did what he did with that wicked one. These concealed mysteries should not be revealed, but in order that the companions may know the concealed ways of the world, I have revealed them to you. For there are many concealed laws in the world of which humans are unaware, and these are hidden, grand, and sublime wonders. Of Balaam and those like him, we read, the name of the wicked will rot, happy are the truly righteous, of whom is written, surely the righteous will acclaim your name, the upright will dwell in your presence. Now, please, go curse this people for me, for it is mightier than I. Rabbi Abba opened a prayer of a poor person when he is faint and pours out his plea before Jehovah. There are 3 of whom a prayer is written, and this matter has been established. But one was Moses, one was David, and one a poor person, who is included with them and joined with them. Now, you might say, well, look at what is written, a prayer of Habakkuk, the prophet Habakkuk. So there are 4. However, Habakkuk spoke not for the sake of prayer. Although prayer is ascribed to him, it is praise and thanksgiving to the blessed Holy One for reviving him and performing miracles and mighty deeds for him, since he was the son of the Shunammite woman. But there are 3 that are called a prayer. A prayer of Moses, man of Elohim, a prayer unmatched by any other human. A prayer of David, a prayer unmatched by any other king. A prayer of a poor person, that is a prayer. of those three, which is the most esteemed of all, you must say a prayer of a poor person. This prayer takes precedence over a prayer of Moses and over a prayer of David and over all other prayers of the world. Why? Because a poor person is broken-hearted, and it is written, Jehovah is near to the broken-hearted. A poor person constantly quarrels with the Blessed Holy One, and the Blessed Holy One listens and hears his words. As soon as he utters his prayer, he opens all the windows of the heavens, and all other prayers ascending on high are pushed aside by that poor broken-hearted person. For it is written, a prayer of a poor person when you're at half. The verse should read, when you're at half, he feels faint. What is meant by you're at half? Well, he causes a tafur, a delay, for all prayers of the world, and they do not enter until his prayer enters. The Blessed Holy One says, let all prayers be delayed, and let this prayer enter my presence. I require here no court to judge between us. Let his complaints come before me, and I and he will be alone. The Blessed Holy One secludes himself with those complaints, with that prayer, as is written, and pours out his plea before Jehovah. Indeed, all the powers of heaven ask one another, what is the Blessed Holy One occupied with? What is he engaged in? They say, he is secluded desirously with his vessels. None of them knows what becomes of that prayer of the poor person and of all his complaints. For a poor person's only desire is to pour out his tears in complaint before the Holy King, and the Blessed Holy One's only desire is to receive them as they are poured before him. This is the prayer that delays all prayers of the world. Moses offered his prayer, and he was detained for many days in that prayer. David saw that all the gates and windows of heaven are ready to be opened for a poor person, and that there is no prayer in the world that the Blessed Holy One listens to as immediately as to the prayer of a poor person. As soon as he saw this, he made himself poor and needy, stripping off his royal garment and sitting on the ground like a poor man. He uttered a prayer, as is written, a prayer of David. Incline your ear, Jehovah, answer me. If you ask why, for I am poor and needy. The Blessed Holy One said to him, David, are you now a king, ruler over mighty kings, and yet you make yourself poor and needy? Immediately, he altered the manner of his prayer, abandoning the word needy, saying, preserve my soul, for I am a Sid, faithful. Nevertheless, all was included within David. Rabbi Elazar said to him, you have spoken well. Nevertheless, a person who offers his prayer must be poor and needy, making himself poor, so that his prayer may enter into the assemblage of all those poor ones. For none of the gatekeepers allow anyone to enter as easily as the poor, who enter even without permission. If a person makes himself poor, setting his intention constantly on this, his prayer ascends and meets those prayers of the poor, joining them, ascending with them, entering as one of them, and received favorably by the Holy King. King David placed himself in 4 ways. He placed himself with the poor, he placed himself with the faithful, he placed himself with the servants, he placed himself with those who surrender themselves and their souls for the sanctification of the name. He placed himself with the poor, as is written, for I am poor and needy. He placed himself with the faithful, as is written, preserve my soul, for I am a Sid, faithful, since a person must not consider himself wicked. Now, you might say, if so, he should never specify his sins. Not so, rather, when he specifies his sins, then he is a Sid, faithful, for he comes to welcome Teshuvah. He extricates himself from the evil side, in whose filth he was immersed until now, and now he clings to the supernal right hand, which is extended to receive him. Do not say that the Blessed Holy One does not accept him until he specifies his sins from the day he came into the world, or those that are concealed from him, which he cannot grasp. Rather, he is required to specify only those that he remembers, and if he sets his intention on these, all the others are drawn after them. For we have surely learned when eliminating leaven, one does not inspect either the uppermost holes of the house or the lowermost. Rather, once he has inspected as far as the eye can see, all is drawn after this and nullified with it. And so we read in nineA there are 24 tips of limbs that do not become impure due to a live patch of raw flesh. And the priest does not trouble himself over them, corresponding to what is written, wherever the priest's eyes can see, a place where the priest can see the affliction in a single glance, without having to bend down or raise his eyes here or there. Similarly, one does not have to specify his sins, searching from the day he was born, for those are the lowermost holes of the house, or those that are concealed, which he cannot grasp, which are the uppermost holes of the house. Wherever the priest's eyes can see, and all of them are drawn after these. So David placed himself among the faithful. He placed himself with the servants, as is written, look, like the eyes of servants to the hand of their masters, and similarly, deliver your servant, O you, my God. He placed himself with those who surrender their souls for the sanctification of his name, as is written, gladden the soul of your servant, for to you, Jehovah, I lift up my soul into all these. For King David made himself before his Lord. Rabbi Elazar said, I raise my hands in prayer before the Holy King, for we have learned that a person is forbidden to raise his hands above except in prayer or blessings to his Lord and supplication, as is written, I raise my hand to Jehovah, the Most High God, and we translate, I raise my hand in prayer, for the fingers of the hands involve sublime entities. And so I do now, and I say that if anyone arranges these four in the presence of his Lord, forming himself fittingly in aspiration in this array, his prayer will not return empty. At first, a servant, arranging praise before his master, singing before him, namely with praises preceding the prayer. And afterward, a servant after praying the prayer of Amidah, he is a servant, having arranged the prayer of his master and moving on. And afterward, a servant after offering his entire prayer. So, David made himself a servant 3 times in this prayer, as is written, deliver your servant, O you, my God, gladden the soul of your servant, and it is written, give your strength to your servant. Look, 3 times one should set himself as a servant. Afterward, to place himself among those who surrender their souls for the sanctification of his name, that is, through the unification of Shema Israel. For whoever sets his intention so in this verse is considered as if he surrendered his soul for the sanctification of his name. Afterward, to set himself as a poor person, when he enters and knocks at the doors of the utmost heights, saying true and firm and joining redemption to prayer, so that in the prayer of Amidah he will be broken-hearted, poor, and needy, setting his intention on being included among the poor with a broken heart and lowly spirit. Afterward, to place himself among the faithful in who hears prayer, specifying his sins, for so an individual should do in who hears prayer, so that he may cleave to the right hand, which is extended to receive those who return. Then he is called a Sid, faithful. Here are these 4, fittingly. Who includes all of these? The one who must include them. And who is that? The servant, who includes all the rest. There are 3 servants in 3 places, and all are one. Of them is written, look, like the eyes of servants to the hand of their masters. Between servant and servant, those others. Between the first servant and the second servant, one should surrender his soul over the unification of the sanctification of his name, and set himself as poor and needy in the prayer of Amidah, and place himself among the faithful in who hears prayer. The third servant, after concluding and arranging all. We have learned at the moment when a person has arrayed all these arrangements with heartfelt devotion, the Blessed Holy One is pleased, and he extends his right hand over him, at that third servant, and proclaims over him, you are my servant, as is written, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory. Surely, the prayer of this person will never return empty. Rabbi Abba came and kissed him. Rabbi Elazar said 2 of those 3 servants include all of these, for the third is poised to be stamped with the supernal seal, to be touched by the right hand of the King, who glories in him. But these two, the first and the second, are totality of all. David later glorified himself in them, as is written, O Jehovah, verily I am your servant, since these include all the rest. The third depends on you, to redeem me, as is written, deliver your servant, O you, my God. Whoever arranges this, let him know that the blessed Holy One glories in him and proclaims over him, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I glory. Rabbi Abba said of this, we read, more desirable than gold, than abundant pure gold, sweeter than honey and drippings of the comb, how sweet are primeval words, arranged by the ancients, yet when we taste them, we cannot eat. It is certainly so. Scripture attests to 3 servants, and they are one and in one place. 2, as you have said, and 1 for the blessed Holy One, with which to be crowned, as is written, for mine are the children of Israel as servants, they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt, they shall not be sold as slaves are sold, for the blessed Holy One must be crowned by this third one, so they shall not be sold as slaves, since they belong to the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, who among you reveres Jehovah, hearing the voice of his servant? What is meant by hearing the voice of his servant? Though he walks in darkness and has no gleam, let him trust in the name of Jehovah and rely upon his God. This verse has been established by the companions, and so it is if someone comes regularly to synagogue to pray and one day does not come, the blessed Holy One inquires about him, saying, who among you reveres Jehovah? What is meant by hearing the voice of his servant? The voice of whom? If you say of a prophet or of another person, how is a prophet or another person associated with prayer, so that because one offers his prayer he hears the voice of a prophet or of some person in the world? Rather, one who offers his prayer every day hears that voice with which the blessed Holy One calls to him, glorying in him, saying that he is his servant, surely hearing the voice the one by which he is called his servant. It is a great honor that a voice issues, proclaiming that he is his servant. Furthermore, the voice is heard in all those heavens, proclaiming that he is the servant of the Holy King. This is hearing the voice of his servant. Asher halak ashek him, though he walks in darkness. Just because he doesn't come to pray, he walks in darkness. Well, this has been established. However, before Israel gathers in synagogues to pray, the other side stands and closes up all the supernal lights, so that they will not spread and radiate over all the worlds. 3 times a day, the other side, male and female, goes roaming through the world, and that time is ordained for prayer, for no accusation occurs there at all. Then is the time for prayer, because they proceed to be sent into the mountains of darkness and benighted mountain. Then the windows of supernal lights are opened, and they radiate, spreading over the synagogues, onto the heads of those offering prayer, lights scattering upon their heads. The blessed Holy One inquires about the one who is not there, saying, alas for so-and-so who is regularly here, now that halak ashek him, darknesses have gone, and been removed from the lights and gone to wander in the mountains of the world, and from that gleam has issued radiant light. He has no share in it, he has no gleam, as it is diffused, spreading upon the others there. How many benefits he has lost! He has no gleam, now that darknesses have gone. If he were there, he would trust in the name of Jehovah in the realm of the first servant, and rely upon his God in the mystery of the second servant. Rabbi Shimon said, Elazar, surely the spirit of prophecy has settled upon you. Rabbi Abba said, Lion, son of a lion, who can stand before them when they roar to tear their prey? All lions of the world are mighty, yet these more than all. From the mouths of all lions of the world, it is hard to pull out prey, yet from the mouths of these it is easy, they tear prey and give to all. Asher halak ashek him, darknesses has gone. The verse should read Asher halik hu, have gone. Rabbi Elazar said, because they begin in union and immediately separate. Halak, has gone union. Ashek him, darknesses they separate. Beginning in union, they separate immediately. Similarly, Ruah se Arabia, a wind, a storm, she comes totality of male and female. Ba, she comes, she leaves him, and immediately they separate. Balak son of Zippor saw. Rabbi Elazar said surely, what Rabbi Ea said was a concealed matter. However, it is written even Zippor, the bird, has found a home, and the swallow a nest for herself, where she sets her fledglings by your altars, Jehovah of hosts, my King and my God. Now, would King David have said this about a mere bird? Rather, as we have learned how beloved are souls before the blessed Holy One. Now, if you say, all souls of the world, no, only those souls of the righteous, whose abode is there with him, their abode above and their abode below. And so it has been said, even the bird has found a home, the spirits of the righteous. We have learned the Garden of Eden has 3 walls, and in between each one many souls and spirits stroll, enjoying the fragrance of the delights of the righteous within, although they are not worthy of entering. But the delight of the righteous within no eye has seen, O God, but you. There are designated days in the year, namely the days of Nisan and the days of Tishri, when those spirits roam and visit the place they must. Although they roam on many occasions, these days are designated, and they appear on the walls of the garden, each one in the image of a chirping bird every single morning. That chirping is praise of the blessed Holy One and prayer for the life of human beings in this world, because on these days all of Israel are engaged in mitzvot and precepts of the Master of the universe. Then chirping birds appear in joy, chirping, praising, and acclaiming, and praying for those living in this world. Rabbi Shimon said, well spoken, for surely those are the spirits there. But what would you say of you draw, and the swallow, a nest for herself? He replied, I have learned as follows: this is the holy soul that ascends on high, rising to a hidden, concealed place that no eye has seen. Rabbi Shimon said, Elazar, you have surely spoken well, and that is fine. But all this pertains to the lower Garden of Eden, and as you have said, so it is, surely so. Even the bird has found a home, holy spirits who are worthy of entering and afterward emerging, for they roam and appear so, and these spirits found a home, surely every single one has a specific habitation within. Until now, each of them is scorched by the canopy of his fellow. Once they have dura, release, and freedom from all, the blessed Holy One shows them a certain concealed, hidden palace, which no eye has seen, O God, but you, and that palace is called Bird's Nest. Their crowns are fashioned for the Messiah in the time to come. On designated days, 3 times a year, the blessed Holy One wishes to delight in those righteous ones, and he shows them that concealed, hidden palace, which none of the righteous there knows or recognizes. Where she sets her fledglings, those righteous ones who have been consummated with holy sons who have attained the written Torah and oral Torah in this world, called 2 altars. They are adorned before the Holy King, since the merit of their sons in this world adorns them there. Which spirit attains this? The one that sets her fledglings, teaching them your altars. From here on, utter your words, for without shame I will appear there. Rabbi Elazar opened as before, saying, even the bird has found a home, Jethro. And the swallow a nest for herself, his sons, who were in the chamber of hewn stone, teaching Torah and decreeing words of Torah with their mouths. What is meant by has found a home? Well, at first they journeyed and encamped in the desert, leaving the pleasures of Jericho and its sweetness, and camping in the desert. Once the blessed Holy One saw that their yearning was for Torah, he drew them from there and conducted them into the chamber of hewn stone. And the swallow ken, a nest, for herself, all is one. Sippadura, the bird, the swallow, all is one. Heber Harkeni, the Kenite judges, Saul said to Harkeni, the Kenites Samuel. What is written? Balak son of Zippor saw. Now, why is his father's name uniquely mentioned? Unlike other kings, well, Jethro was drawn away and removed from idolatry, and he came to cleave to Israel, he and his sons. And the whole world banished him and pursued him. Balak was one of his descendants, and he deviated from his father's path. When the elders of Midian and the elders of Moab, who were together as comrades, saw that Jethro and his descendants clung to Shekinah, whereas this one withdrew from them, they came and made him king over them at that time, as is written, Balak son of Zippor was king over Moab at that time. At that time he was king, something that he wasn't before. Because of this it is written, son of Zippor, for whom it was unbefitting to act so. Balak saw the verse should read, Balak heard what is meant by saw. He saw a vision, and he knew that he was destined to fall into the hand of Israel. Israel first falling into his hands, and then he into the hand of Israel. Balak son of Zippor saw. Rabbi Abba opened, if you do not know, O fairest of women, go follow the tracks of the sheep, and graze your kids by the shepherd's tents. Assembly of Israel was speaking to the supernal king. Kenishta de Israel, Assembly of Israel. What is meant by Kenishta? This is Atzeret, convocation, Kenishu, gathering, as is said, Meoseph, gatherer, of all the camps, the one who gathers all celestial camps to herself. And because sometimes the female is called Kenishta, gathering. And you might say, Atzeret, as is said, for Yehovah Atzah had shut fast, for she takes and does not give. Certainly so, for due to her great faithfulness that no blemish is found in her, she is granted the flow unrestrainedly. But when all that she has gathered reaches her, she shuts fast and restrains, so that it descends only like dew, drop by drop, bit by bit. Why? Because she discovers no faith below, except as is said, a little here, a little there. For if she would discover faith as it is found in her, she would pour forth in every single direction unrestrainedly. She would delight. Then they would give her many gifts and presents, one upon another. They would not hold back from her at all. But those below restrain them and restrain her, and then she is Atzeret, holding back. Atzah Yehovah. Yehovah had shut fast, surely as it were, she gives drippings, nothing more. Nevertheless, as a mother gives to her children in secret, unbeknown, so she does to her children, Israel. And I learned from the holy lamp that when she ascends to gather desirable delicacies, and a blemish is found in Israel below, then a drop the size of a mustard seed reaches her, and immediately she is removed and waits on account of it for the specified number of days. Then they know above that there is a blemish in Israel, and the left is aroused instantly, extending a thread below. His eyes were too dim to see, whereas he was gazing with a fine eye, by the principle of Abraham, with no judgment at all. Then his eyes were too dim to see surely, to gaze by the principle of compassion. Then, arousal of Samael in a powerful voice, rousing himself upon the world, as is said, he called Esau, Beno Gadol, his elder son. He is Gadol, great, among the camps of the other side. He is great over them, conducting all ships of the sea convulsed by an evil wind, to sink them in the depth of the ocean, in his depths of the sea. When the blessed Holy One is in a state of compassion, all of Israel's sins and transgressions he gives to Samael, who casts them into the depths of the sea. All his camps are called depths of the sea, and they grasp them, and swim with them to all the other nations. Now, are the sins of Israel and their transgressions really thrown and distributed to their nations? Well, they wait expectantly for gifts from above like a dog in front of the table. When the blessed Holy One takes all of Israel's sins and throws them upon them, they all think that the gifts and presents he wanted to give to Israel, he removed from Israel and gave to them immediately. They all together throw them upon the other nations. Assembly of Israel says at first, "Black am I but beautiful," diminishing herself before the Holy King. Then she asks him, saying, "Tell me, you whom my soul loves, Acre, how do you pasture your sheep? Acre, how do you rest them at noon? Why twice acre? Well, she is hinting at two destructions of the two temples, when everyone exclaims, Acre, how do you pasture your sheep, referring to the destruction of the first temple? Acre, how do you rest them, referring to the destruction of the second temple? So twice acre. Ter, you pasture tarbits, you rest them one unlike the other. The verse should read Yaa, he pastures yarbits, he rests them, since she is speaking about Israel. But in fact, she is speaking about herself. Acre ter kalateka, how does your bride pasture her children in their exile among the other nations? Acre tarbits, how does she sprinkle them? At noon how will she drip dew and water upon them in the heat of noon? Lest I be as one enwrapped when Israel calls out in distress, and other nations revile and curse them. When will you leave exile? Why doesn't your God perform miracles for you and the people of Israel esteem themselves, saying Kotere, thus she will pasture us, as in ancient days. Kotarbits, thus she will sprinkle with holy water to cool the heat of your fiery flames. They take pride in all this. And I sit as one enwrapped, unable to perform miracles for them and avenge them. He replies to her, if you do not know for yourself, O fairest of women. This verse should read as follows: if you do not know, O fairest of women, why for yourself? Well, if you do not know how to strengthen yourself and fortify your power to protect your children, then go for yourself, to strengthen yourself in the tracks of the sheep, namely school children studying Torah. And graze your kids, those taken from the breast, who vanish from the world and are conveyed to the supreme academy, which is Al, by the shepherd's tents. Al, above, precisely it is not written Lamishkanot Haroim, by the shepherd's tents, but rather Al, above, the shepherd's tents. This is the Academy of Metatron, occupied by all the mighty of the world and guides of Torah in this world, in matters of forbidden and permitted, in everything needed by inhabitants of the world. For the tracks of the sheep are school children, as we have said. Rabbi Elazar said the tracks of the sheep are the students of the academy who come later into the world and find Torah on a straight path, and the path is open. So they renew ancient words every day, and Shekinah settles upon them, listening to their words, as is said, Yehovah listened and heard Malachi. Rabbi Abba said, certainly so, and all is one matter. Alternatively, if you do not know for yourself, why for yourself? Well, wherever Israel is in exile, she is with them. So it is written for yourself, and similarly in all their distress Lotsah, he was distressed. This is the meaning of for yourself. O fairest of women. O fairest, she says that she is black, as is said, black am I, and he says to her, O fairest of women, beautiful. O fairest of women, you are fair, my love. Alternatively, O fairest of women, fine in kindness, for she bestows kindness upon her children secretly, covertly, and the blessed Holy One is very pleased by all that she does for her children, even though they don't deserve it. From here we learn that a father should love and appreciate everything that a mother does for her children secretly, covertly, even though their conduct is improper. Rabbi Abba said, I am surprised by what is written, if a man has a wayward and rebellious son, his father and his mother shall seize him. We have learned that at that moment the blessed Holy One said to Moses, write. Moses replied, Master of the universe, is there a father who would do this to his son? Moses saw from afar in wisdom all that the blessed Holy One would do to Israel, so he said, Master of the universe, leave this matter out. The blessed Holy One replied, Moses, I see what you are saying. Write and receive a reward. You know, yet I know more. Whatever you see, that act is up to me. Interpret scripture and discover. At that moment, he gestured to Yophil, the master of Torah. Yophil said, Moses, I have expounded this passage. It is written, if a man has the blessed Holy One, as is written, Yehovah is a man of war. A son Israel, as is written, my son, my firstborn, Israel. Wayward and rebellious as is written, for like a wayward cow, Israel has been wayward. Hosea. Who does not heed his father's voice and his mother's voice, the blessed Holy One and Assembly of Israel. And they punish him as is written, Jehovah sent a message by every prophet, every seer, kings. And he does not heed them, as is written, and they did not heed Jehovah. His father and his mother shall seize him, with a single mind, in complete consent. And bring him out to the elders of his town and to the gate of his place, to the elders of his town. The verse should read, to the elders of their town. Why to the elders of his town and to the gate of his place? Well, to the elders of his town, referring to the blessed Holy One. And to the gate of his place, referring to Assembly of Israel. The elders of his town, primordial days, ancient days, oldest of all. The gate of his place, Musaf of Sabbath. Nevertheless, even though all know the judgment, it is consigned above because the court of mother is related to Israel and linked with them, and no relative can try the case of his relation, and he is disqualified to render judgment. What is written first, to the elders of his town and to the gate of his place. As soon as the blessed Holy One saw that they were related, he immediately removed the trial from the gate of his place. What is written, they shall say to the elders of his town alone. It is not written unto the gate of his place, but rather to the elders of his town. This son of ours surely, and not other nations, is wayward and rebellious, he does not heed our voice. Why the change? Look, at first it is not written, is a glutton and a drunk, whereas afterward it is. Well, what causes Israel to be wayward and rebellious toward their Father in heaven? The fact that they are a glutton and a drunk like other nations, as is written, they mingled with the nations and learned their deeds. And similarly the people ate and bowed down, for the root and foundation is eating and drinking, when they act like other nations. This causes them to be a wayward and rebellious son toward their Father in heaven. All the people of his town shall stone him, all the other nations, who were hurling stones at them and tearing down walls and smashing towers, yet it did them no good at all. When Moses heard this, he wrote this passage. Nevertheless, O fairest of women, finest and most precious among women of the world, go follow the tracks of the sheep as they have already established. These are the synagogues and houses of study. And graze your kids, school children, who have never tasted sin. By the shepherds' tents, teachers of children and heads of academies. Alternatively, by Mishkanot Haroim, the shepherds' tents, lacking of awe of those wicked ones, namely the Amorite kings, whose land the Israelites seized for pasture for their livestock, turning it into pasture land. When Balak heard that Israel had waged war over such valuable land and destroyed it, turning it into pasture, he strove with all his might and collaborated with Balaam. Balak saw. Rabbi, eyes key opened. Thus says Jehovah, keep what is right and do what is just, for soon my salvation shall come, and my deliverance be revealed. How beloved are Israel before the blessed Holy One, for even though they have sinned before him and constantly sin before him, he treats their intentional sins as errors. For so Rav Hamnuna Sava said, our rabbis arranged 3 gates of laws in the order of the Mishnah. 1. The first, with 4 primary causes of damage, an ox; the second, a garment that was found; the third, partners and the mystery of a lost object. Why, well, the blessed Holy One always treats Israel's intentional sins as errors. Those who arranged our Mishnah in 3 gates arranged it according to the manner of Scripture, as is written, in every matter of transgression, and this transgression is not intentional. What is it for an ox, for a donkey, for a sheep? Bavakama the first gate, for it involves those matters. For a cloak, Bavamitsia the middle gate. For every loss, Bavatelita are the third gate. They followed the pattern of Scripture. For when Rav Hamnuna Sava reached Bavamitsia the middle gate, he said, why did they begin with this garment? Once he found the verse, he said, surely, this is a law given to Moses at Sinai. All the words of our rabbis are fitting. thus says Jehovah. Why is it that with all the prophets it is written thus says Jehovah, whereas with Moses it is not well, concerning Moses whose prophecy derived from the speculum that shines, above it is not written thus. But other prophets, who prophesied from the speculum that does not shine, prophesied from thus. Now, please, go curse this people for me, for it is mightier than I. Perhaps I will be able to strike against it. Now, Rabbi Elazar said, surely, the time is ripe for me to do what I want. He saw, but he did not see accurately. He saw many thousands among Israel falling by his hands shortly, so he said, surely, the time is ripe now, not at another time. Lakha, go the verse should read lik, go why lakha well, he said, let us quicken ourselves against the one who hovers over them with her wings, who is named thus. Now, lakho let us wage war against that Now, go as is said now to the spoil, Moab kings. He said, until now, there was no one in the world who could prevail against them, because of that protector they have. Now that the time is ripe, lakho, against let us wage war. So the whole counsel of that wicked one was lakho, against as is written Ve'enok ha'ik kareko, and I myself may be happened upon yonder ika lahayu I will uproot that from its place. Both of them shared evil counsel, as is said against Jehovah and against his anointed, but they did not know that later this would uproot them from the world. For it is mightier than I. Now, until that time, where had Israel done battle with him and defeated him? Where had Moab encountered their sword, so that Israel could have fought like mighty warriors, displaying their power? What is meant by for at some whom many, it is mightier than I? Well, that wicked one was wise and saw from afar. He saw King David, who stemmed from Ruth the Moabitess, a warrior mighty as a lion, triumphing in fierce battles against Moab, setting them under his feet. He said, at some who, he is mighty, and one king of theirs will inherit that might, Menan, from us, and will come forth to destroy Moab. Perhaps Ukhal Nakkedbo, I will be able, that we can strike against it. This verse should read as follows: perhaps Ukhal Nakkedbo, I will be able to strike against it, or perhaps Knuckle Nakkedbo, we will be able to strike against it. However, that wicked one was wise. He said, I see one paw of a certain mighty lion, extending its paw. If I am able with you both of us joining together to cut off this paw from that lion, then that king won't come into the world and will not drive Moab out of its territory. Ara, curse, this people for me. What is meant by Ara, curse, for me? Rabbi Abba said that wicked one spoke to Balaam using two expressions, saying Ara, curse, for me, and also kavat, execrate, for me. What is the difference between them? Well, Balak said to Balaam, Ara, gather, for me herbs and sorcerous snakes' heads, and put them in a cauldron of witchcraft. When he saw that Balaam had greater power with his mouth, he went on to say, please, go kavat, execrate, this people for me. Still, that wicked Balak did not neglect his sorcery, but rather gathered all kinds of herbs and sorcerous snakes' heads and took a cauldron of witchcraft and stuck it 1,500 cubits underground, hiding it away till the end of many days. When David came, he dug 1,500 cubits into the depths and brought up water from the depths and poured a libation upon the altar. At that moment, he said, I will wash out that cauldron. Moab is my wash basin, surely. Upon Edom I fling my shoe. What is meant by I fling my shoe? Well, this too was from afar, as is written, Esau said to Jacob, let me gulp down some of this red stuff, for I am famished. Let me gulp down, real gulping, opening the mouth and throat to swallow. David said to that swallower, who gulps down mouthfuls, I will fling my shoe at him, clogging his throat. Over Philistia Etroe, I shout exultant. This too, David saw from afar. It is the evil side of the other side, and the Philistines stem from there. What is required against the other side to you are, a blast, to smash his power and might. Thus, over Philistia Troy, I will blast, just like they deserve. Now, please, go curse this people for me, for it is mightier than I. Rabbi Isaiah opened righteousness shall be the belt of his waist, and faithfulness the belt of his loins. This verse is all one and the same. What new insight does it come to tell us, since righteousness is equivalent to faithfulness, and faithfulness is equivalent to righteousness? The belt of his waist is the same as the belt of his loins. The belt of his loins is the same as the belt of his waist. We don't find a verse like this. But righteousness is not like faithfulness, although all is one, and a single rung. When she abides in harsh judgment and receives from the left side, then she is called righteousness, actual judgment. This corresponds to for when Mishpateka, your judgments, reach the earth, all inhabitants of the world learn righteousness, for the rung of Mishpat, justice, is compassion, and when Mishpat draws near righteousness, then all is assuaged, and inhabitants of the world can bear the judgment of righteousness. So, righteousness is like faithfulness. Faithfulness, when truth unites with her joy and all faces beaming, then she is called faithfulness, and there is leniency for all. All souls ascend, encumbered by many debts of evil wickedness, but since they ascend entrusted, she anticipates them with compassion and has mercy upon them. Then she is called faithfulness, and there is no faithfulness without truth. Now one should examine the belt of his waist and the belt of his loins. What are two belts doing here? Well, even though waist and loins are one, they are two rungs, one above and one below. Above, at the beginning, is called waist, below, at the end, is called loins, as is said, gird sackcloth upon your loins, at the end, at the top of the thighs. When a woman is in pangs of labor, the loins are torn away from the top of the thighs, and she places her hands on them out of pain. Consequently, for might and for battle, righteousness the belt of his waist, and so it must be. For compassion and goodness, faithfulness the belt of his loins. With one rung, he will judge the world in two aspects, one rung for Israel and one rung for the other nations. Now, you might say, righteousness is harsh judgment, and yet it is written, in righteousness you shall judge your fellow righteousness, righteousness shall you pursue, and there are various others. Certainly so, for righteousness includes no leniency at all. One who judges his friend must not be lenient toward him at all, rather in righteousness, not taking love into consideration. Scales of righteousness without laxity to one side or the other, to the one who is giving or to the one receiving. Consequently, one rung is divided into two aspects, lights enduring, one for the other nations and one for Israel. When Israel went forth from Egypt, they girded themselves with these lights, one of war and one of peace, and all was in righteousness. When they took counsel with one another, Balak said, I will drive it out of the land. He said, that rung with which they are girded is of the land. Surely this is the meaning of for it is mightier than I. Surely who can withstand Israel? Their rung is mightier than mine. Therefore, I will drive it out of the land. If I drive it out of this land and cast it out, I will be able to do all that I wish. In what does their power lie? In the mouth and in action. Here is your mouth and my action. For I know that whomever you bless is blessed and whomever you curse is cursed. Now, how did he know this has already been established? For previously it is written, Sihon king of the Amorites had fought against the former king of Moab and seized all his land from his hand, since he hired Balaam, and so on. However, for I know with genuine knowledge he knew, through his wisdom. It asher teverik, whomever you bless, is blessed. Why is blessing required here, seeing that he went for the purpose of cursing? And if what he knew previously of Balaam's action was cursing, why whomever you bless is blessed? Well, there is something here, and I did not know it or attain it until Rabbi Elazar came and expounded. Let me bless it, Yehovah, Yehovah, at all times, always his praise in my mouth, and it is written, I will bless it, Yehovah, Yehovah, who gave me counsel, who needs blessing from those below it, for it clings to them as a flame to the wick. And David, who knew this, said, let me bless it. That wicked one said, that rung of theirs clings to them because of the blessings that they offer to it every day. You have the power to bless that rung, and you can detach it from them, for I know that it asher teverik, whomever you bless, is blessed. That's how we'll prevail against them. Bless that rung and curse the wick. So he said, V'yanok ha'ik kareko, and I myself may be happened upon yonder ikale, I will detach it from them, so that it cannot cling to them. Immediately, the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian went with implements of divination. That wicked one won't say he doesn't have the implements of sorcery he needs, and delay on account of them. He opened, saying, Atta, as for you, do not fear, my servant Jacob, do not be dismayed, O Israel, for I am with you, for I will make an end of all the nations where I have scattered you. This verse has been discussed and we have aroused its meaning, but now it should be aroused further. What is meant by Atta, you mystery of Ark of the Covenant, for this is the rung that goes into exile with her children, the holy people. When Moses demanded mercy for Israel, what is written? If this is how you treat me, and this has been established. But Moses said as follows, one rung that you granted me is called Atta, you, because it is not separated from you. Her he is joined with Israel. If you annihilate them from the world, then the he of this name, which is linked with them, will be removed from it. If so, you for he, the essence of this name, will be uprooted. Concerning this, Joshua later said, what will you do for your great name Joshua, for surely this name is the root and foundation of all. Atta, you, are Yehovah. And Moses, even though the blessed Holy One did not tell him so, knew that one depends on the other and that sin proves decisive. Atta, as for you, do not fear, my servant Jacob, do not be dismayed, O Israel, all is one. For I am with you, as we have already established. It is not written for you are with me, but rather for I am with you. For I will make an end of all the nations I will make an end. Rav Hamnuna the first said, the distress and affliction of Israel bring them many benefits and advantages. The ease of other nations brings them many evils. Diku, distress, and affliction of Israel brings them benefit and advantage. What is that? Kala, bride, all dike, pointed. Rephion, ease, of the other nations brings them Rephion, weakness, and evil. What is that? Kala, complete destruction. This is just what they deserve, for all the Rephion, ease without diku, distress that they had in this world causes them Rephion, weakness, afterward, without diku, pointing Kala, complete destruction. For Kala v'iniritsa, a decreed destruction, I have heard, for I will make Kala, a complete destruction, all in Rephion, weakness. But for Israel, who had diku, distress, and affliction, Kala, a bride, will adorn herself with her ornaments. Who are her ornaments? Israel, who are the ornaments of this bride. For Israel, who endured distress and affliction, I will raise the fallen booth of David, Amos, the booth of peace. For the other nations, who had Rephion, ease, torment, trouble and torment, Kala, complete destruction, in Rephion, weakness, as they had before. So, for I will make Kala, an end, of all the nations, but of you I will not make Kala, an end, since you were already dike, distressed, and Kala, the bride, will be dike, pointed. I will chasten you la mishpat, for justice. This verse should read, I will chasten you ba mishpat, in justice, for when are chastenings? At the time of judgment. Yet here, not so, rather I will chasten you la mishpat, for justice. However, it is written, Yehovah will enter bimishpat, into judgment, against the elders of his people on that day, the Blessed Holy One will provide a remedy for Israel in advance, before they appear for judgment, so that they will be able to endure. What is that all the time, constantly, he chastens them little by little, so that when they appear for judgment, it will not prevail over them. And I will surely not leave you unpunished. What is meant by that? Well, when the people of Israel are by themselves not appearing for judgment with the other nations, the Blessed Holy One deals with them beyond the line of strict justice, atoning for them. When they appear for judgment among the other nations, what does he do? The Blessed Holy One knows that Samael, the guardian of the other nations, will come to call attention to Israel's sins, all of which he has accumulated for himself for the day of judgment. So he provides a remedy for them in advance, and for every single sin he strikes them with chastening little by little. When they appear for judgment, Samael comes with many lists against them. The Blessed Holy One takes out lists of the chastenings that Israel has endured for every single sin, and all the sins are expunged without his showing them any leniency at all. Then Samael's power and strength fade, and he cannot prevail against them. King David said, "For look, the wicked bend the bow, they set their arrow on the string, to shoot from the darkness at the upright." Although this verse has been established as referring to Shebna and his company and Joah, ministers of Hezekiah, and this has been discussed, still, this verse was uttered concerning Samael and his company, all of whose actions and advice are directed against Israel. Balak and Balaam took that very same path, and, as has been said, they formed an evil partnership. They said, Amalek, Amalek Amlak Amadi Ilka, a nation that struck them like a snake striking with its tail. Look, we are greater. Balak, Balak Balak. One comes to Lake say, who strikes them as he wishes. Bilam, Balaam Balaam late Amma, there is no nation, and no shepherd. Our name will cause their annihilation from the world. But the Blessed Holy One reckoned their names in a different manner. In Balak, Balak, Bal in Bilam, Balaam, Bil. Look, Bilbel, confused. Which letters are left? Omic, depth. Bilbel Umka, he confused the depth of their thought, so that they could gain no dominion in the world. Rabbi Shimon said, "You have spoken well. However, may Balak's spirit expire in hell, and may Balaam's bones and spirit be crushed there." It is as follows: they took evil counsel against the protector, against this Ko, thus, whom they planned to uproot, intending to elevate the evil side by mouth and by action. That evil one said, "The ancients tried and did not succeed. The generation of the dispersion tried and did not succeed." They performed the deed, but their mouth was lacking, since their tongues became confused, and they did not succeed. But as for you, look, your mouth is sharp and your tongue equipped with these two aspects. Whomever you bless is blessed, and whomever you curse is cursed. The side that you wish to elevate is raised by your mouth and tongue. The side stands before you, and all depends upon you, for the action has already been arranged, but all depends upon the word. The side you bless is blessed, and the side you curse is cursed. He did not know that the Blessed Holy One removes speech from the trustworthy, and sense of the elders he takes away, and all depends on authorization. He removes speech from the trustworthy, the generation of the dispersion, whose tongues he confused so that they had no control at all of their speech, as is written, so that they will not understand each other's language, and sense of the elders he takes away. Balaam and Balak, both of whom shared a single plan, as is written, Balak and Balaam offered up a bull and a ram on each altar. See that wicked one, all of whose actions were designed for evil, with haughtiness of heart. Both of them offered up a sacrifice, as is written, Balak and Balaam offered up, and all the altars were arranged by Balak. Yet that wicked one praised himself. The 7 altars I have arrayed, and I have offered up a bull and a ram on each altar, not associating Balak with himself. The Blessed Holy One said, "Wicked one, I know all now, return to Balak, and you do not have to speak v'ikho tedaba, and ko shall speak and you do not have to. As is written, and sense of the elders he takes away. Alternatively, and sense of the elders he takes away, as is written, the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian went, with implements of divination in their hand. He took the sense of those elders away from them, and they could not control their witchcraft at all. VW, and they spoke Balak's words to him openly and not quietly. He had a defective ear, a defective eye, and a defective leg. In 3 places he was impaired. He was suited for the other side, and so it should be for that side. Vyoma, and he said to them, lodge here tonight. Concerning them it is written VW, and they spoke to him, whereas concerning him it is written Vyoma, and he said to them, lodge here tonight, because at that time the other side is accessible to sorcerers, when evil aspects appear, spreading through the world. As Jehovah will speak to me. He was boasting of the name of Jehovah. And the chieftains of Moab stayed. The chieftains of Midian separated from them, not wanting to stay there, whereas the elders of Moab remained, as is written, and the chieftains of Moab stayed by themselves. Midian would have done well to separate entirely, rather than eventually striking, and Scripture demonstrates their sin, as is written, for they attacked you by their wiles that they perpetrated against you in the incident of Peah and in the incident of Cosbi, daughter of the Midianite chieftain, their kinswoman. In these 2 matters they sinned. Their sin was that they struck with the tail later. So those remained with him, while these left on their own. Alternatively, and the chieftains of Moab stayed with Balaam. How fine it would have been for the Midianites, if their intention had been so. However, the fact that those of Moab stayed there brought them benefit, whereas the departure of those of Midian caused them harm. Why? Because the former showed respect for the word of the blessed Holy One, whereas the latter showed no respect at all and went on their way. When that wicked one said, I will reply to you as Jehovah will speak to me, immediately those of Moab trembled at this word and stayed there, while those of Midian didn't care about it at all and went away. Thus, the chieftains of Moab stayed with Balaam. That night, this wicked one murmured incantations and cast spells, drawing upon himself a spirit from above. Instantly, Elohim came to Balaam, Elohim, unspecified, and said, who are these men with you? It was the rung that needed to ask. Although the companions have dealt with this in a different manner, that the blessed Holy One was testing him with his words. There were 3. One was Hezekiah, one was Ezekiel, and one was Balaam. 2 did not stand up to the test fittingly, and 1 did. Who was that Ezekiel? As is written, can these bones live? And he replied, saying, Jehovah Elohim, you alone know. Hezekiah said, from a distant land they came to me, from Babylon. As for Balaam, Balak son of Zippor, king of Moab, has sent to me, as they have established. A certain Cuthian challenged Rabbi Elazar as follows: I see greater power in Balaam than in Moses, for of Moses is written, he called to Moses, whereas of Balaam is written, God came to Balaam. He replied, this may be compared to a king who was sitting in his palace upon his throne. A leper called at the gate. The king said, who is knocking at the gate? They replied, some leper. He said, let him not enter here, let him not soil the palace. I know that if I tell him by a messenger, he won't pay any attention. He will come and contaminate my son by contact. Rather, I myself will go and threaten him, so that he'll keep far away from my son's residence and not contaminate him. Quickly, the king went to him and threatened him, saying, leper, leper, keep your foot away from my son's path, otherwise, I swear that my handmaid's sons will cut your body into pieces. Then the king's intimate friend called at the door. The king said, who is it? They replied, your friend, so and so. He said, my dear friend, beloved of my soul, no other voice shall invite him, rather I alone. The king called out, enter, so and so. beloved of my soul, my dear friend, prepare the chambers so that I may converse with him. So, Balaam that leper, outcast from humanity, called at the gate of the king. When the king heard, he said, the impure leper shall not enter and shall not soil my palace. I myself must threaten him, so that he won't approach the gate of my son and contaminate him. He said to him, Leper, leper, you shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for it is blessed. Do not go near my son, either for good or for evil. You are totally impure. But of Moses is written, he called to Moses the voice of the king, not some messenger. Another interpretation from the tent of meeting, from the holy palace, the arranged palace, the glorious palace, toward which those above and below yearn, unable to approach. Balaam said to God, Balak son of Zippor. And he said, King of Moab, an important king has sent to me, King of Moab. Look at the arrogance of that wicked one who didn't even respect Balak at all, as indicated by what it is written, Milik Moavi, King of Moab, and he didn't say Milik la Moavi, King to Moab, which would imply a man who is not worthy of being king and yet became king to Moab. Of a former one, what is written, he had fought against the former king of Moab, a king, the son of a king, esteemed like his father. But of this one is written King to Moab. Scripture attests King to Moab, and we have adduced that Balaam intended great haughtiness of heart. All the kings of the world send their emissaries to me, and I am esteemed by them. Rabbi Pinehas was going to see his daughter, the mother of Rabbi Elazar, who was on her sickbed. He was accompanied by companions and was riding on his donkey. On his way he met two Arabs. He said to them, Has a voice stirred in this field since days of old? They replied, About days of old we don't know, about our own days we do. Because one day some robbers, highwaymen, were crossing that field and ran into some Jews and were about to rob them, when from a distance, in this field, this donkey's voice was heard braying twice, and a flame of fire darted through that voice and burned them up, and those Jews were saved. He said to them, Arabs, on account of what you have told me, you will be saved today from other robbers, who are lying in wait for you on the road. Rabbi Pinehas wept and said, Master of the universe, you generated a miracle for my sake, and those Jews were saved and I didn't know. He opened, saying to the one who performs great wonders alone, for his love is forever, how much goodness the blessed Holy One performs for people, and no one knows but he alone. A person gets up in the morning and happens to put his foot on the head of a snake coming to kill him. He puts his foot on its head and kills it, and no one knows, except the blessed Holy One alone. Thus, to the one who performs great wonders alone. A person is traveling on the road, and robbers are lying in wait to kill him. Someone else comes along, who is given as ransom for him, and he is saved, without knowing the goodness performed for him by the blessed Holy One and the miracle generated by him he alone does. To the one who performs great wonders alone he performs and knows, and no one else knows. He said to his companions, what I was asking these Arabs, who are always occupied in the fields, was if they had heard the voice of the companions, who occupy themselves with Torah. For Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Elazar, his son, and the other companions are ahead of us and unaware of us, so I asked these Arabs about them, because I know that Rabbi Shimon's voice makes fields and mountains quake. But they revealed to me something I didn't know. As they went along, those Arabs returned to him, and said, Old man, you asked us about days of old and not about today. When we saw wonder upon wonder, we saw 5 men sitting and 1 old man among them, and we saw birds gathering and spreading their wings over their heads, some going and some returning, so shade never disappeared over their heads. And that old man raised his voice, and the birds obeyed. He said, That's what I was asking about. Arabs, be on your way, and may the way be paved for you with whatever you wish. 2 things you said in which I delight. They departed. His companions said to him, How do we know where Rabbi Shimon is? He replied, leave it to the master of the steps of beasts, for he will guide its steps there. With no goading, his donkey swerved from the road, proceeded for 2 miles, and went there. It began to bray 3 times. Rabbi Penas dismounted and said to his companions, let us prepare to greet the countenance of days, for now the great face and the small face will emerge. Rabbi Shimon heard the braying of the donkey. He said to the companions, let us rise, for the voice of the donkey of the pious old man has been aroused toward us. Rabbi Shimon rose, and the companions rose. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying a psalm. Sing to Jehovah a new song, for he has worked wonders. His right hand has won victory for him, and his holy arm Mizmor, a psalm. The accent stands erect above. We call this an orphaned song, but it is distinguished by a grand accent because that Mizmor comes adorned with a supernal crown above its head and comes erect. Who uttered this song? Those cows, with the lowing that they made, sing to Jehovah a new song. To whom did they say sing? To many chariots, to many chieftains, to many rungs who had come there, coming forth to receive the ark, unidentified. To them they said, sing to Jehovah a new song masculine. Why here whereas Moses said shirah, song feminine? Well, there, with Moses, a solitary ark Zot, this came forth from exile along with her multitudes, and nothing more so, this shirah, song, in the feminine. But here, the ark and what was concealed within, and because of that which was concealed within, it is said a new song, in the masculine. For he has worked wonders in what he did to the Philistines and what he did to their false gods. His right hand has won victory for him. For whom? For himself. Who is himself? That Mizmor, psalm, itself, in whom is concealed a supernal Holy Spirit. His right hand, that which the elder inherits. This right hand of his grasps that Mizmor and does not let it fall into the hands of another. Here a certain matter should be revealed. Whenever that right hand would generate a miracle, it would grasp this Mizmor and place it before it in order to hold it firmly. This may be compared to a father whose right hand grasps his son's chest in front of him, saying, who dares come near my son? When the son offends his father, then his father puts his hand on his shoulder from behind and thrusts him into the hand of his enemies. At first, as it were, it is written, your right hand, O Jehovah, is glorious Bako, in the power Bako, in the power the well-known one. In Arabia they call a person's chest power. That right hand is glorious and takes hold Bako, of the power. Who dares come near my son? Later, what is written? He has withdrawn his right hand, putting his right hand on his shoulder and pushing him into the hand of his enemies. At first, his right hand in front, on his chest, and later, behind, on his shoulder to push him. Here, his right hand has won victory for him, and his holy arm 2 arms. If those cows, who were unaccustomed to miracles, just at that moment uttered this song as they lowed, then how much more so should the braying of the donkey of the pious old man, who is accustomed to miracles, convey song. Companions, if you say that no donkey has ever behaved in this manner since the day the world was created, go take a look at the donkey of Balaam the wicked, who vanquished her master entirely, the donkey of Rabbi Penas. How much more so furthermore, when Balaam's donkey spoke, a supernal angel was above her. Now is the time to reveal. Listen, companions, the mouth of the donkey that was created on the eve of Sabbath at twilight. Would you ever imagine that the mouth remained open from that time, or that the blessed Holy One stipulated a condition from that time? Not so. There is a mystery here, transmitted to the wise, who pay no attention to stupidity. The mouth of the donkey, rung of donkeys, highest on the side of females, it was this that settled upon that donkey and spoke above her. When the blessed Holy One created this rung called mouth of the donkey, he enclosed it in the hollow of the great abyss, sealing it away until that time. When the time came, he opened that hollow, and it emerged, settling upon her, and she spoke. Similarly, the earth opened its mouth, amplifying the meaning to include Duma, who is the mouth of the earth. The mouth of the donkey, amplifying the meaning to include Camriel, who is called the mouth of the donkey. The mouth of the well, similarly. Who is the mouth of the well? The rung appointed over it below, which is below the mouth of Jehovah. Who is that? His name is Yehadriel. These three mouths were created on the eve of Sabbath at twilight. As the day was sanctified, the mouth appointed over all other mouths ascended. And who is that? The one sanctified and elevated in all, the one called mouth of Jehovah. On the eve of Sabbath at twilight, the other mouths were created, the day was sanctified, the mouth ruling over all ascended, mouth of Jehovah. Just then, they saw Rabbi Pinhas coming. They went toward him. Rabbi Pinhas came and kissed Rabbi Shimon. He said, I have kissed the mouth of Jehovah, scented with the spices of his garden. They delighted as one and sat down. As soon as they sat, all those birds providing shade flew away and scattered. Rabbi Shimon turned his head and shouted to them, birds of heaven, have you no respect for your master standing here? They stopped, neither moving from their place nor coming closer. Rabbi Pinhas said, tell them to go on their way, for they are not being permitted to return. Rabbi Shimon said, I know that the blessed Holy One wishes to perform a miracle for us. Birds, birds, go on your way, and tell him who is appointed over you that at first it was in his power and now it is not. But I have reserved him for the day of the rock, when a cloud rises between mighty teeth and they do not converge. Those birds scattered and flew away. Meanwhile, look, 3 trees spreading branches in 3 directions over them, and a spring of water gushing in front of them. All the companions rejoiced. Rabbi Pinhas and Rabbi Shimon rejoiced. Rabbi Pinhas said, it was so much trouble for those birds at first, and we don't want living creatures to be troubled, for it is written, his compassion is upon all his creatures. Rabbi Shimon said, I didn't trouble them, but if the blessed Holy One is kind to us, we cannot reject his gifts. They sat down beneath that tree, drank from the water, and enjoyed themselves there. Rabbi Pinhas opened, saying, a spring of gardens, a well of living waters, and streams from Lebanon. A spring of gardens now, is the only spring one of gardens. Look, there are many good and precious springs in the world, but not all pleasures are equal. There is a spring issuing in the desert, in a parched place, a pleasure for one who sits and drinks. But a spring of gardens, how good and precious that spring, benefits plants and fruit. Whoever approaches it enjoys everything. He enjoys the water, he enjoys the fruit. That spring is adorned with everything, surrounded by so many roses, so many fragrant herbs. How much finer is that spring than other springs, a well of living waters. We have established as follows. All refers to assembly of Israel. She is a spring of gardens. Who are gardens? The blessed Holy One has 5 gardens in which he delights, and 1 spring above them, watering and saturating them, hidden and concealed, and they all yield fruit and vegetation. There is 1 garden below them, and that garden is guarded all around in every direction. Below this garden are other gardens, yielding fruit of each kind. And this garden turns into a spring, watering them. A well of living waters, when necessary it becomes a spring, and when necessary it becomes a well. What is the difference between them? There is no comparison between water flowing by itself and water drawn for watering. And streams from Lebanon. What is meant by streams? These streams turn into a spring when water flows and drops stream above, one after another, sweet water pursued by the soul. Thus those 5 sources issuing from Lebanon above become streams for this spring. So the blessed Holy One has performed a miracle for us right here, and for this spring, I proclaim this verse. He opened again, saying when you besiege a city many days, waging battle against it to seize it, you shall not destroy its trees, wielding an axe against them, for you shall eat from them, but you shall not cut them down. For is the tree of the field a human, to withdraw before you in the siege when you besiege a city? How fine are the ways and paths of Torah, for every single word of Torah contains so much counsel, so many benefits for human beings, so many pearls sparkling in all directions. You cannot find a word in the Torah that does not contain numerous lamps radiating in every direction. This verse accords with its simple sense, and it includes a midrashic meaning, and also supernal wisdom, enlightening whoever needs it. Happy is the share of one who engages in Torah constantly. What is written of him but the Torah of Yehovah is his delight, and on his Torah he meditates day and night. He shall be like a tree. Why is this adjoined to that? Well, whoever engages in Torah day and night should not be like a parched tree, but rather like a tree planted by streams of water. Just as a tree has roots, bark, pith, branches, leaves, flowers, and fruit, these 7 types amounting to 10, and 10 to 70, so words of Torah have a simple sense, midrashic meaning, a hint alluding to wisdom, gematriot, hidden mysteries, sealed mysteries, one above the other, unfit and fit, impure and pure, forbidden and permitted. From here on, branches spread out in every direction. He shall be like a tree, surely, and if not, he is not a master of wisdom. How beloved are those who engage in Torah before the blessed Holy One, for even when judgment looms over the world and permission is given to the destroyer to destroy, the blessed Holy One commands him concerning those engaged in Torah. The blessed Holy One says to him as follows: when you besiege a city, for the sins they have committed against me are numerous and they have been found guilty. Many days. What is meant by many? 3 consecutive days, by which a plague is attested in the city. How do we know that many days signifies 3 days, as is written, when a woman has a flux of blood for many days? Now, are they really many days? Rather, 3 consecutive days are called many days. Here, too, when you besiege a city many days, 3 consecutive days, attesting a plague in the city. Come, and I will instruct you concerning the members of my household. You shall not destroy its tree, a scholar who is in the city, for this is a tree of life, a tree bearing fruit. Etsi, its tree, the one who is counsel, of the city, and gives counsel to the city on how to be saved from judgment, teaching them the path that they should follow. So, you shall not destroy its tree, wielding an axe against it, wielding judgment against him, and brandishing a flashing sword over him, a whetted sword, the one that slays other people of the world. For me menutokal, you shall eat from it. Now does that destroyer eat of him? No. Rather, for me menutokal, she shall eat from him, this mighty rock, the one from whom issue almighty Holy Spirits. For the Holy Spirit has no other pleasure or desire in this world other than the Torah of that righteous one. He, as it were, sustains her and provides food for her in this world more than all the sacrifices of the world. What is written about a sacrifice? I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey. Eat, companions, but ever since the day that the temple was destroyed and sacrifices ceased, the blessed Holy One has nothing but words of Torah, and the Torah that is innovated in the mouth of one devoted to study. So, for Tokal, she shall eat from him, and she has no food in this world except from him and from those like him. Since she shall eat from him, and he nourishes her, you shall not cut him down. Be careful not to come near him. For Adam, the human, is a tree of the field. This one is called Adam, a human, who is renowned above and below. A tree of the field, a great and mighty tree, supporting the field blessed by Yehovah, a tree always known intimately to that field. To withdraw before you in the siege, this phrase relates to the beginning of the verse, as is written, you shall not destroy Etsi, its tree. The one who gives the advice, and prepares the city to withdraw before you in the siege, advises them to mend themselves and turn back in Teshuvah, and he prepares weapons for them, spiral trumpets and shofars. Lavomi Paneka, to withdraw before you. What is meant by Lavomi Paneka? To come before you, Lavo, to come, to me, and to withdraw me Paneka, before you, because of their fear of you. Ba Matzah, in the siege, in a place where those above and those below cannot enter. And what is that a rung attained by masters of Teshuvah? What is Teshuvah Matzah? A bastion, a mighty place, a mighty rock. Since they accept this advice, I forgive their sins, and they are received in favor before me. All this the Blessed Holy One commands concerning those who engage in Torah. Therefore, happy are those who do so, they are mighty trees in this world. See what the Blessed Holy One has done, planting these trees. Happy is this path, as if one tree wouldn't have been enough. The Blessed Holy One has produced for us 3 grand trees, spreading their branches in every direction. May it be the will of heaven that these trees and this spring never be removed from this place. And until this day, they stand there, along with that spring of water, and people call them the plantation of Rabbi Pinhas son of Yair. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying he raised his eyes and saw the women and the children, and he said, Who are these with you? He said, The children with whom God has favored your servant. That wicked Esau ogled women, and on account of him Jacob took precautions, placing the slave girls in front, and their children, who were more important, behind, then Leah behind them, with her children following, then Rachel and her son, Joseph, and he himself passed before them. When they all bowed down, what is written? The slave girls drew near, they and their children, and they bowed low, and then it is written Leah, too, and her children drew near, and they bowed low, and afterward Joseph and Rachel, but Joseph was last, and Rachel in front of him. However, when Joseph, the good son, loving son, righteous one of the world, saw the eye of that wicked one staring at the women, he was afraid for his mother, so he came out from behind her and spread his arms and his body, covering her so that the wicked one would not ogle her. How much was he enlarged? 6 cubits in every direction, covering her so that the eye of that wicked one was powerless against her. Similarly, Balaam raised Dinoth, his eyes spell Dino, his eye, that evil eye. He raised 2 eyes, but when he sought to gaze, he shut one eye and opened that defective one, that evil eye. And saw Israel encamped by its tribes. What is meant by encamped by its tribes? Well, the tribe of Joseph was there, and the tribe of Benjamin. Over the tribe of Joseph, the evil eye has no power, as is written, a fruitful son is Joseph. What is meant by Ben Prat? A fruitful son, that he was enlarged to cover his mother. A fruitful son, Aleion, overcoming the eye, for the evil eye is powerless against him. As for the tribe of Benjamin, it is written, between his shoulders he dwells, and also he dwells securely. What is meant by securely? That he has no fear of the evil eye or of evil mishaps. That wicked one said, I'll remove this line, so that it doesn't exist. I'll glare fittingly. Rachel was there, and she saw that the eye of that wicked one was sharpened to inflict harm. What did she do? She came out and spread her wings over them, covering her children. As it is written, Balaam raised his eyes and saw Israel encamped by its tribes. As soon as the Holy Spirit saw that his eye was sharpened, instantly the Spirit of God was upon him. Upon whom? Upon Israel, for she spread her wings over them, covering them. Immediately, that wicked one retreated. At first, the son covered the mother, and now, the mother covered the son. At the time when he covered his mother, Rachel, so that the eye of that evil one would be powerless against her, the Blessed Holy One said, By your life, when another evil eye comes to glare at your children and my children, your mother will cover them. You covered your mother will cover you. He raised his eyes and saw the women and the children. This verse was spoken in the mystery of wisdom. On Yom Kippur, when the inhabitants of the world stand in judgment before the Blessed Holy One, atoning for their sins, and that accuser stands over them, intending to destroy them for their sins, they send him that gift, and then is written, for he thought, let me appease his face with the gift that goes before me. After he receives the gift, that accuser raises his eyes and sees Israel, all of them afflicting themselves with fasting, barefoot. He sees women, he sees children, all of them fasting, all of them are completely cleansed. And he said, nineA, who are these? With you the holy name is with you. Who are these with you? Asking about the children. He said, the children whom God has graciously given your servant. Now, why did he have to answer him at all? Well, once he accepts that bribe, he turns into an advocate for them. He raises his eyes and sees Israel like this, and he thinks that they are acting so due to fear of him. He asks about the children, saying, who are these with you? What is meant by who are these with you? Well, he is saying, granted, for you to be fasting, since you sinned against the king. But these children, what are they doing here? Who are these with you? He said, the children the Holy Spirit is speaking, and so the accent stands erect. Vayoma, he said, in a concealed manner, whom God has graciously given your servant. Now, would the Holy Spirit say your servant? Well, the Holy Spirit says, these are children who did not sin and never tasted sin, and the Blessed Holy One delivered them into the hand of that minister of yours, who killed them, although they were guiltless, as is said on the side of their tormentors. Power. This is the meaning of your servant. As soon as he hears about those children, he immediately ascends to the Blessed Holy One and says, Master of the universe, all your ways in judgment are true. If judgment prevails upon Israel, it is because of their sins. Their children who have not sinned against you, why have you handed them over to be killed although they were guiltless? The Blessed Holy One accepts his words in this matter and has mercy on them, and at that time there is no diphtheria among the children. That accuser then becomes jealous of the minister under his command, and says, now, did the Blessed Holy One give me those who are clothed in sins and transgressions, whereas to that minister of mine he handed over children without sin, who have never tasted sin? Immediately, he goes to extricate them from his grasp, so that he should have no power over them. Therefore, the Holy Spirit hastens to say to him, the children whom God has graciously given to that servant of yours without any sin or transgression. And so that his minister will not be more highly praised than him, he seeks to extricate them from his hands. When the prayers of Israel ascend on this day before the Holy King, what is written? He himself passed before them, the Holy Spirit passes before them, as is said, their King will pass before them. He himself, surely, passed before them, and bowed to the ground 7 times, diminishing himself toward the one above. 7 times corresponding to 7 supernal rungs above him. He reduces himself so as to include them with him, every single one, until he drew near his brother to that rung of compassion, for they are son and daughter. Son, my firstborn, Israel, daughter, assembly of Israel, Holy Spirit diminishing itself until he drew near his brother. As soon as she reaches him, she beseeches him, informing him of their children's distress below. They both enter the hidden, concealed palace of Yom Kippur, their mother seeking atonement for Israel. Then it is written, for on this day he will effect atonement for you, to purify you. It is not written, I will effect atonement for you, but rather he will effect atonement for you. Now, the children, these wise ones, hear the Blessed Holy One has given them mysteries of Torah with which to be crowned and adorned. The evil eye has no power over them because of the good eye, the Holy Spirit of Rabbi Pinhas, settling upon them. Rabbi Pinhas came and kissed him. He said, if I have come on this way just to hear these words, it is enough for me. Happy is this path that led me to you. The Blessed Holy One is here, confirming us. As if one tree wouldn't be enough, there are 3, but this spring is a sublime image of that hidden, concealed spring. These 3 trees are 3 cedars, called cedars of Lebanon, and they are the image of 3 great trees, mystery of the patriarchs. Happy is our share. At that moment, the trees inclined, one over the head of Rabbi Shimon, one over the head of Rabbi Pinhas, and one over the head of Rabbi Elazar. Branches spread in every direction over the heads of the companions. Rabbi Pinhas wept, and said, Happy is my share, and happy are my eyes that see this. Not only over mine and over yours do I delight, but over Rabbi Elazar, our son, who is esteemed before the Holy King as one of us. He rose and kissed him. Rabbi Shimon said, Elazar, stand erect and utter before your master his words. Rabbi Elazar rose. He opened, saying, My people, remember now what Balak king of Moab plotted, and what Balaam son of Beor answered him. Recall your journey from Shittim to Gilgal, that you may know the saving acts of Jehovah. My people, how compassionate a father to his sons is the blessed Holy One. Even though they have sinned against him, all his words are like a father toward his son. A father's son sins against him, and he beats him. As much as he beats him, he does not turn back from his way. He scolds him with words, but he does not listen. The father says, I don't want to continue treating my son as I have been until today. If I beat him, his head will hurt. Look, his pain is felt by me. If I scold him, his features change. What will I do? I can only go and plead with him, speaking to him in gentle words so that he won't be saddened. So in all kinds of ways the blessed Holy One proceeds with Israel. He began by beating them, and they did not submit. He rebuked them, and they did not submit. The blessed Holy One said, I see in my children, that because of the beatings I gave them, their heads hurt. Woe, for as a result of their pain, I hurt too, as is written in all their affliction. Lotzah, he was afflicted, I rebuked them. Their features changed, as is written, their appearance is darker than coal, they are not recognized in the streets. Woe, when I gaze upon them and they are unrecognizable. Now, I will plead before them in supplication. My people, what have I done to you? How have I wearied you? My son, my only one, beloved of my soul, what have I done to you? I have made you ruler over all members of my palace. I have made you ruler over all kings of the world. And if I have done other things to you, testify against me. You can bear witness against me. My people, remember please what Balak king of Moab plotted, and what Balaam son of Beor answered him. Remember, please remember, I beg of you, what Balak king of Moab plotted. Now we should examine what was Balak's plot against the holy people, and the Torah doesn't consider Balak anything compared to someone who once existed, as is written, an Aramean was destroying my father. The image and form of his father was stamped upon him, really, and from the time that he was in his mother's womb, from her side was stretched a further step, extending outside. This is the form and image of his father, really. Since he was in his mother's womb, Asher anu, I will gaze upon him, I will stretch a step outside like this. For this is you me Givaot Asher anu, and from hills I will step. In the supreme academy Givaot, hills deficient, without a Vov, loftiest of all, the most sublime of all. In the heavenly academy you me Givaot, and from hills, with the letter Vov, completing both sides. 1. For this Givat, hill, never parts from her son nor abandons him, so this Vov is included with it eternally. And the other, for this Givah, hill, below her son, included within her, must in the time to come, when King Messiah comes, be taken by higher Givat, who brings him beneath her wings, to strengthen him and establish him in supernal life. From her will emerge on that day the Messiah of David. This is the mystery of let me tell to the decree. Jehovah said to me, You are my son, today I have begotten you. I am destined to speak to that place called Ok, decree, bringing good news. He said to me, You are my son, today I have begotten you. That very day she will bring him out from under her wings, with much life, with many crowns, with many blessings, fittingly. And that decree does not remain alone. Included in it is another Messiah, son of Joseph. There he will be strengthened, nowhere else. Since it is a giver, who has no life, this Messiah will die and be killed and remain dead for a time, until this giver gathers life and he rises. Consequently, in the heavenly academy you Medeva ot, complete with the letter Vov, written regarding both these aspects. But in the supreme academy lacking the Vov, to indicate something that includes no difficulty or doubt. Look, a people that dwells alone unified, with no other admixture. The whole perfect union is here. Yehovah Elohinu, Yehovah Ed, Yehovah our God. Yehovah is one, for its mystery is from the cliff tops, and it is unified with stock and path. Yehovah a lofty head, ascending. Elohinu a stock, as is said the stock of Jesse. Yehovah a path below. By this mystery, unification coalesces fittingly, and since a path is extended within it, there must be a mystery decreed in two academies. Happy is your share, Rabbi, for you have attained supernal words, for your Lord delights in you. How great the measure of the extent of this path, by sublime measurement of head, a stock, and path, clothed in this extension. So, extension of Ed, one a measure of 6 aspects, all united in this letter. Therefore, that dwells alone, fittingly. Among the nations it is not reckoned. Israel has a script and a language, and in every letter they can gaze upon the form and image fittingly. But among the nations this mystery is not reckoned, since they have no script and language, and they cannot gaze and know anything, for after all, they are vanity, works of delusion. This mystery is not reckoned in their thought and speculation, since they have no script. Happy is Israel, who has counted the dust of Jacob, or numbered the seed of Israel. Me, who this supernal point, head, stock, and path is in concealment, not susceptible to questioning from outside. But from the moment that it begins to be built, forming a palace according to its wish, it is called me, who its actual form begins to be built. It generates his female, in the image of his mother, who is me, head, stock, and path. Yod it spreads out to be built in an extension of one palace, building in 2 directions. Although it generates Israel, who is Vov, it similarly generates his female together, inviting her to approach him. Manna has counted, as is said, V'yaman Layam Harmelik, the king provided them Daniel, and sending manno, portions Esther, he gave him a great and precious gift, generating it as one from him. In that extension spreading, he generated both of them as one. Like this Yod extends here and there, generating son and daughter in a single moment. Thus, heaven and earth were created in a moment, as one, simultaneously. Or numbered a fourth of Israel. Rova Yisrael, a fourth of Israel. This mystery has been transmitted for your sake. Happy is your share, Rabbi Rova Yisrael, a fourth of Israel. A fourth of the measurement of Israel is covenant. Why is it called a fourth? Well, the measurement of the body includes 4 covenants, and covenant is 1/4 of the calculated measurement of the body. All is generated by me, who